All right, we're back. Hopefully the sound is working now. Sorry for a little technical delay. Here comes Finn Bailey running up the hill like a madman. My name is Ben Ogden. We're back at Junior Nationals 2024 in Lake Placid, New York. I'm joined by the famous Lil Q in the announcing booth.
Hello.
Towing the line now is number 212, Aaron Power from the Dartmouth College ski team. He is double pulling off the line. Oh, and there's someone double pulling up the hill.
That's quite the bold move. These are some pretty steep hills. We haven't seen anyone double pull quite yet, so excited to see how that turns out.
Yeah, I wonder if they opted for the no kick wax approach. It is a fast downhill and a fast finish, so maybe it could be advantageous to have very, very light kick on your skis. Our current leader for those following is Tabor Greenberg. He's followed just 2 seconds behind by Jack Lang, and another second and a half back is Matt Celine. And here comes Derek Richardson hammering up the hill. Oh my goodness, look at him go. And we have Finn Bailey sliding into the lead position with a margin of almost 15 seconds.
That's an incredible margin, Ben. I mean, we haven't seen anything like that yet.
Yeah, you rarely see a win by that proportion in a sprint, especially here in Lake Placid, which is fast and furious. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds for the current leading time.
For those of you not familiar with the sprint format, all these skiers will do one lap qualifier at an interval start, and the fastest 30 times will progress to a set of heats later today and ski head-to-head against each other for a quarter, a semi, and then one final chance at glory. So everyone's trying their best, trying to get one of those spots. We have quite a few skiers aiming for not quite as many spots, so every second counts out there.
Yeah, it's fast, tight racing, and everybody's got their eye on that top 30 overall position. Derek Richardson just crossed the line. Let's see where he stacks up.
And here is 214 charging up the hill. That is Corbin Carpenter.
And number 222 towing the line, that is Daniel McCullough from the Minneapolis Ski Club. As you guys can see, this race is high energy, high intensity the whole way. These guys are double pulling as hard as they possibly can, only 2 minutes and 30 seconds after they started. But the key to a successful sprint day for some of these top athletes is all about energy management. So once the qualifier is over, you're getting right into some sports drink maybe, and some fueling, and maybe getting a little leg flush. So you're getting ready for the heats, which start in 2 hours for these guys.
And towing the line now is number 225. That is Nate Struble from Jackson Hole Ski Club, joining his teammate Landon Wyatt.
Seen in the start pen with the yellow bib is Amy Smith, the assistant TD for today's race. She does a lot of great things for New England and the American ski community, so huge shout out to her. It looks like the kick might be just a little bit hard to find out there. We're seeing some sliding, some slipping out of the start, and some slipping up the hills, but I'm sure that all these athletes have been working with their wax techs to try and find the right ratio of speed to kick out there, and sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit of the bomber kick in order to get a nice fast skis to have a good finish and a good downhill. And here comes Owen Young, number 229, coming from representing Alaska, but currently racing with the Catamounts at the University of Vermont.
Owen was fourth yesterday for the U20, so expecting some fast times from him. And as we continue to see lots of starters and finishers, our top three right now are Finn Bailey, Murphy Kimball, and Aaron Power.
Murphy Kimball, of course, raced his first World Cup event this winter in Canmore, Alberta. He placed very well and is looking to carry that momentum into today's event, where he will surely qualify and go head to head with some of these guys in the heats.
And here's a PNSA skier just charging up that final hill. That is Quinton Koch from Plain Valley Nordic team. And his teammate now in the start, that is Silas Dater. .228 now, charging up the hill. That is Ethan Howe from APU.
Our current leader has had his lead diminished but not taken away. It's Murphy Kimball is only 8 seconds behind him with a time of 2 minutes and 38 seconds. But Finn Bailey remains the leader with a time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He will surely be preparing for this afternoon's heats. Here comes number 227, powering over the line with a nice-looking double pole. That would be Galen Grohusky from the Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation.
And he has just moved into 11th place overall.
Alrighty, towing the line now is number 239. That's Nate Vetman from the Bridger Ski Foundation. Oh, a little slip out of the gate, but surely he recovered quickly and is ready to tackle this course.
These are both the U18s and the U20s starting right now, but they will have separate heats. So a total of 60 athletes out of a large number. 153. We'll move into to rounds later today.
So when looking at the live timing here, keep in mind that we have U18s and U20s mixed in together. So the qualified athletes will extend quite a bit further than 30th place. And as we look at the finish line results, we have 32 athletes finished. So the current sort of threshold is in 30th place. That would be Matt Celine. So hopefully he can hang in there and get through. But as I was saying before, we do have U20s and U18s mixed in. So surely Matt Celine will be comfortable. Here comes a local skier hammering up the hill with his Fisher Helium skis. That's number 240, Andrew Scano from St. Michael's, representing the Mid-A division.
And here are some Rocky skiers in the finish and in the starting gate, about to head out on course. We have Sam Friday from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. His teammate, 237, just crossed the line with a big lunge. That is Finn Veet from Crested Butte Nordic team.
And big moves from the results sheet. We have Owen Young from Alaska sliding in to the second position, only 4 seconds behind Finn Bailey with a time of 2 minutes 34 seconds. So now it's starting to look like a real tight race out there.
From number 3 to number 9, they are all within 1 second. So it is extremely close out here today, and it's exciting to just to see how hard these skiers are working and how much they know that each second counts.
For reference, our current top 30 overall is spread by just over 15 seconds, a difference of 2 minutes 30 seconds to 2 minutes and 46 seconds, which just goes to show how tight it is and how every single half second counts out there. The average World Cup is spread. The top 30 is spread by about 10 seconds, so we can expect that this will probably get even tighter as more and more athletes slide into the top 30. And we just had a new third person slide into third place, Elias Sol from the Alaska Winter Stars. It looks like the Alaskans are putting on a show today, just like they did on Monday. We currently have Alaskans sitting in 3, 4, 7, and 10 out of our top 10 athletes. As we can see, there's a handful of different strategies going on up this hill. Some athletes are you can tell, using a lot of their upper body to muscle their way up the hill and on some slippery skis, and other athletes are just running with good kick, using their legs and their speed to their advantage. So they're trying to gain time on the climb. Definitely multiple ways to have a good race out there when it comes to that strategy. I personally tend to go for the stronger kick, because I know I can make up some time on the uphills, but different people have different strengths, and it's kind of fun in a sprint race because there's all kinds of different ways to get over the finish line quickly.
And now pulling into the start, we've got Kieran Kaufman from Fairbanks, Alaska.
As you guys can see on the live stream, we currently have the top 6 athletes there, so that if any of these athletes can kind of sneak into that position, they'll show up there, like what just happened, number 251. That was Anders Leenson from the Mansfield Nordic Club, slides right into 4th place. That's a great race for him. As you can see, we have all New England and all Alaska in the top 6. That is, of course, important, but not super crucial for the Alaska Cup, because the Alaska Cup points are based on the final ranking after the heats and everything are all said and done. So there's still a lot that could change, but currently the Alaskans are leading the Alaska Cup by a decent margin. And number 258 powers up the hill.
Crazy pass.
Wild pass. Definitely keep an eye on him at the finish line. That was an impressive maneuver.
The weather today is quite different from yesterday, or Monday rather. We had quite the snowstorm, and today it is clear as can be. Their expected temperatures are going to rise quite a bit. It's about 30 degrees out right now, but I think it might even get up to 45 or 50 by the time that the day is over. So.
Yes, indeed, and this is a classic race, so the changing conditions are much more consequential than they were in the skate race on Monday. So we're gonna see some frantic waxing and last minute testing going on, because it's definitely going to start to warm up out there, and the course is definitely going to change for the heats. So stay tuned, and we'll be calling it like we see it in terms of the skis.
Miles Miner from GMVS, our impressive passer on the hill, just moved into 5th place.
Yeah, very impressive race for him. He must be a U18 as well, so That's very that's impressive work. Towing the line now is racer. Well, he's got his bib a little bit crunched up, but I believe it's racer number 272. That would be Matthias Skolsky from the University of Alaska Anchorage. Off he goes, and here comes another New England skier. You can tell by those subtle black tights and the different colored top. That's number 273. Ellis Slover from the Gould Academy.
And just across the line, that is 262. James Underwood for Ford Sayre and New England. And here another impressive double pull into the finish from the Great Lakes region. That was Miles Brown.
Currently, our top 3 athletes in today's qualification race have remained the same for a few minutes. For the last few finishers, we have Finn Bailey in first, Owen Young in second, Cole Flowers. Oh, hang on a second. Cole Flowers recently snuck in there for the podium. That would be an Alaska Winter Star skier, number 245, coming in with a time of 2:34.76, just 1.5 tenths behind Owen Young of the University of Vermont Catamounts. It's going to be tight racing out there. Stay tuned for the heats. It's going to be thrilling stuff once these athletes start going head-to-head. Well, here comes number 279 out of the start gate. That is Dane Kark from Tahoe Endurance.
And here's a little sprint for the finish between number 268 and I think 269.
One interesting thing I always think about with regards to sprint qualifying is that, the start list doesn't really matter very much because it's rare that you catch or get caught by anybody and there's no lapping happening, like what we were talking about on Monday. But the one thing that can be motivational is if you start directly behind somebody who you know is very fast or somebody who you're competitive with, you can maybe gain a little bit of an advantage because you can see them across the whole course. You're just seeing them around the corner and up the hills and stuff.
Chase them down.
And you can kind of use them as motivation to gain a step on them. But, in general, it's not super important. Here comes an SMS skier representing New England, number 276. I believe that was Micah Bruner representing Londonderry, Vermont.
And 272 over the line just now, Matthias Zaleski from the University of Alaska Anchorage.
A lot of University of Alaska Anchorage skiers out here. I wonder how big of a roster they have. Oh, Anders Leeson is in the 4th place. I guess we already announced that, but great race from him.
As of right now, our top 3 U20s are Finn Bailey, Owen Young, and Cole Flowers. And our top 3 U18s are Anders Linsisen, Miles Miner, and Elias Soul.
Also, you'll notice that we have 15-second intervals in today's race, which makes things go by very quickly. There's less, less time on course, so it's not so much of a problem to have so many athletes out there all at once. So they just rip them out, and we've already all of a sudden made it through almost half of the results or the half of the start list. This is number 288, towing the line, Henry Reynolds from the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Good luck to him. You guys will have. We're noticing a lot of gold Oakleys out there today. I don't know if it's the excitement of the sprint day or if it's something involving the light that we have out there, but the gold 24 karat Oakley lens seems to be the favorite out there today.
I think it's skiers manifesting, success and
yeah, I think
and wealth
so.
in their skiing today.
I think so. I mean, head-to-head racing is always exciting, and you got to get yourself amped up. So sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Pull out the gold Oakleys.
Yeah, can't
Tony-
wait to see who will take the crown today.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see. Should be fun stuff.
Here we have a bunch more skiers coming up the final hill. 285 we see now.
That is Abram Gislinger from GMVS. It's important to keep in mind that while the qualifier is very important, once you get into the top 30, it's still anybody's game. 30th place could come through and win it all. It's a completely clean slate once the qualifier is over and everybody's made it through to the rounds. So that's something that I've always struggled with on the World Cup, where I feel like if I don't qualify well, I can't do well in the race. But that is not true. There are hundreds of Norwegians throughout history who have proved that wrong. So anybody who gets into the top 30 has an equal chance of getting on the podium or taking home that win this afternoon. So you got to stay confident, stay motivated, and stay excited, because it's going to be a fantastic day of racing for all these athletes. Look at this sprint. Number 285, who has caught number 284. Let's see where they rank up. 285 slides into 65th place, and 284, 84th place. That's Fergus Wag from Teacup / Mount Hook Nordic. Oh, there's a pair of gold Oakleys, just like I was noticing. Another thing to keep in mind out here is we noticed a few of the athletes at the very beginning of the start list were double poling the hill, which means that they probably put very minimal kick on their skis in order to have them nice and fast for the long fast downhill coming into the stadium here. That's a strategy that some athletes may choose for the heats, because it can be a good way to be tactical and draft and then have a little advantage in the very end. So we'll definitely keep our eyes out for that, although I will say I think it's less important for the heats as it is for the qualifier to have fast skis, because the draft and the tactics are more in play. So you want to have the kick in case somebody decides to go crazy up the hill, but something to think about. Here comes a New England athlete, number 301. That would be Caden Cody from Quarry Road Ski Club.
His mother, of course, the coach of the Colby Mules, long time successful coach here in the EISA college skiing circuit. And we see 292 with a massive lunge into the finish.
That looks like another pair of gold Oakleys. Not to get too excited, but let's see who 292 was. I believe it was my good friend Oliver Swaby. It was indeed Oliver Swaby from the Prospect Mountain Ski Club. Here we have number 296 getting a little slip early, but as you can see, he recovered out of the tracks. For those that don't race a lot or watch a lot of racing, it's always easier to get kicked out of the tracks for some reason. So that's the impulse. When you have a couple slips and you start to feel like you're losing it, you just jump out of the tracks and run like a madman. Get to the top of the hill as fast as you can. Another pair of gold Oakleys towing the line. This is number 306. Weston Sensabaugh from Elastica Nordic Racing. And our top 10 has remained pretty much the same for the last 5 or 10 minutes. Rounding out in 10th place is Derek Richardson. 9th place is William Bentley. 8th place is Aaron Powers. 7th place is Murphy Kimball. 6th place is Elias Soul. 5th place is Miles Miner. 4th place is Anders Linson. 3rd place is Cole Flowers. 2nd place is Owen Young. And 1st place remains Finn Bailey with a time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a short, fast sprint, so it's going to be a thrilling heats.
Number 300 over the line. That was Edwin Ryerson, moving into 67th place from Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. 306 now with a great pain face and another pair of those gold Oakleys.
They're everywhere.
That was Weston Sensabaugh.
As you can see, we also have a range of different headwear choices going on. You see the occasional headband, a lot of hats, and also quite a few no hats. So, you know, the weather is changing out there quickly. Some people maybe were out here early and thought it was in a hat and maybe even buff weather, but then others who came out a bit later were like, nope, it's just no hat weather out here. And I think that they might have the right idea for the heats because it's only going to get warmer.
That's absolutely right. And the racing's only going to heat up as the day goes on. We see now 309 crushing it over the top of that hill. 309 is Elias Oswald.
So keeping in mind, you know, we have the top 30 highlighted here because the top 30 are absolutely guaranteed to get into the heats, but in all reality, we have U18s and U20s mixed in, so the U18 heats will extend much further than 30th place on the combined results list, as will the U20s. So many of the athletes are probably with their coaches counting out how many U18s have qualified and to see where they rank up. So unfortunately, we don't have that information at our fingertips, so we can only guarantee that the top 30 will go through. But that being said, like I said, it will be many more in reality. Currently in 30th place is Nico Hochlander from the Mansfield Nordic Club.
.310 double pulling across the line.
That is Peter John Breganier from FXC, which could only be Fairbanks Cross Country, representing Alaska. And here we have another awesome hairdo, number 322, towing the line. That is James Keys from the Duluth Cross Country Ski Club. He's off, and for those following along, we are at number 322 out of 353 on the start list. So it's getting to the end, and there's an awesome-looking strawberry Skeeta hat heading up the hill from PNSA. That's number 216. Nope, 316. And his name is Emmett Bondi from the Methow Valley Nordic Ski Team.
And now in the starting gate, we have 327. That is Toby Spencer from the Mount Bachelor Ski Education Foundation. And doing some preliminary research, it seems like the first JNs ever was hosted in Bend, Oregon. That's pretty cool.
Hosted in Bend, Oregon in 1965. So it's been this has been probably one of the longest standing events in cross country ski history, American cross country ski history. I mean, there aren't too many. I wonder when the first year of the Berkey was, but surely it was around then. I mean, maybe a bit earlier, but point being, JN's has been an institution for a long time.
Yeah, it seems like the Birkebeiner debuted in 1973.
Yeah, I was just
So-
realizing this year was their 50th anniversary. So junior nationals, man, it's much older. And we were just also reading that in 1967, a woman named Allison, or 1966, a woman named Allison made the junior national cross-country ski team for the Pacific Northwest Division and competed against and with the boys in the 10K that year at the U.S. Junior Nationals. So a lot of history. It seems as though there wasn't women's teams at the very beginning, but surely they were introduced shortly after that because she proved that women belong in cross-country skiing, of course.
And now we have about equal numbers, I believe.
Surely equal numbers, if not more, females involved in cross-country skiing around the U.S.
We'll see the U18 and U20 women's race right after this, their qualifier.
Alrighty, and here comes number 330 up the hill. A little slide there, but he recovered. That would be Eric Anderson for the Minneapolis Ski Club. Oh, he's a little slippery. But hopefully he'll be able to make up for that. There we go, into the double pole. And he'll push over the top of the hill and get all that seconds back on the downhill, without a doubt. Currently sitting in 30th place is Mason Wheeler from the Jackson Hole Ski Club. We'll hope that he can hold that position and guarantee himself a place in the heats this afternoon. A few more fun facts for those out there listening and who are curious. We have 10 Nordic Divisions competing at this Junior Nationals, only one of which is just one state. That would, of course, be Alaska. The other ones are combinations of states and regions around the country, like Pacific Northwest, which includes Oregon and Washington, and Far West, which includes California, and I think Nevada, and Intermountain, which includes Idaho and Utah and a handful of other zones in sort of the Middle West. And then you have High Plains, which is sort of north of Intermountain. That would be like Wyoming and whatnot. And then you have Rocky Mountain, which is, of course, in the Rocky Mountains. And then you have the Midwest, which includes Minneapolis, or Minnesota and Michigan and whatnot. And then you have Great Lakes, which includes Wisconsin and also parts of Michigan. And then you have Mid-Atlantic, which is New York and, probably some other regions, but most of the athletes from Mid-Atlantic are from New York. And then you have New England, which is Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and all the other New England states.
And speaking of regions, we got a whole slew of Mid-Atlantic skiers about to start. That is the home region. And out of the 59 years this competition has been held, it has been in Lake Placid 5 times. Or 6. This will be the 6th time. And previously in 2017, 2004, 1988, 1984, and 1982. So there's quite the history of junior national competition here. And I'm sure that the skiers can feel it as they go out there.
Oh, definitely, and it's kind of cool if you look at those dates. I mean, every generation of skier probably would have been able to compete in Lake Placid. I know that my father competed in Lake Placid for junior nationals, and I competed here for Lake Placid and for junior nationals. And if I ever have a kid, I'm sure they'll compete in Lake Placid for junior nationals. So that'll be pretty awesome.
We're seeing a pass out here on the hill that is 344, just sprinting up the hill. 344 is Forrest Slingerland from NICEF, so on his home course, of course.
Alrighty, is this the very last starter? Oh, last two starters, both from New York. That was Dillian Frank from Rochester Nordic Racing, representing the home region, Mid-Atlantic. Across the line is 340 and 341. They lunged for it, and we'll see. Oh, we have a little head shake, but he hasn't seen the results yet, so hopefully things turn around for him.
And here we see some mid-A skiers powering up the hill. This is 348. Philip Matthews for Mid-Atlantic. Cruising past some fans, parents, and coaches cheering him on. A Great Lake skier now approaching the finish line. That was Owen Firth.
All right, the last couple skiers are coming in, doing nice big double pole. Number 345, number 346. That would be from the Mid-Atlantic region. Number 345 is Philippos Cognatus, from Mid-A, and Nathan Redberg from APU Nordic Ski Club.
Another sprint finish here. We see some lunges from our Mid-Atlantic skiers. And
Here comes the Mid-Atlantic skier up the last hill. Number 352, Dylan Frank.
Sporting that new suit, very patriotic themed.
Yeah, those new suits are awesome. It was funny that the U20s didn't seem to have them in the earlier race, but now everybody's got them, so.
And as our last couple finishers come into the line, we see a great sprint from 350. Another mid-A skier. That was Drew Larson.
And today's a classic sprint, and we just on yesterday, had a classic sprint on the World Cup where an American skier, Rosie Brennan, was on the podium in Drammen, Norway, so that was pretty exciting stuff. She raced, I'm sure, many classic sprints at many junior nationals over the years, so very cool to see her go all the way up through the pipeline and make it happen on the big stage. Here comes Dylan Frank, our second to last finisher, over the line. And here comes our last finisher, number 353, pushing it all the way in to round out this qualifier for the U18 U20 Men's Classic Sprint here at Junior Nationals 2024. And he's over the line. That's officially a wrap. We will be right back with the next event of the day.
That will be the U18 and U20 women's qualifiers starting in only 4 minutes at 9:45 Eastern Standard Time.
Alrighty, don't go anywhere, people. I mean, it's just action-packed, no stopping all day long. U18, U20 women are warming up, getting their race suits on, doing their final ski tests, and getting ready to go out there and attack this course and get into that top 30. We'll be coming at you soon with the top 30 qualifiers from our from our separated U18 and U20 results momentarily.
There's now 1 minute until the race starts for the U18 and U20 women. There, we can get you the official top 30 for U18 and U20 men after the official protest period has ended in about 15 minutes.
But in the meantime, we'll keep everybody entertained with some U18, U20 women qualifying action. All right, our first starter coming up in just a minute or two is Rose Horning. She was 5th in the U18 age category in the 7.5K skate on Monday, so she's getting this championship off to a great start. But as is bib number 2, Lena Paduska from Jackson Hole, she won the U18. She won the U18 race and the overall 7.5K. And with that, the race officially has started. Rose Horning is on course. And the live stream is hopefully going to change to the start camera in a matter of seconds, and we can get some intel on who it is. That was bib number 403, Greta Hansen from the Michigan Tech University, representing Midwest. And here comes number 404, Adele Horning. That is our Dartmouth College freshman, as we can tell by the bright pink hair, a very awesome look. That's steeped in history at the Big Green campus in Hanover, New Hampshire. Bib number 405 toes the line now. That's Allie Wheeler. She was 2nd place in the U18 and in the overall in the 7.5K skate from Casper Nordic, representing the High Plains.
Allie Wheeler enjoys hiking and track on the off season from skiing, as do a lot of Nordic skiers, such as myself.
Yeah, indeed. That's a quality lineup. Nothing wrong with a couple track workouts. Towing the line now is number 407, Sydney Drevlov. She also had a fantastic race in the U18, U20 race. She was 8th overall and 6th in her U18 age category. Here comes Rose Horning up the hill, number 401. She is looking really good out of the tracks to get that extra kick.
And over in the start, we just had Amelia Circosta start. We didn't see her race on Monday, but always a podium contender for sure from Craftsbury Ski Club. So be on the lookout for Amelia.
Up the hill now is number 402. That's Lena Paduska, your most recent national champion on Monday in the 7.5K skate. And here comes number 411 towing the start line. That's Alina Grissom. She placed 4th in the U20 7.5K on Monday. Here comes a New England skier representing the crowd favorite, the golden lensed glasses. That was Maddie Hooker from Colby College Nordic Ski Team, representing Guest.
406 now. We can see powering up the hill. That is Maeve Inglefinger. She was our 7th place finisher in the U18 category on Monday. Hoping to qualify for the Intermountain division today.
And our first finisher is hammering towards the line. That is Rose Horning. Surely going to be a great time for her, representing the Rocky Mountain region and a future Catamount.
And now a Midwest skier we see powering through the finish as her teammate lines up to start. That is 403. 405 now over the line. 405 is Allie Wheeler, who was our runner-up on Monday. So excited to see what time she posts. She moves into the second place with a time of 3:12.5.
Currently, the time to beat belongs to Adele Horning at 3:11, 3 minutes and 11 seconds, just about 35 seconds slower than the men's race this morning. So it's very, very tight racing out there. And we now have a new leader. That's Sydney Drevlov from Loppet Nordic Racing. She has a time of 3:06. So this is going to be very tight. Currently, the entire finishing field is only spread out by 10 seconds. So every second counts out there. And here comes number 413, representing the CU Buffs on her headband. That is Rosie Whittington Evans from APU Nordic Ski Club, the U20 winner on the 7.5 kilometer skate.
We've had a new skier move into second place overall. That is Amelia Circosta from Craftsbury Ski Club with a time of 3:07.07. So less than a second back from our current leader, Sydney Drevlo.
As we can see on this hill, on this hill camera, there is a lot of a technique adjustment that needs to be happening in a race like this, which can be one of the hardest parts about cross-country skiing. You know, you have to not only be pushing yourself as hard as you can, but also making on-the-fly decisions, on-the-fly adjustments, where maybe you slip a couple times and you need to get out of the track, or then you slip more and you need to get into a herringbone, so which is, you know, when the skis go kind of wide. So it's it really requires a lot of practice, and I think for a lot of these skiers, it sort of feels like second nature, but only because they've been doing it for so many years and training so much to get here to the Junior Nationals in Lake Placid.
Number 420 now, striding up the last final hill. That is Mira Payson from Bowdoin College. And she's pursued by 421 from the Midwest, Haley Zimpel, who was 9th U20 on Monday, hoping to crack the top 30 for the U20s and make it to the heats today.
Another New England skier toes the start line. That's number 429. She gets her watch going before the race. Ava Schneider from the Green Mountain Valley School.
And just across the line, that was Hannah Koch from the Minneapolis Ski Club at the time of 3:18.15.
Currently, the lead remains the same with bib number 407, Sydney Drevlov, with a time of 3:06 and 68 hundredths. Big shout out to Bullet Timing for getting us these accurate, quick live results for today's sprint qualifier. As we can tell, these races are extremely tight, and timing accuracy is of paramount importance. So, shout out to Bullet Timing for bringing the technology and making it happen for the big race, the big championship of the 2024 Cross Country Junior Nationals.
If you are curious about seeing live results yourself, head on over to bullettiming.com and click on the live tab. That is BULLITT timing.
And now out of the start is number 433. That would be Helen Townley from Loppet Nordic Racing, one of the many athletes representing the Loppet Nordic Club here at the Junior Nationals. Over the line is bib number 421. That was Haley Zimpel from Michigan Tech. She slides into 9th place. A great race for Haley.
Our top 5 times right now are Sydney Drevlo, Amelia Circosta, Annalise Hanna, Sawyer Ezel, and Adele Horning. But we will keep you posted as the qualifier continues here in Lake Placid.
Off on course just now was bib number 435, representing, let's see now. Representing the Mansfield Nordic Club, that was Julia Thurston. We have on-the-ground weather reporting telling us that it just has barely started to rain out there. So it's really just like we were saying on Monday, where if you don't like the weather in New England, you got to wait 5 minutes. So ideally, a 5 minutes will bring this rain away, but that's going to make for some really crazy waxing this afternoon. So I hope everybody is buckled up. It's going to be a wild ride. Bib number 440 slides into the start pen. That is Claire Chmielewski from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. The everybody's favorite Swix thermometer slash wax tips device is front and center out of the announcer's booth, and we can see the needle hovering right at the intersection between red and violet. So it's starting to get warm out there. It's starting to get loose. I think the clister is probably getting heated up in the wax cabins, but nothing that these wax techs and these athletes have never seen before. So it's all good practice, and nothing that's going to stop this incredible day of racing. Up the hill goes number 435, Julia Thurston. She looks very fast. It'll be interesting to see where she stacks up at the finish line.
She's followed by a Midwest skier, number 436. That is Hannah Wilsley. A Rocky skier out of the start. That is 445, Cassidy Wright.
We just had a skier slide into the top 10. Jody Willow McGuire from Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation goes into 10th place, and another skier sneaking into the top 10. Helen Townley from Loppet Nordic Racing gets into the 4th position. A great race from her at 3 minutes and 10 seconds, only 4 seconds behind our current leader, Sydney Drevlov. Towing the line now is number 449. That is on the second page of the start list. That was Ashley Grossclass from the Bridger Ski Foundation out of Bozeman, Montana.
443 we now see, cranking up the hill. I believe that is Clara Lake for New England.
That was indeed Clara Lake. What a memory on Quincy Massey Bierman. Oh my goodness, we have a new leader at the finish line, Aurora Stiles from the Jackson Hole Ski Club. What a race from her by a margin of only 0.3 of a second. That was an incredible performance coming from late in the start list. Congratulations to Aurora Stiles for sneaking into the top position.
Yeah, this is a great example of why to never give up as a late starter, and also, you know, don't count your chickens before they hatch, as they say.
Definitely not. Definitely. That was
there can be some big moves made here, as we still have skiers yet to even grace this course today. So
absolutely. We're on bib number 455. That is Josephine Quanzi from the Iola Winter Sports Club representing Great Lakes. Her teammate, number 456, following right behind her, is Greta Dickman, also from the Iola Winter Sports Club and the Great Lakes region. .449 having a nice run following kind of the style of Johannes Klebo up this up this big hill, number 449. That would be Ashley Grossglass. It'll be interesting to see where she stacks up at the finish line. That was a quick-looking climb.
Speaking of the finish line, we've got a bunch of finishers coming in here. A little final sprint from 445, representing the Rocky Mountain Division. That was Cassidy Wright for Ski and Snowboard Club Vail.
Number 451 works her way up the hill. Looks like she's using a lot of shoulder and arm power. That was Maggie Koch from the ASC Training Center. .447 crosses the line. That was Virginia Cobb from the Mansfield Nordic Club, representing New England. A solid time, getting into 33rd place.
And in the starting gate now is 462. 462 is Berkeley Canfield, coming from the Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation. Hopefully she can bring some sun to this valley today, as it has started to rain just a little bit.
Seriously, that would be much appreciated. Although it looks like the rain isn't anything too heavy, so I don't think it'll change the course very much. At least not for the duration of this qualifier. We might see some slight changes to the snow conditions for the heats, but that's a whole nother ball of wax anyhow. So no worries there. Racer number 456 setting a fantastic pace up the final climb into the stadium, out of the tracks the whole way, which is a great technique. That is
from the Great Lakes,
Greta Dickman.
457 now from neighboring region Midwest, coming up the hill. Nina Fedja from Lopik Nordic Racing.
We can see that she was employing the world famous herringbone technique, which is sort of funny because a lot of these ski jargon things are Norwegian words that are translated to English, but herringbone is a funny one. The Norwegians call it fishbone. So that's almost
fascinating.
That's almost begs the question of whether that was an English term translated to Norwegian. So I don't know the history on it, but I do know that the Norwegians call it fishboning and we call it herringboning, which is, a type of fish, so it's a little bit more sophisticated. But anyhow, all describing the same motion.
.470 now in the start. Annalise Baird from Brainerd High School over in the Midwest.
And powering up the last hill here is number 462, representing the Intermountain Division. That was Berkeley Canfield from Sun Valley. Here comes a rocky skier, number 463. That looks to me like Sophia Burton now from Team Summit. And following her is, unsurprisingly, 464, Dahlia Bettendorf from the Bettendorf Nordic Racing Club. Let's take a look. What are you going to do? Let's take a look at the results now, where Aurora Stiles continues to hold down the top spot, with Sydney Drevlov chomping at her heels, only 0.4 of a second behind her, and Amelia Sircosta from the Craftsbury Ski Club just about 1 second behind them. So it is dangerously tight racing out there, and it's anyone's battle for the heats this afternoon.
For sure, for sure. Don't forget this qualifier only matters to get the athletes to the heats, and that's when the racing really starts.
Definitely. One thing I was mentioning in the men's race is how in my racing career I've struggled with feeling as though if I don't have a good qualifier, I cannot have a good heats, but that just couldn't be further from the truth. There are hundreds of Norwegians throughout history who have proven that wrong, and they'll qualify in 30th, 27th, 30th place, and then they'll go on to get on the podium, So it's really unimportant, and you have to just put it out of your mind and take the heats at face value and do the best that you can. So I hope all these athletes are just being soaked that they made it through and preparing mentally for for the head-to-head racing coming this afternoon.
And now a Midwest skier approaching the line, joining her teammates.
This is a very short race, even by sprint standards, with the winner coming in at 3:06 and 23 hundredths. It's definitely on the short side, I would say. For women's races on the World Cup, they usually range from 3 minutes 20 seconds to 4 minutes, and the men's races are usually ranging from 3 minutes to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So this is definitely on the fast side, with the male winner coming in at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we definitely are going to have some. That's going to factor into the strategy for this afternoon's heats, where maybe you think about just going as hard as you can the entire time because it's so short, or maybe you're tactical and just let it come down to a final sprint.
Yeah, I'm thinking we might see some moves made on the final hill, since right after that it is a essentially downhill finish into a right-hand horseshoe turn and a pretty short final stretch. So I'm thinking we might see some moves made in obviously that final stretch, but maybe a little bit earlier in the course on the last hill.
Definitely. It is interesting to think about the tactics on this course. I haven't raced this course on skis. I've raced it many times on roller skis, but I haven't done it on skis, and it's going to be interesting because the best opportunity to make a move is going to be on that hill, but you're going to want to have a little lead, because if you're leading a big crew and making a draft down the last hill, you may get passed around the corner and into the finish line. So if you're going to make a move on that hill, you want it to be very decisive. So it'll be fun to see which athletes try and blow up the group, and which athletes try and stay in the draft and capitalize at the finish line when it all really counts. Over the line now is number 473. That was Sophia Stephenson from the Blackhawk Ski Club. A great race from her, sliding into 65th place.
And she is joined by Molly Mayback, now in 36th. And remember, we both have U18s and U20s qualifying. So while we will announce places here, that is combined, and so it will be separated for the heats, and we will let you know those results as we receive them.
Right, so 30 U18s and 30 U20s will go through to the heats and race individual groups. And for those that don't know, the way that the heats work is you have quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. The quarterfinals are 5 groups of 6 athletes, and the top 2 advance from each heat. And hot off the printer, we're just getting access to the men's U18 and U20 heat brackets, and we'll get those to you once we have a lull in this racing action. But that is certainly not now, as racer number 484 charges up the last hill. That was Inga Wig from Minneapolis Ski Club, making it look easy. And just like I was saying not too long ago, if you don't like the weather in New England, just wait 5 minutes, because now we have the sun peeking out. The rain has gone away, and it's starting to be blue skies out there. So it's you never know what you're going to get. And again, the wax techs are probably sweating, but the fans are happy that it's no longer raining and it's starting to have a little bit of sun.
I think the wax tanks aren't going to be the only ones sweating as it starts to heat up out here. We see our skiers working hard, and temperatures are only rising, as is racing action today. As we see number 486 from Rocky Mountain climb up the hill. 486 was Anna Rhodes from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, followed by a Great Lakes skier, Jenna Johnson.
Seen on the side of the trail in the yellow coat or purple coach's bib was David Sinclair. He's coaching for the Far West Division. That he lives in Tahoe and coaches one of the clubs there, but has joined forces with all of the other clubs to make the Far West Division happen here at Junior Nationals 2024. He's the head coach of the Sugar Bowl Academy, David Sinclair, out on course.
And 499 now in the starting gate. Kaya Candelin from Jackson Hole Ski Club. And big 500. That is PNSA skier Isabel Mena from the Plain Valley Nordic team. Lots and lots of skiers today. We have 36 more to start, and they're all hoping for a spot in the top 30 for U18s and U20s today.
And here comes another New England skier. That's the number 502, Caroline Tarmy from the Stratton Mountain School. Off she goes to see if she can sneak into the top 30 for her age group in this sprint qualifier.
Got a bit of a sprint here into the finish, a far west skier and an Intermountain skier. Seeing how they stack up against the rest of the field.
The double pole in the final 100 meters of a sprint qualifier is really one of the hardest things you can do. Your entire body is full of lactic acid, and all your muscles are screaming for you to stop doing whatever you're doing, but you got to just keep your head down, keep pushing, keep double pulling over that finish line, and it's really a challenge. But once you lunge for the line, it's sweet relief. So that's what you do it for. As we can see, number 496 is climbing up this last hill. That is Nadia Hutchinson from Duluth XC Ski Team. Number 499, charging up the last hill, that's Kaya Candelin from Plain Valley Nordic Ski Team.
An Alaska skier now cruising into the finish.
It looks to me like 486. Yes, 486. 496.
Or 495, rather.
Wow, way off.
That was Maya Turpak.
From Duluth. Up the last hill is number 500, repping the U.S. Ski Team X Skida Collab headband. That was Isabel Mena from the Plain Valley Nordic Ski Team, making it look easy. The starters just keep coming. I mean, we have athletes who have been done with their race for almost 10 minutes, and the athletes who are still waiting to start. Waiting to start right now is number 512. Oh, she's the first person on the last page of the start list, Ella DeBurn from Vasa Ski Club.
As we have continued finishers, our top three have remained the same. No one seems to be able to touch Aurora Stiles. That is the Jackson Hole Ski Club skier with a time of 3:06:23.
Currently, our top 30 are spread by only 10 seconds, so this is a crazy, crazy tight race. That's a time of 3:06 for the leader and 3:16 for 30th place. So it is really, really heating up out there, and every millisecond counts. So hopefully all these racers are pushing hard over every line. You can tell it's starting to get a bit warmer out there because number 516 is opting for the no hat approach. Headband only. That would be number 516, Greta Bocikic from APU North Ski Club.
And now from the High Plains region, we have 517. That is Emma Pearson from Casper Nordic.
Setting a fabulous pace up the hill is number 510. I believe that would be Zoe Rogers from APU. Very impressive final sprint.
A triple threat of finishers now approaching the line from Great Lakes, New England, and far west. .512 we see now powering up that hill through some tricky wax. That is, I think, Ella De Bruyne. And now Emily Anderson from Lander Valley Nordic with a nice stride up the final hill.
We're getting down to the last couple of starters. Number 522 is in the start gate now, Ariana Cavana from the Alaska region. And here comes Ingrid Barak from FXC, Fairbanks, Alaska. She double poles out of the start gate. Pro move. Number 524 brings us within 12 starters of the last starter. That is Emily Campbell from Team Soldier Hollow, representing the Intermountain Division. Now we have a local, number 525, representing Polar Bear. That's Olivia Hopslicker.
And just charging into the finish line now, 511 from the Alaska region. That is Haley Finch moving into 104th place. .527 now in the start. It is Eliza Walkup from Cody, representing the High Plains region.
We haven't had a lot of change to our top 30, but we must keep in mind that more athletes than just the top 30 will go on to race the heats because we have a U18/U20 combined qualifier, but they will be separated back out for the heats. So many more than the top 30 on the combined list will qualify, but currently our top 30 continues to be separated by only 10 seconds. So it's a tight race, and let's see. The top 50 is only separated by 14 seconds, so it's an extremely tight one out there. Seen charging up the hill now with what looks like fantastic kick is number 4. That is Emily Campbell from Team Soldier Hollow.
She's one of the few skiers we've seen staying in the track the whole way up the hill. It is sometimes easier to get some kick outside of the track, so we see skiers opting for that option when their kick is maybe less than ideal. And across the line now, that was Riven Moore from the Silver Run Ski Education Foundation.
All right, our last couple starters are towing the line now. This is number 535, Marianne Spira from Rochester Nordic Racing. She'll be followed by what must be her sister, Gabrielle Spira, also from Rochester Nordic Racing, all representing the Mid-Atlantic region, who is our fabulous hosts of the 2024 Junior National Championships. So that's much appreciated, all the hard work that their volunteer base and staff have done to throw this event. What would you do without them? And that is our last starter on course for the U18, U20 Women Classic Sprint Qualifier. For those interested, we have received the U18 and U20 men's heat brackets, so we'll announce those once the last finisher crosses the line, so stay tuned for that. Number 525 is charging into the finish line right now. That is,
One of our Mid-Atlantic skiers.
yes, indeed, Olivia Hopslicker from the Polar Bear region.
Some great tempo on the hill. We now see 5:30 and 5:31. 5:31 from far west, going for perhaps the pass and just a little stumble, but she is right back at it.
No worries there. There should be plenty of time to make up all that time in the final stretch here.
We see a high plane skier approaching the finish line.
See a little camaraderie between the team Alaskan skiers at the finish line, congratulating each other on a hard-fought, well-executed race. Here come our two Rochester Nordic Racing athletes, and I think what must be sisters, duking it out up the last hill. That is Marianne and Gabriella Spira.
And we see a nice wave to the either us or a super fan from
Definitely a wave.
527.
Definitely a wave to us.
Maybe saying hi to all the fans at home watching.
Yeah, big shout out to all the parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, coaches who are on the live stream right now, supporting these athletes from afar. It really makes it special and makes it memorable when you have all kinds of different people watching you out here, giving it your all. You know, here comes number 536 up the last hill with what looks like bomber kick on her Mad Shoes skis. No surprise there. A whole slew of skiers coming to the finish line. Number 531, number 530, and number 532 hammering in. Abigail Van Dorn slides into 66th place. That's a great race for her, no doubt.
Parker Stevens, 533 from Alaska, across the line.
And here comes number 534, the first of our last couple of racers
That
over
is
the line.
Reed Smith, yeah, the first of three Rochester Nordic racers that we will see wrapping up this U18, U20s qualifier.
Keeping in mind we currently have 134 finishers, so at the end when it's all said and done, we'll have 136 athletes in this U18/U20 women's qualifier. So just absolutely fantastic numbers. Everybody involved, racers, coaches alike, should be very proud of that because it's a very cool to have such high engagement in cross-country skiing.
Yeah, awesome for the future of the sport. And that was 536, Gabrielle Spira from Rochester Nordic Racing.
Oh, she collapses at the finish
And she
line
just
after a
left it all
hard-fought
out there. I believe that concludes the qualifier for the U18 and U20 women. And now we can release to you our quarterfinals for the men.
Alrighty, I'll have the honor of reading out the U18 men's start list for the coming heats, and Quincy can read out the U20s. In quarterfinal number 1, we have Anders Linsen, Cabot Godey, Callahan Waters, Braden Belize, Tabor Greenberg, and Forrest Slingerland. In quarterfinal number 2, starting at 11:19, we have Murphy Kimball, Quinton Koch, Noah Cam Magruder, Dane Kark, Devin Liek, and Hatcher Menkins. In quarterfinal number 3, starting at 11:23, we have William Bentley, Nate Struble, Landon Wyatt, Henry McGill, Lucas Wilmot, and Jack Dolby. In quarterfinal number 4, we have, starting at 11:27, we have Miles Miner, Tori Hoffman, Anders Westemo, Aiden Jacobus, Oliver Swaby, and Benjamin Jenkin. And in quarterfinal number 5, starting at 11:31, we have Elias Soul, Vebjorn Flagstad, Micah Bruner, Campbell McLaren, Peter John Bragonier, and Daniel McCuller.
Thanks, Ben. And for the U20s, starting at 1 p.m., in the first quarterfinal, we have Finn Bailey, Jasper Jacobson, Ethan Esky, Caden Cody, Caleb Zuckerman, Adric Crafson. And in quarterfinal 2, we have Aaron Power, Joseph Graziade, Sage Grossi, Nico Hoschnadel, Otis Beeson, and Corbin Carpenter. In the third quarterfinal, we have Derek Richardson, Casey Van Hefty, Finn Christensen, Mason Wheeler, Wes Campbell, and Luke Rizzio. In the fourth quarterfinal, we have Owen Young, Davis Isom, Mateus Saliski, Woody West, Benjamin Lewis, and Benjamin Dolby. So Big Ben heat right there. And in the fifth quarterfinal, we have Cole Flowers, Charles Ben Oldham, Galen Grohusky, Ethan Howe, Jonathan Clark, and Jack Lang. So super excited about this. Ben, how do you feel about so many Bens being in the quarterfinals?
Yeah, crazy amount of Bens that qualified for the quarterfinals in the U20 race. That's pretty good to see, honestly. I'm really proud. I know who I'm cheering for this afternoon, but it's going to be a great action-packed afternoon of racing. Make sure to come right back here at 11:15 for the start of the first U18 men's quarterfinal. See you later.
Check. Check.
Alrighty, hello and welcome back to the 2024 Cross Country Junior National Championships. We're coming at you now with the U18 Men's Classic Sprint Heats. We have wearing bib number 1, Anders Linseen, coming from Mansfield Nordic. Wearing bib number 10 is Cabot Godey from SBSTA. Wearing bib number 11 is Callahan Waters from BSF. Wearing bib number 20 is Braden Belize from Rochester Nordic Racing, representing the home region of Mid-Atlantic. In bib number 21 is Tabor Greenberg, representing Green Mountain Valley School. And they're off. Here we go, live action in Lake Placid, New York. Also, Forrest Signerland is wearing bib number 30, representing NICEF on his home course. Let's see how it all goes down.
Just a reminder for all people watching, the top 2 finishers in each heat will automatically qualify for the next set of heats, and then the next 2 fastest skiers from all the heats, which we dubbed the lucky losers. So, gunning for the top 2, but even people in 3rd and 4th will continue to push over the line just to make sure they get the best chance possible of continuing their day of racing here at Mt Van Hoevenberg.
And on a course like this, there's basically 2 strategies. Number 1 would be to just charge as hard as you can from the start and hope that your heat is fast enough to be lucky loser, and then all you have to do is be in the top 4. Or you play it a little bit more tactical and go and try and be just in the top 2 and save your energy. But it seems to me as though these guys are charging as hard as they can out of the start.
We've got Anders Linseen in the front, and behind him, Callahan Waters, number 11. They seem to have pulled a little bit of a gap in front of the rest of this heat.
Anders has quite the technique and looks like he has very, very good skis. And the two highest qualifiers are moving away from the competition here, but this race is long from over.
We've got steep competition for places 3 through 5. Perhaps a move from number 21. That is Tabor Greenberg coming into the finish. We'll see as he comes down the hill if he can catch those top 2. But they pulled away a little bit, so we'll see. He's definitely gunning for one of these spots.
We'll have to see how the draft affects these things because it's a long, straight, fast downhill. So leading can be a little bit slower, as we know from our Tour de France racing action. And we have a crash out there. Oh, no. It looks like one of the Mid-Atlantic skiers has fallen and lost his hat. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's over. He's up on his feet now and pushing. It's going to be quite the sprint finish between numbers 1 and 2 out here. That is Anders and Cabot.
Remember that it doesn't really matter too much who wins if the top 2 are going to qualify. But it looks like Tabor Greenberg's attempting to make a move from the back. These front 2 might have to watch out for.
Very close, very close.
And we have number 1 and number 11. That is Anders Linseen and Callahan Waters, who are secured into the semifinal. And quite the finishing sprint from Tabor Greenberg. He will move into our lucky loser spot and hope he can hold that as the rest of the heats progress.
And here comes number 20. That is Braden Belize with the unfortunate crash on the downhill. I hope he's okay. He's on his feet. Looks like he's fine. A little bit disappointed, but it's all part of sprint racing.
And here is our next heat. This is quarterfinal 2. In bib 4, that is Murphy Kimball. Bib 7, Quinton Koch. Bib 14, Noah Cam Magruder. Bib 17, Dane Karch. Bib 24, David Link. And bib 27, Hatcher Menkins. And they are posed at the start.
And they're off. Double pole start for Hatcher, or for Murphy Kimball. Looks like he's going to take the early lead, but we'll have to see when we cut to the next camera angle.
He was our 4th qualifier today, highest ranked in this heat, so we are expecting him to pull ahead. But as we talked about earlier, you can never really know with sprint heats like this. You can come from behind, things can get, fast and loose out there, as they are sure to on this course.
Definitely, definitely. And we can see in the stadium we have all the different regions have put up wax benches for touch-ups in the middle of the heats, because we know that we have changing conditions out there. It could start raining. It could start snowing. You never know. So the wax techs are primed up and ready to make adjustments if necessary.
You can see skiers running around trying to stay warm. Ben, if you could talk about what it feels like to be standing there waiting to start.
Definitely, definitely. It can be nerve-wracking, and you want to make sure that your legs and your muscles don't get too cold. So I do a lot of jumps, a lot of running, and a lot of moving around to try and make sure I'm ready for the heats. So it can be a little bit stressful, but here we go. It looks like we have Murphy Kimball leading early, with maybe a small gap over number 7, who is
Quentin Koch from PNSA.
And right in there also is number 17, Donne Karch. It's going to be a tight one as they go into the striding portion of this hill. Murphy looks around and sees 17 running, and he goes for the run himself.
They're all popping out of the tracks now, hoping to run up the top of this hill. It looks like now 4 and 17 in a neck-and-neck sprint on the top of this hill, with 7 still not out of the picture.
A big breakaway for the top 3 athletes, and we'll see. It looks like number 17 is going to lead down that hill. We'll see how things change towards the finish line and whether or not the draft is in play today.
Yeah, last heat we saw that the position stayed the same, so we'll see if they can pull it through today.
And there they go. It looks like Murphy's going around on the last downhill.
They've maintained a gap over number 3, but it seems as though he may be gaining on them. This might be a 3-way sprint for the coveted 2 spots.
This certainly might be. And our current, for information, our current lucky losers are Tabor Greenberg and Cabot Godey with a time of 2:42 and 2:46. So if anyone in this heat can beat those times, then they will qualify tentatively.
And Murphy Kimball moves into the lead.
What a big double pull out of him. And number 7 looks like they're gonna take that second spot, and 17 will be third. Is it fast enough?
So 7 definitely made a move from the top of the hill. As we saw, it is possible.
A very nice tactically skewed race for number 7 as we wait for the results here.
That was Quentin Koch. And number 17 close behind, that was Dane Karch.
And the times are in, and they look to be fast enough for at least Karch to be a lucky loser. So your current lucky losers are Tabor Greenberg and Dane Karch.
We'll see if their times will stand up over the next 3 heats, as quarterfinal number 3 lines up on the start line.
It seems like the strategy thus far has been to just go as hard as you can from the very beginning. Lining up now is heat number 3. We have number 5, William Bentley, number 6, Nate Struble, number 15, Landon Wyatt, number 16, Henry McGill, number 25, Lucas Wilmot, and number 26, Jack Dalby.
And they are off.
A clean start for quarterfinal heat number 3, and we'll see who takes the early lead once we pan back to that next camera angle. Down in the start-finish area, you can see the athletes who have qualified keep their bibs on and keep running around, preparing for the semifinals, which will go off in just about 10 minutes. Well,
The crowd is just
30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes. The crowd is just electric here. You
Yeah,
can
the
hear
crowd's getting fired
cowbells.
up.
You can hear screaming. People coming out just excited to watch this head-to-head racing here in Lake Placid.
We saw a big speaker head out on course a few minutes ago, so we assume that there's some music, some tunes getting these athletes fired up and over the top of the hill.
There's nothing quite like sprinting up that last hill with a wall of noise and you're just blacked
Nothing
out,
like it.
tunnel vision to the finish.
It's the very best.
And that's for sure what these skiers are feeling.
All right, here they go. We have a massive lead for our 6th qualifying athlete. That's Nate Struble. Is got a little gap, but it's a long way to the top of the hill. Hopefully he didn't use all his energy too soon. Number 16 from Rocky Mountain, that would be Henry McGill, is tracking him down along with number 5, William Bentley.
And 15 is also in the mix, Landon Wyatt.
Landon Wyatt putting up quite an attack to track down the current leader. A big slip there for number 25, but he's certainly not out of it with the draft that we've seen on this coming downhill.
And this heat seems to be spread more than the other ones by that early lead, but they're all powering through this and coming through this last hill. We might see some moves made on the downhill, like in quarterfinal 2, or maybe they will stay in the same positions as we saw in quarterfinal 1.
It looks like number 16 holds his lead, but it's getting shorter and shorter with every second.
2 Intermountain skiers in the lead, followed by 2 Rocky Mountain skiers. And we will see them come around the corner in just a few moments. And coming around the corner now, we have 2 IMD. We have Rocky.
Oh, it's going to be a tight race. This number 16 from Rocky has skied himself right back into this race, and he is pushing for the win. It looks like it's going to be the Rocky.
Oh, it's a lunge between 16 and 6.
It could be very tight, and we'll have to see.
That was Henry McGill and Nate Struble.
We'll have to see what the lucky loser times look like, because that was a fast and tight heat. Could bode well for our 3rd and 4th place skiers.
And so we have confirmation. Henry McGill won that heat with a time of 2:40.26, followed very, very closely by Nate Struble with a time of 2:40.38. And in 3rd, we have Landon Wyatt, who has just moved into the lucky loser spot. So our lucky losers are now Landon Wyatt and Dane Karch, knocking out our U18 champion from yesterday, Tabor Greenberg.
So these heats are just getting faster and faster by the looks of it. That one was very tight, but brought 2 lucky losers, and here we have heat number 4 getting ready to go. This heat includes Miles Miner, bib number 2, Tori Hoffman, bib number 9, Anders Westemo, bib number 12, Aiden Jacobus, bib number 19, Oliver Swaby, bib number 22, and Benjamin Jenkin, bib number 29. And they're off.
Screaming out of the start.
A couple of short sleeves in this race. That should tell you all you need to know about the weather here in beautiful Lake Placid on a sunny March afternoon.
These skiers are definitely aiming for those lucky loser spots.
Definitely. It seems like the tactic is pretty universally just go for it. Which, now that I think back to my days racing as a U18, that was pretty much how it was back then too. Not a lot of strategy being employed, but that's not what it's about. It's a race. It's all about just going out there and giving it everything you've got.
We'll see as the day progresses, and maybe we see some older athletes if more tactics come into play, especially in the semifinals and the finals of today's race.
It will definitely be interesting to see. I was talking with some U20 men during the break, and they were saying that they had planned to sort of stay in the pack and conserve as much energy as they could in the quarterfinals, but you never know when the racing adrenaline hits. Sometimes it can be hard to hold yourself back, just like these athletes who are coming around in a big pack. It looks like we have a small advantage for number 2. That would be Miles Miner, but everybody
is the tightest we've seen all day.
The tightest we've seen together. The entire field is together, spread across 4 tracks.
That is Miles Miner, number 22, also Oliver Swaby in the front.
Oliver Swaby looking quite good, getting out of the tracks and running in his pink T-shirt. But number 2
9,
looks like he's going to take the advantage over the top of the hill.
Top 3 seem to have moved away from the rest of the pack. That was Miles Miner, Oliver Swaby, and Tori Hoffman. But the rest of the pack hot in their heels as they crest that last hill and come under this bridge in front of.
We'll see if we can get a look at what's going on in the middle of the downhill out in the front of the announcer's booth. It looks like
Swaby in the lead, I believe.
No, it looks like Swaby in 3rd, and the other New England skier in Miles Miner is in the lead from GMVS. A little stumble around the corner, but the boys are all still on their feet and together. This is going to be a tight finish.
I think this is the tightest we've seen yet today, Ben.
Oh, definitely. I wonder how it'll stack up with the lucky losers.
And in just a moment, there they are.
Here they
It
come,
looks
number
like
2.
New England and New England.
Double New England with a small advantage, but there's a Intermountain skier, number 9, coming on strong at the end. This could
And
be
that
tight.
is Miles Minor and Aiden Jacobus, I believe.
Two GMVS athletes qualify in numbers 1 and 2, and we'll see momentarily how the results look in terms of lucky losers. Oliver Swaby and somebody else will be on the edge of their
Intermountain
seat.
skier, I believe that was Tori Hoffman.
All right, our first time, 2:40, so right in the same area as quarterfinal number 3. We could potentially have a lucky loser out of this, but it doesn't seem likely. It looks like only Miles Minor and Aiden Jacobus will advance from this heat.
And our fifth and final U18 men's heat is about to go. That is Elias Soul, Vibjorn Flagstad, Micah Bruner, Campbell McLaren, Peter John Bragonier, and Daniel McCullough.
And they're off. A clean start for quarterfinal heat number 5, the last one of the day before the men's quarterfinals come to a close. And here we can see a couple of the U18 women queuing up, getting ready for their set of quarterfinals, while the men who have qualified put their coats on and go out for a little cool down, keep the muscles warm, and try and catch their breath before it's time for their semifinals.
Our current lucky losers are Landon Wyatt and Dane Karch, and I'm sure they're waiting with bated breath to see the finale of this quarterfinal, as are we, to see if they will advance to the semis or if this heat will be faster.
The current time to beat is 2 minutes, 40 seconds, and 68 hundredths. That will get you a quarterfinal, or a lucky loser spot. And around the corner, we can see 2 Alaskan skiers in the small lead, but a New England skier hanging on, and the Rocky and Midwest skiers following closely behind.
Elias Sewell and Vibjorn Flagstad are currently in the lead, although number 13, Micah Bruner, seems to be making a move, now running up in the track, where his Alaska counterparts are hopping outside of the track. So some good wax, perhaps, from the New England team today.
It looks like the Alaskan might be slipping a little bit, but we'll see if he can stay in the draft on this last downhill and remain in contention for the final sprint. But it looks to me like it's going to be Elias Soul and Micah Bruner going down the hill together in the lead with a small advantage. We'll see how they look after the bridge. All right, Micah Bruner in second and Elias in first with a little gap, but it's very, very tight out there.
We'll see if the Alaska skier can make a move in the last 200 meters of this race. He is gunning for that lucky loser spot. Remember, the time to beat is 2:40.76.
All right, coming into the finish line now.
It looks like a three-way sprint.
Micah Bruner might be leading by just a small margin, but the Alaskans are chomping at his heels.
Vibjorn Flagstad coming up on the side, catching this group. And he lunges over the line, giving everything he had, and he just collapsed at the finish line. But will it be enough to secure him a lucky loser spot?
Only time will tell. Only time will tell. But what a race from the 2 Alaskans and the New England skier. Number 1 goes to Micah Bruner. Number 2 goes to Elias Soul, and number 3 goes to Vibjorn Flagstad. Not fast enough for a lucky loser.
A great effort, though, on his part.
What an effort to ski
Very
himself back into that
impressive.
race after not being in the draft on the downhill. That was very impressive work. And it's official. Our semifinal number 1 will be Anders Lindseysen, Callahan Waters, Murphy Kimball, Quinton Koch, Henry McGill, and Donne Kark. And our semifinal number 2 will be Miles Miner, Aiden Jacobus, Micah Bruner, Elias Soul, Nate Strudel, and Wyatt Landon. So stay tuned for the women's heat starting up right this second.
And the first quarterfinal for the U18 women will have our top-ranked skier, Aurora Stiles, Alexandra Taylor, Inga Wing, Sarah Hoddle, Lydia Cracker, and Britta Johnson as the women step up to the start.
Now, we have the top-ranked female athlete from the qualifier in this heat, number 1, Aurora Stiles. So we'll see what her strategy is going to be. Is she going to try and save energy for the rest of the race, or is she going to just ensure herself a spot in those semifinals and charge right off the line?
They certainly don't seem to be holding back at all as we see them climb the first hill. It looks like it's all out, and perhaps an early battle for first place between one of our New England skiers and Aurora Stiles, our Intermountain Division skier and our top seed. So can't wait to see them come around the corner.
Alrighty, so let's see what's going on in the start pen right now. Looks like we have a lot of coaches. All of those purple bibs are the USSA coaches. They're allowed on certain places of the course and in the start-finish zone where your average fan is not. So they're all wearing radios and talking to each other about what's going on course, if anyone's broken any poles, crashed, needs a ski, or whatever it may be. So
sprinting can get crazy sometimes, and we definitely seen broken poles, broken skis, and hopefully we can avoid the majority of that today and have some nice clean races as we have thus far.
All right, and we have a strung-out quarterfinal number 1 here with number 10 leading the charge. That is Alexandria Taylor, but it's tightening up at the bottom of this hill. It looks like her skis might be a little slippery there.
Who is 30 up here making a move? That is Britta Johnson. As we talked about, you can make some surprise moves from the back, and this was
totally.
our last person to qualify, but she looks like she's moved decisively into the lead.
Yep, she's not letting any kind of results from the qualifier slow her down. She's taking the lead over qualifier number 1. Oh, we have a small crash, but hopefully she can get up. Oh, she's still in it.
This is extremely tight. And we've seen more movement on this hill than we saw during any of the men's quarterfinals. Now,
absolute craziness.
I think we have Alexandria Taylor being passed by Aurora Stiles and some Midwest skiers, a whole pack of them. So this is really anyone's race at this point, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that was sprinting at its finest right there. We had drama. We had bib number 30 making a decisive move, and she continues to lead with a massive margin down the hill. So what a performance from her.
Britta Johnson in the lead now, and Aurora Stiles in second place, but the pack is close on their heels.
Happy to report that Lydia Cracker, who took a small crash, is still in the mix, so there's still hope. It's not over till it's over for the Midwest skier. Alrighty, keep an eye on the finish line. It looks like we're going to see bib number 30 coming in the lead, but they might be tightening up.
There is a crazy sprint going on right now.
All right, what's it going to be?
Oh, and Britta Johnson, who had such a defiant lead, getting caught by Aurora Stiles. But these two, if they can remain ahead of the rest of the field, will have their ticket punched to the semifinal.
It looks like Aurora Stiles and Britta Johnson will be taking positions number 1 and 2. There we go. What a race from bib number 30.
And that is Inga Wing in third place, and a tight competition for fourth. But that seemed like a fast heat, so we'll see those times and our lucky losers and see if they will hold up through a torrent of heats coming up. And speaking of which, our second heat is lining up. That will contain Annalise Hanna, Beth McIntosh, Maeve Inglefinger, Elsa Sanborn, Annika Leahy, and Piper Sears. There are 4 New England skiers in this heat, so that might play into it somehow. Maybe they'll do some team tactics, or it's always a little bit sad because you know that only 2 of you can get through, but perhaps they will claim the 2 lucky loser spots as well.
One tactical decision that could be made in the event of having 4 teammates in one heat is to just go as hard as you possibly can. Leave nothing out there, and just see if you can secure the lucky loser spot for your teammates. That's of course easier said than done, but if on the World Cup you'll sometimes see that the Swedes do that when they have 3 or 4 athletes in the same heat. They'll just make absolutely sure that that's the lucky loser. But we'll see how these girls approach the 4 teammates in one heat situation. The current time to beat for lucky loser is 3 minutes, 24 seconds, and 87 hundredths. So we will see what happens. That was a pretty fast heat, so it could be a hard one to beat, but that is Inga Wig and Sarah Hottie sitting in the lucky loser position after heat number 1.
Definitely going to be a hard one to beat, excitement-wise.
Oh, yeah.
That was some crazy last-minute moves we saw going on the hill, so I'm expecting to see some of that again as we continue through these heats.
Totally, totally. It's going to be fun to watch.
We should be seeing a view of that final hill coming up shortly.
And here they are. It looks like we have somebody charging off the front. That looks like number 7 to me. Beth McIntosh from New England. And chasing her down is number 14, Maeve Engelfinger, trying to close that gap at the bottom of the hill.
There's quite a big chase pack for third place right now. We've got Elsa Sanborn, Annalise Hanna, and they seem to have dropped the other 2.
It looks like numbers 24 and 27 are going to have a hard time skiing back into this race, but you never know what can happen at the lead of this race.
It looks like Annalise Hanna made a move at the top of that to move into second place, right ski with Beth McIntosh.
We'll get you guys some information on the midpoint of the downhill just in a minute here. It looks like Engelfinger has now taken the lead, and a little stumble there, but she stays in front. And we have a New England skier, 2 New England skiers chasing her down.
And it looks like there was just a pass into first place, so this will be a very tight competition for first and second. But
so
again,
we're really starting to see the draft come into effect here.
Yeah,
huh?
for sure. First and second both will qualify, so it's not so much the battle between first and second, but between second and third that we're really watching out for in this quarterfinal.
Yes, indeed.
And they come around the corner
We
now.
should see them and there she is, number 7 with a small advantage potentially over number 14.
That is Beth McIntosh in the lead. Maeve Engelfinger currently in second, but in hot pursuit is Annalise Hanna.
Beautifully skied downhill by number 7, Beth McIntosh, to secure herself a spot in the semifinals, along with number 14. And let's see how the time shapes up for number 4. Annalise Hanna will be hoping for that lucky loser position. Only time will tell. What a race, though.
That was a very fast quarterfinal. With the top 3 skiers, I think, ahead of number 1. So we will, I believe, see some movement in our lucky losers.
Definitely. We're going to have 2 new lucky losers here. Annalise Hanna along with,
One new lucky loser.
One new lucky loser.
And Inga Wing holds on to her lucky loser spot. As the other heat has just left, we missed their start, but the quarterfinal 3 heat contains Helen Townley, Sawyer Azell, Jillian Fairfax, Nikki Johnson, Hannah Koch, and Emily Campbell.
Now this heat has people who qualified 5th, 6th, 15th, and 16th. So a lot of athletes who probably raced within a second or 2 of each other in the qualifier. So it's bound to be tight and bound to be fast as a result. So we'll see what happens at the bottom of the hill, but it's sure to be exciting stuff. Seen in the pink with the red radio strap is Matt Bubar, the head coach of the New England squad here at Junior Nationals. He's been coming to Junior Nationals for 14 straight years. So big shout out to Matt Bubar and all that he does for New England skiing, although it doesn't look like he's doing much right now.
And our skiers out on the course are definitely powering through this lap. The last quarterfinal was pretty fast. It's going to be some tough times to beat for sure for our lucky loser spots. Our top one right now is 3:16.79 and 3:23.37. So these skiers are trying to beat that time, and they seem to have spread just a little bit, but not quite as much as some of our heats so far today.
Just like we were thinking, this is indeed a very tight heat with number 25 and number 16 duking it out towards the front, but I think number 5 is not to be counted out just yet, as we have a little slip and a little track movement going on, but no catastrophe.
We've got a diagonal cut through from number 5. That was Helen Townley. We've seen a lot of moves being made from the outer track, which surprised me a little bit.
A little slipping, but everybody seems to be making it up the hill, using those shoulders and those arms. And look at that crowd cheering on their teammates and getting everybody up and over the top of the hill.
So in the lead right now, Nikki Johnson, 116, and Hannah Koch, I believe, 125. But again, we've seen a lot of movement as they come down this hill, and that pack was pretty tightly bound.
Race, for sure. I got to say, Quincy, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to top Annalise Hannah's 3:16.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That was pretty impressive race.
That was very, very fast.
With her third place time ahead of all times from quarterfinal 1. So
yeah, that was blazing.
When there's a competition, it brews some fast times for sure.
Definitely. We'll have to see what happens when these athletes come around the corner. We missed them on the downhill, unfortunately, but it looks to be tight around the last corner. A small advantage for the Midwest skier. All right, here we go. Number 25. It looks
Hannah
to be leading the race. Hannah Koch, what an effort, and
what a competition for second place. And she looks behind her, but I don't know if she has anything to fear. Hannah Koch seems to have solidly won the race, but 16 and 5 lunged for the line. That was Nikki Johnson and Helen Townley. Also with an impressive finishing sprint from Sawyer Azell, number 6.
Might have to revert to the finish line camera to see who won between second and third place. It looks like the advantage is going to go to Nikki Johnson, bib number 16, by only, 1/10 of a second.
And Helen Townley has just squeaked into our lucky loser spot. Very impressive finish.
Wow, quarterfinal heat number 4 is now on course. Quincy, who do we have racing in this one?
Oh, in this one we've got Sydney Drevlo, Allie Wheeler, Frances Tucker, Ava Schneider, Grace Alexa, and Kiri May. And these races are they're just speeding on by.
Yeah, they're firing them out as quick as possible. It's hard to keep up here in the announcer booth, but we're doing our very best. We'll have some more information coming at you as we get it. Currently, our lucky losers are Annalise Hannah with a time of 3 minutes 16 seconds and Helen Townley with a time of 3 minutes 23 seconds. She just barely bumped out the previous lucky loser with only 0.03 of a second. So that's how tight it can get in these races. And even if you're not jockeying for the positions 1 or 2, you have to remember to push over the finish line as hard as you can every single time.
And bib 109, Allie Wheeler, in this heat was our second place finisher yesterday. So I'm sure she's hoping to secure a spot on the podium today. But today, the classic sprint, a whole different ball game.
Definitely.
From Monday's race.
But we know Allie Wheeler has the endurance to go the whole way. So maybe as this race progresses, the more fatigue the athletes have in their legs, maybe we'll start to see her come into her own. But only time will tell on that.
Yeah.
And here we have the first glimpse into the racing action. It looks like
that looks to be Frances Tucker and Sydney Drevlo, our second seeded from the qualifier.
Sydney
proving
Drevlo
that she's
got a full-on run going out here.
Not a one-hit wonder, and can repeat her time in a heat for sure.
This is quite the battle. It looks like we almost ran into each other, but no problem there. Looks like we're going to have 2 athletes going over the top of the hill in a little lead. But we will see if anybody can catch up to Sydney Drevlov and number 12.
Frances Tucker. An impressive race from those two for sure, and being able to gap the group that we haven't really seen a gap like that yet today
we haven't seen that happen
in the women's race.
It'll be fun to see how the times stack up to our previous fastest heat, which was Beth McIntosh coming in with a time of 3 minutes, 13 seconds. On the downhill, it looks like the Midwest skier remains in the lead.
That
the others
is
are closing
Sydney Drevlo. Sydney Drevlo and Frances Tucker now right neck and neck.
Sydney potentially makes the critical error of standing up and double pulling a little bit too soon, causing quite a bit of wind resistance and allowing the New England skier to catch right up to her, but we'll see how it shakes out in the finish line.
Around the corner, Frances Tucker seems to have made a move, but again, the battle between first and second at this point in the heats is not super essential. It will determine who gets to pick their lane first, but it will not determine who gets to go forward, because as of right now, Frances Tucker and Sydney Drevlo will both be easily, uncontestedly going to the semifinals.
Absolutely. A very well-skied race by the New England skiers hanging out in the draft and coming through at the end. But we'll see how the times add up here. All right, 3:17 is their winning time, so just a bit slower than our fastest heat, quarterfinal number 2. It looks like,
yeah, this looks like it was a faster heat than last time, and our lucky loser may be up for debate. And here is confirmation: Curie May moving into our second lucky loser spot for Rocky Mountain, as we see the final U18 women's heat lineup. That is Amelia Circosta, Nyla Scott, Jody Willow McGuire, Sarah Gluck, Lena Paduska, and Rose Horning.
This is bound to be another tight one. A lot of athletes who qualified in similar times all together. And keep in mind, our current lucky losers are Annalise Hanna with a time of 3 minutes 16 seconds and Kiri May with a time of 3 minutes 21 seconds. My speculation is that nobody will beat Annalise Hanna's time, but we may see Kiri May be bumped or not. I'm sure she is watching with bated breath in the stadium to see if she'll advance into semifinal number 2.
So our highest ranked skier in this heat was Amelia Circosta, qualifying third, but she actually did not race on Monday. And so also in this heat is Lena Paduska, who was our champion on Monday. But as we've seen, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, the results on Monday versus the results today.
Totally. We just got a little sneak peek at the first downhill there before they come around up the big hill. Couldn't tell who was where on that, but it'll...
They did look still pretty close together.
Totally looked very tight. You can see some of the spectators on the side. This one looks tight. It's 4 athletes, including Amelia Circosta off the front a little bit, along with her teammate number 8, Nyla Scott.
Right behind is 28. That is Rose Horning coming up on that side. We've seen lots of moves be made on. But it really is very close. Amelia Circosta seems to be taking a lead over the rest of the field. But
Amelia
the rest
Circosta
of
putting on a bit of a clinic up this hill right now, showing everybody how it's done. That was incredible skiing. But Rose Horning is hanging on along with the New England skier number 8, Nyla Scott. So we'll see what happens. This is another heat with 3 New England skiers in it.
And number 23, Lena Paduska, trying to catch those top 2 people. Very large chase back. So it really, we'll see how this sorts out. But Amelia Circosta with a sizable lead over the top. So hopefully she's got some fast skis and can hold
down
that.
Down onto the bridge, Amelia Circosta holds her lead.
She is just flying.
She's flying. Hopefully she stays down in the tuck. That's been proven to be faster. Looks like she's going to. Someone's in the deep egg tuck. That would be
Rose Horning, I believe.
Rose Horning. Amelia Circosta going around the bridge with a sizable lead, but the race is far from over, and too much energy too early can be costly in the final 100 here. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see if Rose Horning can keep her second place, because there was a tight chase back on her heels. Seems as though she has, but not by much, because here we have number
This could be quite a
23.
race here.
That is Lena Paduska with quite the final sprint. This is going to be really tight between Intermountain and Rocky Mountain. Who is going to get this?
Looks like maybe an advantage for Rose Horning, but oh man, it was tight.
I think that was Horning, but we'll
Great.
see as they come in, and we'll see how fast that heat was for our lucky losers.
Could be a lucky loser opportunity for bib number 23 with a fantastic finish there. And our U18 men's semifinal number 1 is kicking off in just 5 minutes, so do not go anywhere.
It looks as though that time from Lena Paduska was quick enough to get her into a lucky loser spot. So just in the last heat, taking a lead in lucky losers, or rather the second lucky losers behind Annalise Hanna. So our quarterfinals have wrapped up for the U18 men and women.
Really just getting faster and faster out there. I mean, I felt like we had a lucky loser from every subsequent heat. They were these girls were really charging out there, employing the same strategy that we saw with the U18 men, just going all out all the time. So that ensures we're going to have some exciting, thrilling racing coming up in the next few minutes. For those paying attention, our women's semifinals are finalized, and they include Britta Johnson, Aurora Stiles, Beth McIntosh, Maeve Inglefinger, Hannah Koch, and Lena Paduska in semifinal number 1. And in semifinal number 2, we have Frances Tucker, Sydney Drevlo, Amelia Circosta, Rose Horning, Nikki Johnson, Annalise Hanna. So that should be a battle not to miss for which athletes get to be in the final and fight for the podium and the top 6 positions.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who has the endurance to keep up this speed today. It can be easy to race one race quickly, but if you want eternal glory, aka winning the U18 women's final, you're going to need to do 2 more excellent races before you can reach that top step of the podium.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is starting to get into where sprint racing becomes very challenging, because these athletes are going to have, at least half an hour break between the quarterfinals and the semifinals. But what you do with that time is always somewhat challenging. You need to keep your muscles warm without wasting more energy, because you need all that energy to get you over the finish line in the best possible position in the heats to come. So as we are seeing in the stadium, a lot of athletes are wearing big puffy jackets, even though it's not very cold out. That helps to keep your muscles warm and keep you from sort of becoming sluggish. And also we're seeing a lot of running around, a lot of jumping, which is a good way to keep the heart rate up a little bit without wasting energy. So we'll see which athletes have the best strategy going forward.
And in just less than 3 minutes, we will have the first U18 men's semifinal taking off. You can see them lining up over there by the start, staying loose, getting their skis ready. And this will be a super exciting race, as we saw the quarterfinals were tight and full of action for the U18 men. So I personally can't wait to see what they bring to the semis.
Another interesting thing to note is that the order in which these athletes finish allows them to dictates which lane they get to choose for the subsequent heat. So it's not always super important, and this is a pretty long straight finish or start here, so it's not the most crucial thing ever. But sometimes if there's a corner right out of the start, it can be important to get a lane that lets you be on the inside of that corner, because that's a much shorter route. But here it's a pretty fair, honest course, so lane selection isn't super big, but it's definitely an aspect of the strategy that the coaches down in the stadium are helping out their athletes with, giving them a few pointers, telling them where to go, and giving them confidence for the upcoming heat. Alrighty, so your U18 men's start list for semifinal number 1 includes Anders Linseisen, Murphy Kimball, Henry McGill, Quinton Koch, Callahan Waters, and Dane Kark. Alrighty, everybody's in the start lane, queued up. One to watch here is certainly going to be Anders Lindseisen from Mansfield Nordic. He was extremely dominant in the qualifier and in the quarterfinal #1, but you never know if he's used one too many matches early on. So keep an eye on him. And, of course, Murphy Kimball from Alaska wearing bib #4. He's one to watch. He's been very fast all day long as well.
And they are off to the races. This is the U18 boys semifinal #1.
What a start. We had a couple athletes double pulling and a couple athletes striding off at the start. That's really comes down to personal preference. I personally find myself double pulling out of the start a lot, but most athletes stride out of the start. That's generally the most efficient way to do it. It's kind of like when you're driving a car with a manual transmission. You want to start in first gear and then go to second, but some of these athletes choose to start in second, save yourself the shift down the line. So it's always a strategy, and I think it's nice to get some repetitions racing with the fastest in the country because you can learn what works best for you. Oh, there they are. We already have a two-man breakaway by the looks of it on the first downhill.
How exciting.
We mustn't get too excited because there's a lot of racing left to go, but that could be indicative of what's to come.
Definitely, definitely. I think we saw in that lead pack was our #1 seed, Anders Lindseisen from MNC, and he is right next to #11, Callahan Waters.
Surprisingly, Murphy Kimball is kind of back in the pack, but he might be saving his matches. It looks like this coach is running kind of right in his way, but he got out of the track, so that's good. And we have quite the race up here. Anders Lindseisen is leaving no energy in the tank here. He's going all out, which is what you love to see.
Decisive lead, yeah. Whoa.
Proper junior racing right there. So good to see Anders Lindseisen going over with a big lead, and we'll hope that holds into the finish, and he'll book himself a ticket straight to the men's A final.
Yeah, he was being chased down by Callahan Waters and Murphy Kimball, so we'll see if there's some movement into second place.
Another thing to keep in mind is that at Junior Nationals, we race B finals, so every athlete in the semifinals will race again. It just depends on whether you're in the A final and competing for places #1 through 6, or the B final competing for places #7 through 12.
So all these races we will see again and have a chance to redeem themselves if this semifinal doesn't go the way they want. But
it looks like Anders' lead is getting a little bit shorter, but he remains in front. Murphy Kimball is tracking him down from Alaska Winter Stars.
What a move by Murphy Kimball.
He skied right back into this race, but it's going to be tight between him and #11 from... Oh, it looks like Murphy Kimball is going to go through to the A final along with... you know what?
So we have lucky losers again for the semifinals to get into the final, and so we will see those populated soon.
Currently, Callahan Waters is your lucky loser, along with Quentin Koch for the time being, but that's always subject to change as semifinal 2 toes the line and gets ready to go.
We've seen these times slow down a tiny bit from the quarterfinals as these athletes start to tire a little bit. I would expect that the final might push us back up into some quicker times as the ante is raised, but here we have the second semifinal about to line up to start. This semifinal will include Miles Miner from GMVS representing New England, Micah Bruner from SMS representing New England, Elias Soul from Alaska Winter Stars representing Alaska, of course, Nate Struble from Jackson Hole in the Intermountain Division, Aiden Jacobus from GMVS and New England, and Landon Wyatt from Intermountain. So a lot of 2 GMVS skiers. We'll see if the hometown club will bring them some collaboration.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we find ourselves with another heat with 3 New England skiers, so, kind of a team team tactics on the line here. If it were me in that heat, I would just go for it right from the gun to give my teammates the best possible chance of getting that lucky loser position. That being said, we'll have to see how it pans out. That first heat was very fast, so that could be a hard, risky gamble to take. But we'll see what the New England skiers decide to do here.
We might also see some collaboration between Nate Struble and Landon Wyatt, our Intermountain Division skiers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Alrighty, and they're off. It's a clean start from semifinal heat number 2 for the U18 men here in Lake Placid, New York. We can see the drone in the far upper left corner of the camera.
Getting some sick footy, I'm sure, for the Lake Placid Instagram.
Oh, definitely. And for any parents here in Lake Placid watching the live stream, there is a parent social going on tomorrow, the second off day of this championship in downtown Lake Placid. Read all about it on the event website on the World Wide Web.
And yeah, a great place, the World Wide Web. You can watch great races like this just from the comfort of your own home, which is awesome. So I'm hoping we'll have some national, international fans watching junior nationals and this exciting racing action.
What do we have going on here? It looks like a New England skier. A big gap for the top 3 skiers. It looks like 2 New England skiers, Micah Bruner along with Miles Miner, are off the front with number 6, Nate Struble. So we'll see if these boys can hold it up and over the hill. It looks like we only have 4 athletes yet. One person may have had a little issue.
I hope there wasn't any catastrophic crashes, but the New England skiers just taking off now.
The New England skiers are putting on a show here, which is exactly what you like to see.
We'll hope that maybe that speed will carry number 6, Nate Struble, into a lucky loser spot.
I think it definitely might. It looks like some slippery skis from number 15 there. But that also could just be the body getting a little bit tired, saying, you know what, I think I've had enough, which has been known to happen.
And they have a huge gap over the rest of the field, so I think the only one in contention for a lucky loser spot at this point would be Nate Struble.
I agree, Quincy, I agree, and I think a lucky loser is about the best he can hope for with these New England skiers so far off the front. But what a performance it'll be. Great to see the times here and get a little sneak peek into what might go down in the final here at Junior Nationals.
Even for our racers who seem to have fallen off the pack, they will get a second chance to race in the B final. So, exciting stuff.
It's possible that we had a skier fall off the pack or break a pole or something, and now he's just conserving energy, not worrying about trying to catch up, and just trying to save his energy to capitalize in the B final. There you go. Your 2 qualifiers are Miles Miner and Micah Bruner.
Nate Struble from Intermountain region and a Jackson Hole. We'll see if his time will grant him a lucky loser spot into the A final.
It looks like their times will not be fast enough to get into the lucky loser position. Micah Bruner's time was 2:51, and the fastest lucky loser, or the slowest lucky loser, was 2:49. So your A final is set as Anders Linsesen, Miles Miner, Murphy Kimball, Micah Bruner, Callahan Walters, and Quentin Koch. That is
your A final.
Your A final.
And that A final will be going off, I believe, at 12:25. But before then, we've got a lot of racing action. The women's semifinals coming right on up. And the first heat we see lining up right now, going off in just a minute. That will be Beth McIntosh from New England, Hannah Koch from the Midwest, Britta Johnson representing Far West, Aurora Stiles from Intermountain, Maeve Inglefinger from Intermountain, and Lena Poduska rounding out the 3 Intermountain skiers who are in this semifinal. And you see them moving their skis around. That is so the wax does not ice up right before their start.
A very important thing to do. You know, you don't want your wax to change at all or develop any ice crystals on it, or else you're gonna potentially fall on your face the second you get going. So important to keep those skis moving at all times. Of course, not a problem during the race, but in the start you got to do a little shuffle. And they're off. We have an early lead, maybe from Beth McIntosh.
But yeah, a little too early to tell at this point, but they don't seem to be letting up at all, continuing to charge through these heats. It looks like an early lead already from the first little hill from, I believe that is Beth McIntosh. It looked like a New England suit to me with a large chase back forming, and it really is too early to say who will be in the lead when we see them around this corner. But definitely Beth McIntosh taking no chances and asserting an early lead in this heat.
We can see in the stadium we have the women's quarter or semifinal number 2 getting ready to go. There's a preview into what's going on in semifinal number 1. It looks like a big lead for the New England skier, followed by the Rocky Mountain skier, or the Intermountain skier. Alrighty, here we come. It looks like number 7 has quite the lead going into the last hill, but anything can change. The group is still very together, chasing her down. That is Beth McIntosh, along with number 14, Maeve Inglefinger. So this could be quite a push over the top of the hill. Number 30, our favorite athlete from the quarterfinals, is also making a bid. Britta Johnson. She's coming up the outside just like before.
And look at this. Maeve Inglefinger has made the move. Maybe Beth McIntosh made too early of a move. She's now getting caught by a late win from Maeve Inglefinger now. A couple of ski lengths ahead.
Well skied race by Maeve Inglefinger. She saved just the right amount of energy for that last hill. It looks like Britta Johnson might be a little bit tired going over the top of the hill, but it's definitely still available for her to be a lucky loser. So we'll see what happens. Featured on the camera, we have an Epic Eagle shirt.
And however epic that shirt was, this racing is even more epic somehow. More epic.
Yeah. It looks like we have Maeve Inglefinger and Beth McIntosh still leading down the last hill.
It's a tight race for third and fourth as of right now.
Very
I don't think we can call that until they come around the corner.
We should have quite a sprint coming up very soon here.
And here they are now. That is Inglefinger in the lead with Beth McIntosh. But we might see them let up as they have quite a bit of a lead over third place.
They do. We just saw Beth McIntosh check over her shoulder. She knows that she's going to that A final, so now it might be time to save energy and see if she can get on that podium. But Inglefinger's over the finish line, automatic qualifier. Along with Beth McIntosh. They both look exhausted, but it's not over yet.
Lena Paduska just comes in third place, followed by her teammate Aurora Stiles, our top qualifier from today. So they will move into the lucky loser spot, and we'll see if they will be dethroned by this next semifinal heat.
Alrighty, it looks like Lena Paduska is going to be sliding into your lucky loser spot tentatively, but we'll see if the second semifinal can change that.
This the second semifinal, of course, will contain Amelia Circosta from New England and the Craftsbury Ski Club, Frances Tucker, also from New England, who skis for EMXC, Sydney Drevlo from the Midwest, Nikki Johnson from the far west, Rose Horning from Rocky Mountain, and Annalise Hanna, also from New England.
Can't help but notice there's a lot of New England skiers going deep into this sprint day in the U18 section, which is what you love to see, I must say.
Yeah, we are some biased reporters, but I would not count out any of our other racers, especially
no.
Sydney Drevlo and Rose Horning, who we saw made an impressive move in the quarterfinals.
She made a very, very impressive move. It looks like Rose is yawning on the start line.
Perhaps to intimidate her competitors into
totally.
thinking she's sleeping.
Mission accomplished. She's just like kind of sleepwalking through these first couple heats.
Light
no
work
problem.
for her, yeah,
exactly.
light work.
Exactly. Alrighty, they're off. We'll see what happens out here. Looks like an early lead for our New England skier, Amelia Surcosta, who put on such a show in the quarterfinals. We'll see if she is going to go for that again or maybe try and save some energy for the last final, be that A or B. As a reminder, our current lucky losers are Lena Paduska and Aurora Stiles. Aurora Stiles being the second lucky loser with a time of 3 minutes, 36 seconds, and 33 hundredths. So if any skier can top that time in the third or fourth position in this heat, we will see them advance to the A final.
I've got a feeling this one's going to be a fast one.
I think so. My understanding of Amelia Surcosta is that she doesn't like messing around.
No, not at all.
But we'll see what happens.
We saw last time that taking a lead too early maybe can move you back. And of course, didn't hold back Beth McIntosh, who's coming to our A final. But we see that no one seems to take quite an early lead. There is maybe one person a little bit ahead, but quite a pack still. So maybe they are conserving a little bit, and maybe we'll see some.
We might have some tactics coming to play.
Yeah,
here.
I would love it. That'd be great.
Keep things interesting right until the bitter end. But I bet you we're gonna see some running and some moves on this hill, like every other heat so far today. All right, here it comes. It looks like number 12 from New England is leading.
That is Frances Tucker, but right next to her, making a move now is Amelia Surcosta.
Amelia Surcosta has a beautiful stride up this hill, stays in the tracks, stays nice and stable. Oh, now she's out, but very, very well done. It looks like she has good skis, but number 12, Frances Tucker is not going to be not going to be beat easily.
No, not at all.
Never.
Although we see a Midwest skier coming up now, but Tucker's not giving up the fight. That Midwest skier is, of course, Sydney Drevlo.
And who's that wearing overalls and a U.S. ski team coat? That's maybe a coach or somebody cheering on these athletes up the last hill. Looks like Rose Horning might be a little bit behind the main pack. But anything can happen on this last downhill. Let's see what's going on underneath the bridge.
And we hear cowbells ringing. That can only mean one thing.
Oh, we have Amelia Surcosta taking over the lead on the downhill with a big gap, and another New England skier.
That was Sydney Drevlo in second, but Frances Tucker in third. So this will be a tight race.
This will be a tight one for sure, and I bet you we'll have a lucky loser coming out of this heat.
I'd be very surprised if we didn't.
The world's lowest tuck and is able to pick off one spot thanks to it. Here they come around the last corner.
And it looks like Amelia Surcosta is getting caught by these two
up.
competing skiers for second place. The energy is taking them all the way to the finish line there, but around this corner, and I just cannot wait to see who will get this.
A small advantage for Amelia Surcosta, but it's not very much. It could be anybody. Amelia Surcosta and Frances Tucker and Sydney Drevlo. What's it going to be? It looks like Amelia's going to take the first spot. It's going to go to Amelia Surcosta,
followed closely by. And that was a lunge, but I think that Frances Tucker got that one. That was sure to be a fast heat, though, and we'll see the times as they come in for Sydney Drevlo, who is hoping to claim one of those lucky loser spots from Lena Paduska and Aurora Stiles, who currently hold them.
All right, and it's official. Sydney Drevlo, takes one of the lucky loser spots and advances into the A final.
So our lucky losers are Drevlo and Lena Paduska from our first semifinal heat.
And we officially have 3 New England skiers in both finals. 3 New England skiers in the A final for the women, 3 New England skiers in the A final for the men. And that is unbiased reporting. I would be saying
yes,
if
sir.
it was any region.
Yeah, true.
And let's see now.
I believe this is the U18 men's B final at 12:20, and that will include.
The U18 men's B final includes Nate Struber wearing bib number 6, Landon Wyatt wearing bib number 15, Henry McGill, brother of the famous Wally McGill, who I used to race against, wearing number 16, Aiden Jacobus wearing number 19, Dane Kark wearing number 17, and Elias Soul wearing number 3. And they are, standing back up.
What a tease.
What a tease. What a tease. Oh, my goodness. Looks like somebody must have moved when they weren't supposed to.
And now they are moving and very much supposed to, as they are going quickly off the line. We again see a mix of striding and double pulling.
Little known fact, when I was 17 years old, I raced junior nationals in Lake Placid, New York, and I was disqualified from the classic sprint because I false started too many times in the final. So I went.
That is brutal, Ben.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. It was pretty tough. I finished the day in 91st, which was a little bit disappointing, but I thankfully turned it around in the following days.
Hopefully we won't see any of that. No foul play
None
here.
of that. I mean, I was definitely trying to gain an unfair advantage, so I got what I deserved. Alrighty, it looks like number 3 from Alaska is going to take an early lead here, but this is a tight one as the boys go into a full-on run up the next hill.
This might be the tightest we've seen all day.
Yeah, this is a five-man sprint. This is going to be very tight.
And we saw number 3, Elias Soul, in the lead, but they are just
Look
right
at
in
those
a
boys.
line,
That's
stride
tight
for
racing.
stride today.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be quite the downhill. I bet there's going to be elbows thrown.
That was
Pushing
Henry
and pulling.
McGill and Aiden Jacobus in first and second. But yeah, you're right, Ben. There's definitely going to be some jostling
There's
over
gonna be some
here.
jockeying for position. Let's see if we can get an eyes on the position at the finish here.
And there's the 3 of them are still just as tight as they were.
All right, what's it going to be? It's a four-man group, 5-man group. Coming into the final turn, it's going to be a real tight finish for
This
the
B final is
results.
super exciting, competing for All-American status.
So keep in mind, the winner of this race will be 7th, second place will be 8th, and third place will be 9th on the day. So this is very important for Alaska Cup points, All-American status, and everything else. So
And you can see this is
wow,
so
this
exciting.
is gonna be tight. The younger brother of Wally McGill is really pushing it all the way in. He could take this 7th place.
It's McGill. Oh, but
looks
it's
like-
also Jacobus. Who will it
Jacobus.
be?
Oh my goodness. Jacobus celebrates. He thinks he has it.
We'll see if
We'll
he
see.
does.
We'll see.
Oh my
Hugs
lord.
all around for all the boys. What a
And number
race.
6, Nate Struble, just collapsed on the ground.
Oh,
I'm
my
surprised we
goodness.
didn't see more of them.
Nate
Oh, and
Struble
here
was
they go.
writhing on the ground.
That was absolutely wild.
That
oh
was
my
thrilling
god.
stuff. All right, and it's official. Number 1 is Jacobus, number 2 McGill, number 3 Soul, and number 4 Wyatt.
And we saw some exuberant celebration. That is some awesome inter-team celebration. We see a great effort from all of these
Great to see from the
U18s.
New England champion.
Well, champion of the B final. So
Champion of the B final.
That will be 7th place.
That'll
But
be
yes,
7th place.
correct. Great race from that B final.
Champion of everybody competing for 7th place.
Number 1 in our hearts, perhaps.
Definitely. What a
And
fabulous
a great race from Henry McGill. We
If
saw.
this men's final is half that exciting, I'm going to have to go take a break and wind down before the rest of the day.
And speaking of that A final, they are lining up now.
Alrighty, your men's A final competing for all the glory here at the U18 Classic Sprint at Junior Nationals 2024 includes bib number 1 and the most dominant skier all day long, Anders Lindseisen. Bib number 2, Miles Miner. Bib number 4, Murphy Kimball. Bib number 13, Micah Bruner. Bib number 7, Quentin Koch. Bib number 11, Callahan Waters. This is sure to be a nail biter.
We'll see if the MNC skier will be able to hold his lead. He has produced a sizable lead on all of these heats thus far. Hopefully, as you said, didn't burn his matches too soon. Plenty of fire that's been lit, I think.
He's been letting all kinds of fires out there, but I think he's got one more in him.
And they are just explosive out of the start. This is going to be a great race. I just have a feeling about it.
Oh, this is going to be a fantastic race. Let's see if we can see what's going on the first hill here. It looks like we have Murphy Kimball making a bid for first. Anders Lindseisen in third. It's going to be tight, though. That's early on.
I'm sure that these guys, after watching that last heat, are just extremely fired up and ready to rip. The crowds are larger than they've been all day, and people are running to get just to catch a glimpse of these skiers. It's that exciting out here.
Alrighty, coming around the last corner, we can't wait to see who has the lead going into the last climb. It looks like it's going to be Murphy Kimball from Alaska Winter Stars, followed closely by number 11, Callahan Waters from BSF. And, of course, in there is your qualifier leader, Anders Lindseisen from Mansfield Nordic.
Oh, boy, this is too exciting. Murphy Kimball, I think, squeaking out the lead still. They are just sprinting as fast as they possibly can up this hill.
Murphy Kimball looks like he might be skiing away from the competition here, but the steepest part of the hill is still to come. Anders Lindseisen making a nice move over number 11 around the outside, tangling up the pole a little bit, but we're not going to worry about that too much. And number 2, Miles Miner, looks like he's skiing into 4th place right now.
They seem to have gapped the last 2 members of this heat.
Looks like Micah Bruner is in 6th place over the top of the hill.
And they're coming down the hill now.
And we have
Murphy Kimball keeps his
leading
lead
with quite the margin, along with.
And it looks like Anders Lindseisen has moved ahead of the IMD skier.
Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be a tight race for second place.
That is Callahan Waters.
Not quite the pack finish that we saw in the men's B final, but there's definitely going to be some lunging, definitely going to be some excitement in the final moments here. And, of course, we can see if Murphy Kimball can hold his lead over the finish line.
I think he definitely can.
He definitely can.
He has a decisive lead right now. Murphy Kimball with an incredible final.
He's probably speculating what he's going to do for a celebration right this minute. Uh-oh, what's it going to be?
Hopefully he doesn't give up too soon, as there are other skiers in hot
number
pursuit.
2. Wow, what a downhill from him.
Oh, man.
Miles Miner skis from 4th. He goes for the point. All right, 2 New England skiers on the podium.
That was quite the surprise.
Very nice.
Second place. Incredible.
Yeah, incredible.
I'm not sure how we missed that
Miles
move
Miner.
on the downhill.
And Anders Lindseisen, too. Beautifully skied downhill here in Lake Placid. Maybe it has something to do with them racing the roller ski sprint here in the summertime. That was well done. And across the line now is Micah Bruner, number 13 in 6th place.
Great race also we saw from Quentin Koch, who was behind on the hill and moved up closely into 4th or 5th place, I believe. And yeah, super exciting stuff. Wow. Can never predict stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, man, Miles Miner really came out of 4th place on that one. That was beautifully done. But for those following along at home, we have Alaska winning, New England 2nd, New England 3rd, Pacific Northwest 4th, Intermountain 5th, and New England 6th.
But congratulations to our first junior national champion of the day. That is Murphy Kimball from the Alaska Winter Stars, all the way from Anchorage to get the top spot of the podium here in Lake Placid, New York. And Super exciting as that was, there's even more to come. The women's B final now lining up in the starting gate. That will be Aurora Stiles, Rose Horning, Britta Johnson, Annalise Hanna, Hannah Koch, and Nikki Johnson.
All right, yeah, this is going to be quite the battle here for the B final. We saw some of these girls fading a little bit in their respective semifinals, so it'll be interesting to see how the strategy unfolds in this
Yeah.
event.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I mean, this is really a leave it all out there situation. It's 3 minutes of racing. Can't go as hard as you possibly can.
And it seemed like the men found some extra energy, so I'm thinking that
Oh, yeah.
that these women will be sure to also find
feeling
that
the same
extra
way.
bit out there.
I'm feeling the same way.
But off a super exciting set of finals of the men, I can't wait to see what the U18 women's B final will bring us today.
Alrighty, and you can see people celebrating in the finish line. Hugs all around for all the athletes competing in the A and B final for the U18 men. We had some fantastic performances out there, but nobody faster than the big bad Alaskan Murphy Kimball. And for those waiting on the edge of their seat, we have the A final for the women's race coming right up. That's going to include Amelia Circosta, Maeve Engelfinger, Beth McIntosh, Frances Tucker, Sydney Drevlo, and Lena Podolska.
And before they start, we will have our B final coming through. We just saw them ski down. They're about around this corner, which will bring them to the last and final hill. And the final time they will tackle it today.
Final time up the hill, you know, leave nothing out there. That's the beauty of the final, is that if you do well, you don't have to go do it again like every other heat. So looks like we have quite a pack. Rose Horning in third place. Our favorite skier from the quarterfinals, number 30, Britta Johnson in second place. But leading at the present is number 16, Nikki Johnson.
And off to the right again. This right hand move, or a skier's left, I guess.
Oh no, a small crash from Britta Johnson, but she's okay. Everybody is still in the race.
Rose Horning seems to take an early lead, maybe in line with number 16, Nikki Johnson.
Rose Horning looks like she might be a little bit tired.
And
but they're
who is
charging.
number 4 coming up on the right? That is Annalise Hanna.
Annalise Hanna making a very, very nice inner corner inside line up and over the last bit of this hill. I'm just realizing, Quincy, I think we have sisters in this race, Nikki Johnson and Britta Johnson.
Oh, how exciting.
So that's like ultimate rivalry.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure.
That's sibling,
maybe
ultimate battle.
Ultimate happiness also.
Yeah,
you know? Sharing this special moment with your
special
sibling.
moment. Big shout out to the Johnson family. Hopefully we have some on the live stream listening.
Oh, it's tight as they come down the hill. Rose Horning was in the lead, I believe.
It looks like. Oh, it's super tight. It's super tight. Looks like Rose Horning is currently leading with the super small tuck that she's been employing all day long.
Extremely low, aerodynamic.
Oh yeah, definitely aerodynamic. People forget about that.
Yeah, people do. Sleeping on that technique.
You don't want to be caught sleeping on the aerodynamic tuck.
And you know, at the beginning we said she might be sleeping. She's not sleeping now. She is awake and she is performing. But this is a crazy sprint, as we can see. They're about to pop out from the woods, coming around that corner. It is tight.
Yep, they should be around any second, and here they are. It looks like Rose Horning and the Midwest skier Hannah Koch battling it out for the 7th and 8th positions in today's
Who is it going to be? The Midwest skier seems to maybe have the edge.
It looks like it's going to be the Midwest skier taking 7th place. Beautifully skied race.
Congrats to Hannah Koch on that 7th place finish.
And there's number 16 from far west, Nikki Johnson, followed shortly by Britta Johnson and Annalise Hanna. What a fantastic race.
That was incredible.
That was great. That was fun stuff. But now we have the real show coming up. The women's A final for all the glory, all the podium spots, and all the national champion potential coming up
2, and Lena Podolska from Intermountain Division wearing bib number 23. Going to radio silence to start.
And lining up these incredible skiers in the A final of the U18 women's sprint race, we have Amelia Sarcosta from New England, Maeve Inglefinger from Intermountain, Beth McIntosh from New England, Frances Tucker from New England, Sydney Drevlo from the Midwest, and Lena Podolska from Intermountain. So only New England and Intermountain skiers with the exception of one Midwest skier.
Oh, and we have a somebody moving situation, so they're going to back up, get those skis moving again, and come back to the line.
Looks like they're just too excited to get this race started. And it has just started. Let's go.
Races are off the line. A little bit of bobble on the first start, but
Looks as though maybe they are a little less aggressive than we've seen, but as they come across the corner, they are powering up the hill yet again.
teammates here at the Junior National Championship.
We'll have to see if Amelia Sarcosta goes for the tactic that she has been employing to
It
try
looks
and
like
push
she's
off the
in
front.
second, but someone has taken an early lead.
Wow, someone's taking a big
I
early
think that
lead.
was one of her teammates too far away to see exactly who that
Way
was.
too far away to say we need binoculars for this.
For real. But, you know, we'll get a live feed soon enough as we see them coming up the hill. Again, we saw some early leads not pan out last time, so it's definitely a bold move to make one on the first hill, only 100 meters into the race.
Definitely, definitely. But, you know, if you're feeling it, you're feeling it, and you got to capitalize when it comes time for the A final.
Definitely. And it seems as though the group is pretty evenly spread out.
You guys remember where Drevlo is from?
Alrighty. It looks like Amelia Sarcosta from Craftsbury Green Racing is coming in the lead, but number 14, Maeve Inglefinger, is not going to let her have it for free. That was a nice move around the corner.
We've
and
seen
now
these
Maeve is
two
going to second.
battling all day.
Yeah,
And
these two
so
have been battling all day, and this is the one for all the marbles.
that was Beth McIntosh, actually, I believe, number 7 in the battle.
My mistake. You're
But
right.
Maeve Inglefinger taking a lead, and no one seems to be able to touch
Maeve Inglefinger about to
Inglefinger.
run away with this national
Oh my.
championship. Oh my goodness.
This is just wild. Now we have Beth McIntosh, but number 2 making a move. That is Sydney Drevlo from the Midwest, from Loppet Nordic Racing.
Number 17 also in the mix from GMVS. Oh, excuse me. 7 in the mix, GMVS. That is Beth McIntosh. It looks like Lena Podolska might be a little tired, but she's certainly not out of this race, so there's still plenty to go.
So unless something wild happens between and nothing has Inglefinger just miles ahead of the rest. This is the most, I don't know, this lead is maybe even more than we saw in the men's race.
Wow, what a downhill for
But
Maeve
there
Inglefinger.
is quite the competition for second place, so they might be rounding up on her. Beth
battle for second,
McIntosh
third, and fourth
and,
is going to be quite
and
the
Sydney Drevlo.
quite the event. Also, you can see a bunch of shirtless U18 guys going into the finish area to cheer.
Yeah, getting hyped up for their teammates
To
in
be
the
expected.
final stretches of this race. They've been racing all day, and
Yep.
it comes down to this, the final 100 meters of the U18 women's sprint. And
Maeve
here they
Inglefinger.
are. Inglefinger with a defiant lead.
What a lead. And number 2 looks like she's going to slot in for second place. That is Sydney Drevlo.
Well, who is this? Frances Tucker making a move. Oh my.
Wow, we could have some contention for the second place. It looks like Tucker Francis is going to take third, and that's your podium.
Whoa, so we saw a big move from Frances Tucker, passing Beth McIntosh and the rest of the field into the finish. That was just a wild finish. Super exciting
Wow,
stuff.
what a race. Everybody is just all over the place now. Your champion of the 2024 Junior National Classic Sprint is Maeve Inglefinger, and in second place is Sydney Drevlo, and in third place is Amelia Tucker.
Well, actually, that was Francis Tucker, but sibling of Amelia Tucker, who does ski for Dartmouth, a good friend of mine. But shout out to her younger sister, Francis, for a
Big shout out, big shout out.
great move at the end of this race. That was just as exciting as the men's race that just happened.
That was fantastic.
Wowee, what a group of U18s this year.
Oh man.
Great for the future of the sport. Cannot wait to see what they bring in the future, perhaps in some collegiate racing.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch.
But incredible race from Maeve Inglefinger, just taking a walk away from the rest of this field.
Seriously. But we are here at Junior Nationals, so we mustn't get complacent because there's always more racing coming. Let's take a look back at the schedule while these girls celebrate the podium finish and have a big group hug. We're going to be looking at U20 men quarterfinal 1 at 1 o'clock in exactly 20 minutes, so do not go far. Me and Lil Q will be back on the announcing in a mere 20 minutes.
And lining up on the start line now, we are back with racing action. This is the first quarterfinal for the U20 men. This heat will contain Finn Bailey from SMS, Jasper Jacobson from Bridger and Intermountain Division, Ethan Eske from the University of Alaska Anchorage, Caden Cody from the Quarry Road Ski Club, Caleb Zuckerman from Ford Sayer, and Adric Crafson from Loppet Nordic Racing over in the Midwest. The U18 races were quite exciting, and so I cannot wait to see what the U20s will bring. And they are off. Looking just as fast and eager to get going as our U18s did earlier today. And they disappear up the hill. Just a reminder that we have 5 quarterfinals. These racers will be competing for a spot in the semifinals and then hopefully the A or B finals for ultimate glory today here at Cross Country Junior National Championships in Lake Placid, New York. The top 2 racers from every heat will automatically qualify, along with the next 2 fastest racers, which we dub lucky losers, out of all of the heats. So number 1 and number 2 are the places these racers are most trying to get, but the race is not off if you are in 3rd or 4th. And we often see some of the most tightly contested races for those lucky loser spots. So now we see the field coming through, about to come around this corner, and they seem to have spread just a little bit, but not quite enough for me to tell who has taken an early lead. And coming out ahead of the group, that looks to be a New England skier. Number 1, Finn Bailey, not messing around in this quarterfinal. He was our number 1 qualifier today, and it definitely shows. He is followed by number 11. That is Ethan Eske from UAA. And over on the bottom right, you can see our podium award ceremony as racing action continues with Finn Bailey taking a pretty defiant lead over the rest of the group. I don't think he is going to be getting caught today by any means. And Ethan Eske also with a pretty good sizable lead over the rest of the pack, but the IMD skier, that is Jasper Jacobson, pushing up this hill. So perhaps he'll close the gap. We've seen some moves definitely made between the top of the hill and the finish line. There's a screaming downhill across the corner, so I'll let you guys know as I see the racing action unfold. But I think Finn Bailey and, at this point, Jasper Jacobson are in our 1 and 2 spots. And as they come under the bridge, that remains the same. Those two are definitely a decisive amount ahead of the rest of the pack. And coming around the corner now, that is Finn Bailey ahead of the rest of the pack. But there is Alaska and IMD. I think Ethan Eske now in 2nd. But Jasper Jacobson in hot pursuit. The race for first uncontested. That is Finn Bailey from SMS and representing New England. An easy ticket into the semifinals, not wasting any extra energy, saving them for the next couple heats. And it looks like Ethan Eske, number 11, also moving in on our 2nd automatic spot. The 2 racers behind him moving into the lucky loser positions. So an exciting first heat. Our lucky losers at the moment. We have Jasper Jacobson with a time of 3:06.67 and Caden Cody with a time of 3:10.6. So we'll see if those times will hold up as the 2nd quarterfinal is on course. They head out on the hill, and this quarterfinal for the U20s includes Aaron Power from Dartmouth, Joseph Graziade from GMVS, Sage Grossi from Craftsbury, Nico Hoschenadel from MNC, Otis Beeson from Lander Valley, and Corbin Carpenter from the University of Alaska, Anchorage. So 4 New England skiers in this heat. It'll be interesting to see who shapes up. 1 High Plains skier and 1 Rocky Mountain Division skier. So super exciting. They're all hoping to chase down the number 1 and 2 spots, as well as securing the lucky loser spots and their ticket to the semifinal here. During the U18 race, we saw moves made on the hill, we saw moves made in the final stretch, and we saw some early moves being made, which often didn't pan out. So I'll be excited to see where the U20s, who are perhaps a little bit older with a little more racing experience, decide to make their moves here today in Lake Placid. And they come around the corner now. They're not quite as spread as the last heat. Definitely no decisive leader like Finn Bailey did. This looks to be Aaron Power from Dartmouth in the lead. But right next to him, number 7 from GMBS, Joseph Graziadei, and number 17, Nico Hoschenedel from MNC. This is really anyone's race at this point. These top 3 are super close. And a Rocky Mountain skier, number 27, that is Corbin Carpenter, making a move on the inside. Moving into second place, all chasing down Aaron Power, who seems to have powered up that hill like no one else today. So we'll see if Power can hold his lead or if the chase pack will catch him as they go down this final hill under the bridge. Adoring fans are ringing their cowbells, and it's just an electric atmosphere out here. So racing action continues. And they've come through the turn. Aaron Power still in the lead, but it is still anyone's race at this point. There are 5 skiers up there all together, all vying for those top 2 spots. Hopefully this competitiveness will bring them to a faster final time and knock out some lucky losers. And about to round the corner now. Will it be Aaron Power in the lead, or will he have been caught? It looks like he is still in first place, but there is quite the competition for number 1 and 2. It is too close to tell. That is Aaron Power, Joseph Graziadei, and Nico Hoschedel. So we'll see. That was much too close for me to call. We'll see as those results come in who gets the automatic ticket. And I'm thinking that there's going to be a lucky loser out of that heat. They looked very quick. And this heat was indeed a quick one. So it's looking like Joseph Graziadei is now in first with Nico Hoschenedel in second. But Aaron Power, our leader for much of the race, still in the lucky loser spot right now with a time of 3:01.53. So almost 5 seconds faster than the last heat of lucky losers. We'll see. That was a pretty quick heat, but in our U18s, they just kept getting faster as the day goes on. So Aaron Power hoping to hold on to his lucky loser spot as our third quarterfinal heat of U20 men starts out. That is Derek Richardson from APU, Casey Van Hefty from UNH, Finn Christensen from the Minneapolis Ski Club, Mason Wheeler from Jackson Hole and now competing for Middlebury College, and Wes Campbell from Park City, and Luke Rizzio from Prospect Mountain in Vermont. So this will be an exciting race, a lot of college talent in this one. So we'll see how they shape up. Of course, these skiers hoping to yet again kick the prior lucky losers out of their spot. But Aaron Power put down a great time in the last heat, so we will see. I am curious to see if we will have a strong leader or if they will remain packed up, and it looks like they're still in a pretty solid pack. Much like the last heat, perhaps trying to conserve their extra juice for a potential semifinal or final, not burning their matches too early today. And coming around the corner now, these men are screaming. If last heat was too close to call, this one surely is. They are just all over the place, pounding up this hill in a run. I can't even tell who's in the lead. It looks like it is number 5, Derek Richardson, and number 26, Luke Rizzio, alongside Wes Campbell, who's making a diagonal move. Very, very interesting take. Chasing down his teammate, I think that is Mason Wheeler, so we will see. This is a really tight race. But Derek Richardson seems to be in the lead at this point. I think it's really going to come down to this final sprint in this third quarterfinal here today. And we see the Alaska skier far ahead of the rest of the group, but it looks like Mason Wheeler and Luke Rizzio now in second place, fighting for that second automatic ticket into the semifinals. And we are about to see them come around this corner, skiing superfans. And here they are. Here is Derek Richardson, an Alaska skier from APU, and behind him a sprint. I believe that is Mason Wheeler pulling ahead of Luke Rizzio to secure that second place spot. Great race from Mason. He's had a great first collegiate season this year. And Luke Rizzio, also with a pretty fast quarterfinal. We'll see if he will move into the lucky loser spot. Remember, the time to beat right now is 3:06.43 and 3:01.53 for our lucky losers. So there we have our results with a defiant win. That was Derek Richardson, and it looks like our fourth quarterfinal has taken off. I'll get you the update on the lucky losers in just a moment. That fourth quarterfinal contains Owen Young from UVM, Davis Isom from APU, Mateus Soluski from University of Alaska Anchorage, Woody West from Bridger Ski Foundation, Benjamin Lewis from Colby, and Benjamin Dolby from UAF. So, battle of the Benjamins out there today. We have a lot of collegiate skiers in this, so maybe they have raced each other a little bit this season. Excited to see what they bring, coming back to the old stomping grounds and throwing down here in the U20 men's classical sprint. And over in the bottom right, we can see some skiers taking pictures on the podium. Super proud of all their achievements today. And here they are. This is your quarterfinal 4. Way out in the lead, we have an Alaska skier. I am pretty sure that is Owen Young, who now skis for UVM. He is just cruising ahead of the rest of this pack. But they're on the hunt for sure. Will they be able to catch the top predator, the Catamount, in this heat? Only time will tell. We have number 12. That is Mateus Soluski from UAA, looking to be in second place, but there is a lot of movement going on the outside. Number 22 and number 29. That is Benjamin Lewis and Benjamin Dolby, battle of the Bends. Here we go. It seems like our first place is solidified with Owen Young, but the battle for second and third is still very much alive and well. And we can see some racers getting ready as we wait with anticipation for this heat to come. And now I have got eyes on Owen Young. He is just miles ahead of the rest of the field. They are going to have to pull out something really special to take him down. I'm pretty sure he has his ticket to the semis. The second one, though, that is definitely up for grabs. There are currently 4 skiers neck and neck right now.
This is going to come down to the wire. Who will it be advancing into the semis?
And it's still too close to tell. We are momentarily going to see them pop out for the final 100-meter sprint. And here is number 2, Owen Young, just cruising into the finish, conserving his energy for the upcoming semifinal. I'm sure he's going to be going for glory today, but the battle is just raging behind him. 22 seems to have the edge. That is Benjamin Lewis, but number 12, Matthias Zaleski, that was a lunge for the line, and he is just exhausted, putting it all out there. Hopefully he got that lucky loser, and if he did, hopefully he can recover adequately for this next semifinal that's coming up. So still waiting on some times, some lucky loser times from our last couple of heats, but I don't think this heat was fast enough to put any lucky losers in, just based on the info I have at the moment. And now our 5th and final quarterfinal heat for the U20 men line up, getting ready to get going. This is Cole Flowers from Alaska Winter Stars, Charles Ben Oldham from Aspen, Galen Grohusky from Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation, Ethan Howe from APU, Jonathan Clark from Northern Michigan, and Jack Lang from Dartmouth. A lot of different regions represented in this heat, so exciting. Maybe some new faces for these racers to race against. Some hopefully some positive competition going on between regions right now. We've seen some good performances from some New England skiers, some Alaska skiers, some Midwest skiers today. So maybe some smaller groups hoping to push through, like maybe the Midwest. We'll see. No super early leaders seem to have form, as we see them about halfway through their sprint lap. This race, remember, is only about 3 minutes long, but when you're out there skiing it, it can feel like a whole lot longer. So these racers they're trying their hardest, they're sweating, they're getting it done, putting in the work, and hoping to continue their day of racing in the heats now, as we see the final quarterfinal heat charge up this hill. In the lead, it looks to be Cole Flowers, but it's hard to tell at this point. On the inside, we have number 8, that is Ben Oldham, and then on the outside, number 13, Galen Grohusky from Sun Valley, along with Ethan Howe. They are all right in a line that is anyone's race at this point, and I don't think that number 1 is out of touch for these skiers. No obvious winner yet, I would say. All you super fans at home, I'm sure, are anxiously waiting to see, and so am I, as this last heat comes through. Of course, skiers hoping to secure first and second, and then the lucky loser spots, so the next 2 fastest times of any of these U20 heats. And here they are. This is the final heat of quarterfinals, folks. This is going to be a close one. I believe that Cole Flowers remains in the lead, but there is a three-way sprint, and it looks like number 28, Jack Lang, has made a move all the way from the back to secure second place. I believe that was a very impressive end of the race from Jack Lang. He has had a great season this year. I believe that he moved into second place, passing the Rocky Mountain skier Ben Oldham, but we're going to have to wait on some results confirmation for that one. But that was an exciting heat. Was not expecting a finish quite like that from the beginning of the race. So here we have some results confirmation in the left. Those are our unofficial times. That might have been a good enough time to get Ben Oldham into the semifinals, but we will wait on confirmation. And now lining up, we have our first U20 women's heat. This heat has our fastest qualifier, that is Adele Horning. Also joined by Rosie Whittington Evans, Elena Grissom, Kirsten Jarman, Ella Niznik, and Amelia Jordan. So, first heat for the U20 women, setting a super fast pace already, and I cannot wait to see what they bring to our racing action here today. And here we see the first heat of 5 of the U20 women. Again, as we've seen all day, lots of moves have been made on this hill. So, excited to see. But also a lot of moves as we saw Jack Lang make in the last quarterfinal at the very, very end of this race. So, you cannot count anyone out, definitely.
Big shout out to Little Q for holding down the fort while I was off at the awards ceremony, but I'm back. Give me an update on what's going on out here.
All right, correspondent Benny O, we're back in the action, and it's just been nonstop since you left. Let me tell you, you missed quite the treat of U20 men's quarterfinals, but these women are bringing it just as much as the men, if not more, as racing action continues. In the lead right now, that is number 10, Rosie Whittington Evans, but closely behind is Elena Grissom from Park City.
Alrighty, yeah, look at this. Checking back, it looks like numbers 1 and 2 have a little bit of a lead here. Should be relatively safe going down the hill, but as we've seen in the previous races, anything can happen out there.
Definitely for sure. So it seems like they've gapped the rest of the field more than any other heat we've seen, at least for the U20s. So definitely number 1 and number 21, that would be Adele Horning and Ella Niznik. Gunning for that lucky loser, but they seem to have fallen off the pace of our leaders a little bit, so we'll see.
A little bit. Interesting how similar Adele and Rose ski. They have very similar technique and very similar mannerisms out there on the course. I guess, must have grown up skiing together or something.
Perhaps, yeah. They seem to be from different regions, but you never know. Technique is definitely one thing that we'll see a lot of different variations on here today.
Definitely. For sure, and as we can see, we're back to the quarterfinals, so the stadium's action-packed. Coaches, athletes warming up, everything going on all the time.
And we have some unofficial word on the lucky losers from the men. They now are Charles Ben Oldham with a time of 2:57.12 and Ethan Howe with 2:59.18. So unofficially, those are your lucky losers for the U20 men. And here we see the first heat of the U20 women coming in. Although this finish is a little less contested than one we've seen, they seem to be letting up a little bit, saving their energy for some later heats. That is 11 and 10. Rosie Whittington Evans and Elena Grissom.
Oh, no, we have a broken pole from Adele Horning. It looks like she's doing the old one-arm stride over the finish line.
Not giving up in the slightest,
No,
though.
no.
She's definitely got that dog in her.
Oh, big time, big time. That's what you like to see. Probably going to be a tough one to make a lucky loser position for the fastest qualifier of the day, Adele Horning, but it happens. At least she still got the awesome pink hair going.
Yeah, good to see racers with great attitudes, even in the face of adversity.
Oh,
out
totally,
here.
totally. No need. Oh, we missed the start of quarterfinal heat number 2, but to update the fans while we wait, this heat consists of bib number 4, Haley Zimpel, bib number 7, Marit Flora, bib number 14, Virginia Cobb, bib number 17, Keely Hendricks, bib number 24, Emily Appleby, and bib number 27, Lillian Franzen. So this ought to be quite the race with a bunch of different regions and different people.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And they're hoping to beat the lucky loser times of 4:01.63 and 4:04.02. So we'll see. I'm guessing that those are going to be challenged. We have some super fast heats coming up, including this one. So just have to wait and see. As our heat comes through the bottom of the hill, looks like 2 skiers have taken a pretty massive lead over the rest of the group already. Too hard to tell who those 2 are at this point, but we will soon see them coming up this final hill.
Just noticing something interesting, we have in semifinal number 1 for the men, New England versus Alaska. 3 New England, 3 Alaska. So that'll be interesting to watch.
Definitely. We'll see if the women provide the same teams or if there'll be a wider array of regions. But
This one's got a wider array of regions for sure, but it looks like we have a New England skier, bib number 14, along with bib number 7 making an early ploy for the lead.
that
But
would
as we
be
know-
Virginia Cobb and Marit Flora.
Yes, indeed. As we know, this race is long from over, so we'll see if these 2 can hold their own up this hill. Marit Flora out of the tracks running. Looks like she has bomber kick.
Definitely,
Ooh,
yeah.
a little slip there, but she's getting a little jump on the New England skier over the top of the hill, so we'll have to see how the draft pans out.
They seem to have a bit of a gap, which worked last time for our racers, but, we'll see. Number 4, definitely not out of the question. Number 4 would be Haley Zimpel from Michigan Tech, representing the Midwest. So definitely can't call it at this point, but we do have 2 leaders solidly ahead of the rest of our field in this second U20 women's quarterfinal.
As a reminder, the time to beat is 4:04 and 2/100. Any third or fourth placing skier in this heat that beats that time will slide into the lucky loser spot and have a chance at competing in the semifinals. But I will say, in the previous races, we were just seeing consistently faster and faster heats as the quarterfinals wore on. So I think it'll be interesting to see if the same happens here.
We've seen them go down the hill, and now all there is for them to come into this finishing stretch.
Coming around the corner now, it looks like we still have
Marit
Flora leading the race. Oh, no. Yes, Marit Flora leading the race, and the New England skier, Virginia Cobb, is in second solidly.
I think that she will secure this, but we'll see if number 4 and number 27, that is Lillian Franzen and Haley Zimpel, will secure a lucky loser spot.
Now we're starting to notice that almost all of these athletes are racing with T-shirts on because it's really getting warm and sunny and nice out there. So it's definitely clister conditions and T-shirts and sunbathing weather. And I think we just had our third
Indeed, our third
heat start.
quarterfinal. That had Sophie Spalding from the University of Colorado, Delaney Jackson from Mount Bachelor, Greta Kilburn from MNC, Mira Payson from Bowdoin, Ashley Grossklaus from BSF, and Josephine Kwasny from Iola.
All right, and as an update on the last heat, we actually had 2 athletes from that heat sneak into the lucky loser position. Haley Zimfel and Lillian Franzen are both currently lucky losers with times of 3 minutes 47 seconds and 3 minutes 51 seconds respectively. So we'll see if they can hold on to that and get their chance in the semifinals coming right up.
A tight group of 4 we see stride and stride down at the bottom. And here they come now.
Looks like we have 2 athletes, both New England by the looks of it, attempting to lead out early, but we've seen those leads fade rather quickly when the pitch starts going uphill, so it's anyone's game, I would say. That looks to me like 16 and 15.
That would be Greta Kilburn and Mira Payson.
Ah, there you go. Greta Kilburn, Burlington, Vermont native. She's not far from home here in Lake Placid. We'll hope she can make it happen in this sprint heat. She's off to a very, very good start here.
The 2 New England athletes working together, and Greta Kilburn seems to take the lead. Greta Kilburn, a Burlington High School graduate, defending the Reef, of course.
Big time seahorse.
We went to high school together, shout out. And following, we have number 6. That is Delaney Jackson from PNSA. And number 5, Sophie Spalding, hoping for a 3rd and 4th place spot and to claim that lucky loser position.
So we'll hope these New England skiers can work together on the downhill here, draft off of each other, and push into the finish line and secure their spots in the semifinals. It looks like they're doing just that, coming in around the corner under the bridge, neck and neck. We have number 16 and number 15 with a massive lead going into the final minute of this quarterfinal heat number 3.
And they round the corner now. Soon you will see these skiers pop out into the finishing stretch.
And as a reminder, the time to beat as of now is 3 minutes, 51 seconds, and 98 hundredths. So it should be pretty close, although these New England skiers are cruising in for that semifinal spot.
Hopefully they don't cruise too much or they're going to get caught by
They better not
our
slow down too
competitors.
much. They got 2 coming.
Oh,
my
number
goodness.
6 trying to make the move. Oh,
What is
man.
happening?
This is crazy.
Oh, I think it's going to be okay.
Oh, a lunge for the
my
line.
goodness.
Maybe letting up too early.
You hate to see that.
You don't love it, but you know.
But I think it might be an all's well ends well situation. Or maybe number 6 will get the lucky
Lucky loser.
Yeah, exactly.
So it seems like Greta Kilburn has secured our first place.
Yep.
And her teammate Mira Payson also with the auto qualify into the semifinal. But mere 10th of a second back to our chaser.
Just in, bib number 306 will be handily lucky loser along with bib number 305 from that heat. So that was a very fast heat.
Definitely upping the ante here. They got that lucky loser spot by a couple of
Big time.
seconds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, there it goes.
So the quarterfinal 4 took off while we were getting hyped up about the excitement at the finish line. That was Maddie Hooker from Colby, Lily Pancook from 8PU, Greta Hansen from Michigan Tech, Caroline Tarmy from SMS, Audrey Parham from Loppet, and Jenna Johnson from UWGB.
For those that don't know, UWGB is the University of Wisconsin at Green Bay. The cheeseheads in the crowd, I think, is how they go. Seen on the left-hand side of your screen, we have a couple Midwest coaches They are known to be some of the best coaches in the biz, producing some of the best cross-country skiers that ever cross-country skied. All right,
Some
here
of
they
the
come around the
goats.
corner. We have, looks like, bib number 2. That is Maddie Hooker, and bib number 9, Lily Panuk. From APU, off of a little bit off the front, but it's a long way up this hill, so that's always subject to change.
Yeah, definitely a move trying to be made by number 22. That is Audrey Parham from the Midwest region over on this side of the hill. But in number 1 and 2, we have New England and Alaska, just like we saw in the U20 men's races. So excited to see who will end up in our semifinal, but it's looking like a lot of Alaska and a lot of New England.
That's right. Got them right where we want them. The ultimate rivalry. There goes number 19, Caroline Tarmy, up the inside. That's a good line. We'll see how she fares on the coming downhill.
And as our last heat lines up, we cannot wait for this number 4 heat to come through the finish line.
We'll see if we can get eyes on them on the downhill here. It looks like
The Alaska skis are very quick today.
Yeah, the Alaska skis are very quick. It looks like we have New England and Alaska neck and neck going towards the bottom of the hill. It's anyone's game.
Again, number 1 and 2 are not competing so tightly with each other as they will both progress to the semifinal, but competing for a chance to pick their best starting lane. It looks like number 1 and number 2 have gapped the rest of the field. And soon we'll see them coming into the finish. Just now.
All right, here we go. A little hard to see what bib numbers those are.
But I'm guessing that is...
the Alaskan.
Yeah, Lily Panuk.
Oh, there they are.
And Maddie Hooker.
Yep, there we go. New England and Alaska, the ultimate rivalry. Caroline Tarmy looks like she's sprinting in for 3rd or 4th place, so we'll see if that's possible for lucky loser.
She made some incredible moves from the top of the hill.
She made some great moves from the top of the hill, absolutely.
Hoping, it looks like we might have had a crash. There is one pole down.
Oh no,
over there.
that's sprint racing. You know, we said it was going to happen, and it happened.
I think our broken pole count is now up to 2. So we'll see. Hopefully, we can keep that under counting
3.
on one hand.
Yeah, exactly. And we just missed the start of our last quarterfinal, number 5 for this U20 women's race. But the athletes in this field are Jordan Parent, bib number 3, bib number 3, Clara Lake, bib number 8, Elise West, bib number 13, Courtney Fussy, bib number 18, Annie Paulson, bib number 23, and Piper Widmer, bib number 28. So we'll see what happens when we go back out on course. Yep.
This is, as Ben said, the last heat, so the final chance to secure a lucky loser spot. Sitting in those 2 spots right now are Delaney Jackson and Sophie Spalding, with times of 3:42.97 and 3:44.98. So any times in places 3 and 4 faster than those will continue on to our semifinal in the lucky loser positions.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And this is the final, the final chance to get into to secure the spot in the semifinals for the U20 Women's Junior National Championship here in Lake Placid, New York.
We are in Lake Placid, but you know, this racing action is anything but calm. This is just quite exciting.
No, definitely not calm. I mean, this is positively hectic. Looks like we have bib number 3 with a slight advantage, or maybe number 6, but boy, it's pretty tight.
This is as tight as we've seen them all day, yeah.
Looks like bib number 8's making a bid here. That's Clara Lake from Harvard. We'll see what happens towards the top of this hill. It looks like we might be establishing 2 groups here, number 3, number 13, and number 8 together.
That would be Clara Lake, sorry, my mistake. Clara is joined by Jordan Parent and number 13, Elsie Weiss. So this is exciting.
This could be quite the sprint finish here, I must say.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like fourth place might be a little far off to catch that lucky loser spot,
Seems
but
like it.
still, given it their all, these racers coming up this hill, we now see number 23. That is Annie Paulson.
Looks like some slightly slippery skis for the Great Lakes athlete there. It's been a challenging day with changing conditions and a hard course. So it's definitely something that can happen. And when the skis do get slippery, these athletes have to be prepared to just change it over to a double pole like we just saw and get over the top of the hill by any means.
Yeah, definitely a day to be flexible out there on the snow.
Oh yeah.
And our skiers have come down the downhill already. You should be viewing them momentarily as they come into the final stretch. When we last saw them, there was 3 people in contention for the top 3 spots, so I'll be excited to see if anyone has taken a lead.
Shouldn't be long now before we can see them in the finish line.
Here we go now to the finish line. Our group of 6.
All right, we have a lead for the Rocky Mountain skier, bib number 13. That is
Elsie Weiss.
Elsie Weiss, beautifully
Great
skied
race for her.
quarterfinal. But a good sprint here for second and third. Looks like second's going to go to the Midwest skier, but the New England skier is making quite a bid.
I don't think she quite has it, so that is number 3, Jordan Parent.
We'll just
Clara
have to see
Lake in third. Yeah, we'll just have to see if she can secure that lucky loser.
Yes, indeed. Current time to beat is 3 minutes, 44 seconds, and 98 hundredths. So once those times populate, we'll know.
Regardless, a great effort from all of these athletes today. It is not easy out there.
No.
Elena Grissom, Merritt Floyd, Virginia Cobb, Greta Kilburn, Mira Payson, Maddie Hooker, Lily Pennock, guaranteed slots in.
All right, what's it going to be?
Anxiously waiting here in the announcer booth as
Oh,
I
it looks like
am
it's going
sure.
to be too slow for a semi or a
Not
lucky
quite,
loser
yeah, not
for the
quite
New
lucky
England
loser.
athlete.
And Sophie Spalding.
So we will see Weiss and Parent continue on to the semifinal, but no lucky losers from this final heat.
So, as clarification, our women's semifinals will be Alina Grissom from bib number 11. All right, turns out the names are partially cut off. Hang on a second. All right, we are back with the semifinal number 1 start list. It is Alina Grissom, Rosie Whittington Evans, Marit Flora, Virginia Cobb, Greta Kilburn, and
Sophie Spalding for semifinal 1.
and then for semifinal number 2, it's Lily Pankook and Maddie Hooker and Elise Weiss and Jordan Parent, along with Myra Payson and
Delaney Jackson.
yes, indeed. So looking forward to that coming up in just a few minutes. I think. And now we have lining up his men's semifinal number 1, including such legends as Finn Bailey, Derek Richardson, Joseph Graziati, Ethan Eski, Nico Hockenadel, excuse me, and Ethan Howe. And as I was mentioning before, this heat is a true good old-fashioned battle between New England and Alaska, just like how it used to be when I was racing. We have Finn Bailey, Joseph Grazadidi, and Nico, all from New England. And then we have Derek, Ethan, and, Ethan from Alaska. So it's going to be quite the battle. Stay tuned for the Alaska Cup battle of the century. Alrighty, and there are your athletes. I was out doing the awards at the last when they did their quarterfinals, so I haven't seen many of the tactics employed by the U20 men. But I would assume that many of the people in this, or the athletes in this heat, are looking towards the final. So maybe we might be seeing some energy management out there, but only time will tell. That's a clean start, and they're off. The 3 Alaskans and the 3 New Englanders are hitting the course hard. Alrighty, so while we wait to see what's going on out there on the course, we can get a look at what's going on in the stadium here. It looks like sort of the same old, same old. The girls are tuning up their skis, getting some clothes back on, just trying to stay warm. Although, I must say, it doesn't look like too much of a challenge to stay warm out there right now. It's positively sunny and beautiful. There goes our heat. It looks like it's still largely together, although somebody is definitely pushing the pace. We'll see who in a matter of seconds. Alrighty, it looks like Finn Bailey is pushing the pace here, doing what he does. It looks like he's getting out of the track, going for the early run with Derek Richardson straight behind him. And I can't see who else, but it looks like this is going to come right down to it between the New England and Alaskan boys. Look at that run.
Oh, definitely.
Everybody in a line doing what they do. Finn looking back, hoping he has a bigger lead than he does, but it's going to be tight, brother.
And I can't wait to see who comes out in front on this race. All Alaska and New England today. These skiers racing for a chance to compete in our A final. But remember, if they don't make it, they still have one more chance to race in a B final. But of course, everyone wants a chance at glory and one of those podium spots.
Alrighty, there we go. We are seeing the boys coming around the corner now. It looks like Finn and Derek will easily take this one. Ease off the throttle a little bit. But for the lucky loser, we have 2 New England skiers sprinting in. That looks like number 7 and number 17.
Those would be Joseph Graziati and Nico Hockenado.
So they're hoping for lucky loser spots. They will slide into the lucky loser position for now, but it'll all come down to what the semifinal number 2 has in store.
Speaking of which, those men are lining up as we speak. That will include Owen Young, Cole Flowers, Mason Wheeler, Benjamin Lewis, Jack Lang, and Charles Ben Oldham.
This should be quite the battle here. Owen Young put up a dominant performance in his quarterfinal along with Cole Flowers. So we'll see how they fare when they go head to head. The teammates both coming out of Alaska. In addition, we also have 2 New England skiers in here, one Intermountain and one Rocky Mountain skier. So we'll see how the team tactics come into play, or if it just becomes every man for himself. Oh yeah, already here they go, towing the line.
Anticipation just rising as we wait
Oh,
for this
yeah.
the second semifinal heat to get going.
Suspense is killing me here.
I'm sure the athletes feel that even more than we do.
I should say so.
Flowers, Mason Wheeler, Benjamin Lewis, Jack Lang, and Charles Ben Oldham.
Alrighty, and they're off. It looks like a clean start. A lot of double pulling off of the start, and they are off. It looks like an early lead for Owen Young out of
Yeah.
Alaska.
He took quite the lead last time in his quarterfinal, but this is has some steeper competition, I think.
Oh, this it definitely does. And again, every athlete in these semifinals is racing again afterwards. So the name of the game becomes securing your spot in the final that you want to be in, while also saving as much energy to capitalize in that final.
Of course, if you don't output enough energy, you won't get to that final. So it's a delicate balance.
That's
for
true.
Sure.
That's true. I mean, that's the real beauty of it. You know, it's a very challenging proposition for a lot of young athletes. But here we are, junior nationals, getting in those reps, getting in the practice. Big lead for Owen Young by the looks of it. The race is still very young, so we'll see if that can hold.
And here they come. This is Owen Young again, I believe, taking his early lead and starting with a very high tempo run, even at the base of this last hill. His
This is
teammate,
quite the tempo.
Yeah, his teammate is right up there with him though this time.
Yeah, this is impressive work. I was talking to him after the qualifier, and he said his plan was to conserve energy until the final, but it seems like he must have had a change of heart at some point, because
He's definitely cruising up this hill.
if
but
this is energy conservation, then the rest of the field has to be worried.
yeah, no chance. Right behind him was Cole Flowers, and now in third place it's Mason Wheeler.
And
Along
where is Jack Young or
Jack Lang?
Jack Lang?
We
There he is.
There is Jack Lang.
Jack Lang has maybe decided that he is going for the B final, along with the other New England skier, number 22.
Yeah, they definitely seem to have spread a bit from our leaders.
Two New England skiers at the back of the pack of that one were the Alaskans, putting on a dominating performance. Cole Flowers doing a great job up that hill, along with his teammate from Alaska, Owen Young. Owen Young, a first-year student at the University of Vermont. Do you know where Flowers is from?
And Owen Young will surely be leading down this hill and around the corner into the finish line. Owen, a freshman at the University of Vermont, studying mechanical engineering, testing his abilities with some of the finest young minds in the world. Looks like he's going to take it, although he is easing off with some intense people
Competition
coming
in the
up
back.
behind him. So
That
hopefully
is,
this doesn't get catastrophic.
Ben Oldham and Mason Wheeler, I think. Oh my lord.
Oh my lord!
And they're across the line. Our two
Oh.
Alaska skiers in first and second, and our chasers hoping to get that lucky loser, but being stymied a little bit by our first and second place skiers.
And here comes Jack Young conserving energy for the B final, no doubt. Oh, not Jack Young, excuse me, Jack Lang. I got Jack Young on the mind. Big shout out to Jack Young. He's another young Vermont-based skier who got his first World Cup starts this year in Canmore, Canada, or Alberta. Anyhow,
Yeah, a lot of jacks in the ski world these
so
days.
many Jacks in the ski world. It's craziness.
So as we check out our lucky losers for the semis. It seems as though Charles, Ben Oldham, and Mason Wheeler have secured the 2 lucky loser spots. So, not holding up at the end seems to have worked out for these 2 racers today.
Oh yeah, that was a fast one.
And lining up now, I think this must be the B final for our U20 women. Take that back. That is semifinal number 1. My mistake, getting a little ahead of myself out here.
Semifinal number 1 for the U20 women includes Marit Flora, bib number 7. Elena Grissom, bib number 11. Greta Kilburn, bib number 15. Rosie Whittington Evans, bib number 10. Virginia Cobb, bib number 14. And Delaney Jackson, bib number 6. This should be quite the battle. We've seen all these athletes being very tactical and aggressive in their quarterfinals, so we expect nothing less here in the semifinal number 1.
And they are off to the races.
Racers are off the line, and here we go. It's really a battle between MNC and APU. We've got 2 skiers.
We're just getting word here that we have 2 skiers from Mansfield Nordic and 2 skiers from APU, 2 of the biggest and most best
All of the above
clubs in the country. APU, of course, in Anchorage, Alaska, and Mansfield Nordic coming out of Chittenden County in Vermont, both home to a lot of very talented skiers, and we have 2 and 2 from those 2 clubs in this heat. So, should be a particularly aggressive and battle here.
Definitely, definitely. Can't wait to see what they bring to this first semi-final. Soon we should see them at the bottom of the hill, and here they are.
Yeah, there they are. It looks like we have a little small breakaway for 2 athletes, but nothing that probably won't come right back together at the bottom of this hill. As we can see on the live stream, the group is growing out there cheering on the athletes. It's a beautiful day here in Lake Placid, so I think a lot of the athletes with no race tomorrow are skipping the extra recovery time and heading out on course to cheer on their teammates and help secure those sweet, sweet Alaska Cup points going into the final 2 back-to-back days here at Junior Nationals 2024. Coming up the hill now, we have our semifinal skiers. That looks like number 7, number 11, and number 15. Number 15 is Greta Kilburn. Number 11 is Elena Grissom, and number 7 is Marit Flora. So it's all the usual suspects making quite a run up the hill. Greta Kilburn representing the Burlington High School Sea Horses like a champion out there, taking a small lead over the halfway point of the hill, and we'll see if she can lead down the hill and get into the finish line in one of those auto-qualifying positions. But
number 11, quick pursuit of that group.
Number 11 is in hot pursuit
Elena
of
Grissom.
Marit and
Greta.
So it should be an interesting finish here.
Definitely an exciting one, yeah. A little bit different than the quarterfinals that we saw, but
we'll see if we can catch them on the downhill here coming into the stadium. Alrighty, it looks like Marit Flora is currently leading with Greta Kilburn following closely behind in the draft. We'll see how they come out in the corner. I would imagine Marit would have a small advantage.
They seem to have a bit of a lead over Elena Grissom from Intermountain, but she is, I'm sure, powering right to the end again to get a lucky loser spot.
All right, it's quite a battle for positions number 1 and 2. Seems like third place has fallen off a little bit, so it's looking like Greta Kilburn and Marit Flora are going to be guaranteed a spot in that A final for all the glory this afternoon.
And here we see them about to cross the finish line. not as dramatic as some other races we've seen with quite a bit of space between number 2 and number 3, but the competition is still very much on for those lucky loser spots. Number 11 and I think that is number 10. So that will be Rosie Whittington Evans and Elena Grissom moving into our lucky loser spots. But our second semifinal heat we still have yet to go.
Alrighty, it looks like Greta Kilburn is psyched to be in the final. Maybe this might be her first national level final, so that's pretty exciting stuff. And that'll be a fun one to watch coming up in just about 15 minutes.
And our second semifinal already lined up and about to head off on course. That would be Lily Pancook from Alaska, Elsie Weiss from Rocky Mountain, Maddie Hooker, Jordan Parent from the Midwest, Mira Payson from New England, and Sophie Spalding from Rocky Mountain.
All right, and they're off. A nice clean start. Lots of striding off the line here. Looks like we are off to the races with a great start from the Rocky Mountain skier in lane number 6. Oh, my goodness.
And we see them up on the first hill right now. It seems like someone has taken an early lead, but not by very, very much. So this is going to be one of the tighter heats we've seen, at least for the first half. When they come around at the bottom of the hill, we could give you a better picture of our predictions of the finishing order. But as of right now, really is anyone's race, as we've been saying. It
Definitely
depends.
anybody's race.
Yeah, it really shapes up right in the end a lot of times today. So we'll see as the second U20 women's heat is off.
All right, there they are. It looks like there's one small gap, and then there's a group of 4 chasing down. So this is gonna be a tight one. Looks like that we got some music playing on the side of the course right there. Some coaches dancing, a sound box bumping. So you know the vibes are just right here in Lake Placid. I kind of wish I was out there instead of sitting inside. But
Tell me about it.
you know, yesterday we were patting ourselves on the back for being inside when it was blizzard and raining. So I guess what are you gonna do? Grass is always greener. Here we go. We have 2 New England skiers in the front by the looks of it, followed closely by a Rocky Mountain skier and an Alaskan skier. So this is going to be quite the fight up the hill here. It's really going to come down to who has the enduring technique and who has the good kick up and over the top of this long climb.
Seems to be Maddie Hooker in the lead, but not by much, if at all. Moving over to the right side and hopes to get some better traction up this hill. But this is really a tight one.
This is a tight one for sure. It looks like Maddie Hooker does have a bit of an advantage, but it won't be enough to make much of a difference going into the final straight.
I think that she's actually in second right now. Number 16 has moved into the lead. That was Mira Payson. So Mira Payson leading the group, but there is 4 of them right there.
And keeping in mind the time to beat in order to get into the semifinals as a lucky loser is 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So anybody in the 3rd or 4th position that comes in faster than that will advance to the women's A final.
And we're seeing them coming down the hill just now in only moments. They will appear on your screen.
Just rely on the speed of the waxed ski. You gotta use that upper body strength, and that's exactly what the women are doing now. Jumping out of the tuck, using that.
It's hard to tell at this point who it's going to be. There are 5 of them right in line with each other. We saw this once before with the men's U20 heat. And this is anyone's race at this point.
This could be extremely
Truly,
close.
it is super close.
Before, but this is definitely from soup to nuts, one of the tightest races we've seen all day today here at Lake Placid.
Alrighty, this one's going to be close. It's the New England skier number 16. That is Mira Payson alongside of number 9. Oh, she's going for the stride. Number 9 from Alaska. That's Lily Pankook. And number 5, that is
Sophie Spalding. I think
Sophie
she
Spalding.
secured that second
Yeah.
place spot.
Very
Nice
impressive
race
work.
from Sophie Spalding. Doing some work in the final 100 meters of that.
Now these athletes just wait with on the edge of their seat to see if the lucky loser times, or if the 3rd and 4th place times are good enough to get the lucky losers. It looks like they are not. Your winner from Alaska was 3 minutes 49 seconds. So only Sophie and Lily will advance from semifinal heat number 2.
Third place, Mira Payson with 351.72.
Yeah. So now we have the B final for the U20 men.
Alrighty, this race includes Joseph Graziotti from GMVS, Nico Hockenadel from New England, Ethan Howe from Alaska, Jack Lang from New England, Ethan Esky from Alaska, and Benjamin Lewis from New England. So this is 4 New Englanders versus 2 Alaskans in another New England versus Alaska grunge match here in the here in Lake Placid.
And our B final for the men is skiing by now. We just got a glimpse of them. They will soon come around again. Remember, they are competing for 7th place, the winner. And there will be an A final to follow, but still just as exciting racing, and these skiers just as excited to prove themselves on this course and against these national competitors.
All right, here they come around the first corner into the big hill. That looks like number 7 with a small lead, although, boy, it's tight. Number 7, number 18, and number 28. That would be Jack Lang, Joseph Graziotti, and Ethan Howe, all sort of together here.
The rest of the heat close behind. But it does look like Joseph
Oh my goodness, look at
Graziotti.
Jack Lang powering up the
Whoa.
last hill. We saw him conserving energy in the quarterfinals. That was paying off now because he just went absolutely crazy up and over the last hill here. We'll see if he can secure that 7th place spot due to his tactical energy saving in the semifinals.
That was just a wild move. We haven't seen anything quite like that
No, we
today
really
from
haven't.
anyone.
He went really double the speed in a matter of milliseconds.
Dropping it into a tight bullet. He did not want to just end up on the also rampage. He wanted to be winning the B final, and that's what he's on his way to doing there. Jack Lang.
This is going to be a tight finish. Will Jack Lang's late move in this race pay off for a win in this B final?
Alrighty, they should be coming around the corner any second here. Can't wait to see how Jack's energy looks. I thought he might have been running on fumes, but oh my goodness, not a chance.
Good luck to him now as the drone's flitting around the base lodge, capturing the action.
And there he is. He will glide across the line effortlessly for 7th place. Beautifully skied last couple of heats for Jack Lang.
That was just incredible.
And let's see if this other New England athlete, Joseph Graziotti, can secure the 8th place. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
And we see an athlete number 17 coming in
Oh my
out on
goodness.
racer's left.
Wow, wow, wow.
That was Nico Hockenadel. He
That was
might
a-
have moved into 3rd place for this B final as the Alaska skier collapses, just utterly spent after an incredible day of racing here.
crazy last push for the All-American honors here in Lake Placid. Let's
So-
see. Number 7 goes to Jack Lang. Number 8 goes to Joseph Graziotti, and number 9 goes to Nico Hochendel. Hawkenadel, excuse me. It looks like that 4th, 5th, and 6th place sprint is going to go to, in 4th place, Ethan Esky. In 5th place, Ethan Howe. And in 6th place, Benjamin Lewis. What a fabulous race.
Indeed, indeed. And now we are lining up for our A final, I believe.
Alrighty, and in this race we have quite the lineup. This was not going to be one to miss. It includes bib number 1, Finn Bailey, bib number 2, Cole Flowers, bib number 2, actually, Owen Young, bib number 5, Derek Richardson, bib number 8, Charles Ben Oldham, and bib number 16, Mason Wheeler. Now, for those of you who don't know, this race includes 1 current catamount and 1 future catamount by the names of Owen Young. He's a freshman at UVM, and Finn Bailey, he's going to be a freshman next year. So this should be a good preview for the Catamounts' coming talents.
Yeah, not to mention a Middlebury Panther, Mason Wheeler.
Don't you go forgetting about it.
Yeah, don't you go forgetting about that. Challenging the Catamounts for a top predator here.
Yeah, so this is really an EISA preview of the coming years.
Along with some Alaskan skiers, of course.
Oh, there's always Alaskans in the mix. Only 1 New Englander in this A final by the name of Finn Bailey.
A lot of Alaska today. Alaska's really, really showing up during these sprints.
They are. And after day 1 here at Lake Placid, Alaska was leading the Alaska Cup point standings. We don't have the technical information on that, but as soon as we do, we'll pass that along so we can get an update on the big prize at the end of the week.
And here that A final comes. They look a little bit more spread out than we've seen in recent races.
Special thanks to the many volunteers doing a great job out there with a variety of different tasks that it takes to put on a national championship event of this caliber. Can't thank them enough. Great job to the volunteers.
And here they are now. This is your A final. Finn Bailey taking an early lead with 2 Alaska skiers. That is number 2 and number 3. That will be Owen Young and Cole Flowers. These 3 seem to have taken off from the rest of the pack, hoping to secure their podium spots early as they make their move on this hill.
It seems like Derek Richardson may have fallen off the pace a little bit. He was going stride for stride with Finn Bailey up this hill last year, but it looks like nobody has the strength to go with the big bad Vermonter Finn Bailey up and over the top of the hill.
These Alaskans are not giving in, though, in close pursuit, the teammates. And here we see number 5. That is Derek Richardson attempting to reel in his teammates and Finn Bailey, but who will know if he can?
What a thrilling race. What a thrilling race. I can't wait to watch the finish. It's going to be all come down to the final sprint. Who's got the energy in their arms? Finn Bailey leading down the hill, getting a few big double pulls in. But it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
To the finish line. Not to be written off is Owen Young, his future teammate.
3 Alaska skiers now in the chase of Finn Bailey, but I don't think that Bailey is going to be touched by these skiers unless something happens in the last 100 meters of this race.
Yeah, Finn looks like he had quite some energy going into the last corner, so I think it's going to be a locked-up national champion for him. But we'll see about what happens for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place because that race is getting tighter and tighter by every millisecond.
And here he comes.
There comes your champion, Finn Bailey.
But here are the Alaskan skiers.
Oh, it's a 3-way Alaskan sprint
And
for
they
the podium.
move tracks. Derek Richardson going for the
Oh my
last
goodness,
minute
Derek.
surge. And here is Finn Bailey, your junior national champion.
There we have it, 3 Alaskans.
Fabulous result for Alaska as Cole Flowers, Owen Young, and Derek.
That was too close for me to tell who,
Yeah, that was too
who
close for me
secured
to tell.
second and third.
We need to see what Bullet Timing has to say about that one. Boy, that was thrilling. Finn Bailey over the line in 2:57 and 4/10. That was faster than almost any heat all day long. Very impressive work. Cole Flowers is in 2nd. Derek Richardson is in 3rd, and Owen Young is in 4th. Crazy final sprint from Derek Richardson.
Yeah, super impressive coming back from 4th on that hill, just pushing it over the top and passing his teammates right at the very, very end. Great day for Team Alaska for sure.
Very impressive, very impressive. But nobody could quite match Finn Bailey's intensity and energy in this A final for the U20 men's here at XC Junior National Championships.
So our top 6 for the U20 men's is, as we said, Finn Bailey in first, Cole Flowers in second, Derek Richardson in third, Owen Young in fourth, Charles Ben Oldham in fifth, and Mason Wheeler in sixth place.
And now we're gearing up for the U20 women's B final here.
Correct, and that will include Mira Payson for New England, Elsie Weiss for Rocky Mountain, Delaney Jackson for the Pacific Northwest, Maddie Hooker, whose region is listed as guest, but she competes for Colby College, I believe, Virginia Cobb for New England, and Jordan Parent for the Midwest. So a couple more regions in this women's B final than we saw in the last race.
Interestingly enough, we have no Alaskans in this heat. 2 New Englanders, 1 Rocky, 1 PNSA, and 1 Midwest. So it's a well dispersed amongst the regions in this B final for the women.
And I'm hoping in just a couple of moments we will see how our B final racers are doing out on the course. We saw a great competition in the men's U20 B final, and I'm expecting even more from this women's B final. They look to be spreading a little more than we've seen in the last couple of heats.
Somebody must be pushing the pace. It looks like we have a fully strung out 6-person heat here. Alrighty, and here they come up the last hill. It looks like the PNSA skier is off to an early lead, followed closely by the Midwest skier, number 3.
That would be Delaney Jackson and Jordan Parent, I believe. Exciting to see.
Seems like number 14 is also in the mix. That looks to be Virginia Cobb. She is working her way up this last hill, but it looks like nobody has quite the energy of the PNSA skier number 6, Delaney Jackson.
Yeah, the only one in touch with her right now, I would say, would be that Midwest skier, Jordan Parent. They seem to have dropped the rest of the field.
This could get tight. This could get tight for sure.
The race between 7th and 8th, definitely one that we cannot call quite yet. And now number 2, Maddie Hooker, clearing the hill, and we'll see our racers coming under the bridge very shortly.
Alrighty, and there's the shirt off men's finishers as usual. Can't blame them for taking the shirts off when it's this warm and this sunny. It's a nice way to enjoy the end of the race. Get a little vitamin D on the body.
Definitely, it's a hot one out there.
Alrighty, there we have it. And the PNSA skier remains in the lead with a decent margin looking into the final straight here. She will surely take home 7th place, but the sprint for 8th and 9th and 10th could be interesting. It looks like the Midwest skier number 3, Jordan Parent, is going to secure the 8th place bid here, and number 16, the Midwest ski or the New England skier Myra Payson will be 9th.
Exciting, exciting last beat final from these people. So great race from Delaney Jackson from the Pacific Northwest. We haven't seen a ton of that region in this final, so representing for her group, which is always awesome to see. And she won that by a whole 7 seconds, so not even contested. Like, just walked the park in that one.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive work for sure. That was dominant fashion. And now we have the women's A final coming right up, featuring the fastest athletes of the day: Marit Flora in bib 307, Lily Penkook in bib 309, Sophie Spalding in bib 305, Greta Kilburn in bib 315, Rosie Whittington Evans in bib 310, and Elena Grissom in 311. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, the national champion podium, and the majority of the top 10 will be determined in this heat. So stay tuned for when we change over to the sprint hill camera and get an idea for how things are unfolding out there on course.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how things are shaping up for our U20 Women's A final today. These racers have been out here since early this morning, and this is the last of our U18 and U20 races, so lots of fans out here, lots of energy going on. And here they are now.
It looks like we have another strung out heat at the bottom of the course, but you never know what can change on a big, steep, slippery hill, so it'll be interesting to see how things go down here. And remember, once this race is over, the action for Junior Nationals Day 2 is long from over. We still have the entire U16 race coming up ahead, complete with qualifications starting at 3 o'clock, so do not go anywhere after this race wraps up.
And here they are now. Here are our leaders in the U20 Women's A final. Coming out in the front, that is number 15, Greta Kilburn. We have seen Greta lead every single heat today, and it seems like she is leading this one as well, although number 7, that is Marit Flora coming up on the inside. I don't think that she can catch Greta. Greta is just cruising up this hill, but her teammates also now coming in. Looks like it's getting a little bit slippery out there. We see most of the racers hopping out of the tracks.
This could be quite a race between Greta and Marit, although Greta has quite the energy going up to the top of the hill, and it looks like she's going to have a lead that will be hard to top. But wow, what an effort from the Burlington, Vermont native, Greta Kilburn.
And number 1 and 2 seem to have pulled ahead of number 3, which at the moment is Rosie Whittington Evans. But that is not for sure. We have an IMD skier. That is 311, Elena Grissom, close on her heels. But as they top the hill, that was Greta Kilburn in the lead. There are horns blaring outside. This is just the moment we've all been waiting for.
On this final downhill. Greta Kilburn leading by about 20 meters. This race is far from over. Marit Flora has a fabulous sprint finish. There's no doubt about that. So this it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it looks like numbers 1 and 2 are pretty well secured. But the race for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th is certainly still wide open, so we'll see what happens at the finish line here in Lake Placid.
And they come around the turn now in just mere seconds. We will see them pop onto your screen.
Alrighty, is Greta going to be able to hold that lead? It looks like yes, she's striding around the corner.
And here's Greta Kilburn, folks.
To what's sure to be a national champion. Fantastic race from Greta and Marit Flora coming in for 2nd, and the other Alaskan, number 9, Lily Panku, coming in for third. And
Oh,
that's your
but there's a
champion,
move from
Greta
Rocky.
Kilburn.
There's a move from Rocky on the right side. Will she be able to catch up for third? I don't think so. This is going to be New England. It's going to be Alaska, and it's going to be Alaska.
Oh, what a race, what a race. Big congratulations to your podium finishers here in the U20 women's A final in Lake Placid, New York.
Congratulations to those women doing
Isn't that our homie?
That was Greta Kilburn taking the national championship. And our runner-up, Marit Flora, and in the bronze position, that will be Lily Pancook from Alaska. Congrats to our top 3 racers and to all of our racers here today for a great effort and a great showing for all these fans. So again, our champion in the U20 women was Greta Kilburn, who led her heats the entire day. In second place, it is Marit Flora. In third place, Lily Pancook. In fourth place, we have Sophie Spalding. In fifth place, we have Rosie Whittington Evans. And in sixth place, rounding out your A final, was Elena Grissom. Although our U18 and U20 races are done, don't be afraid. There is still plenty more racing here today. Our U16s will be starting a qualifier very soon, and then we'll have their own set of sprint heats this afternoon. So check back in at 3 p.m.
Yes, indeed. Should be a full action-packed late afternoon here at JN's in Lake Placid. But for now, it's Ben Ogden and Quincy Massey Bierman signing off from the live stream.
for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us here at Mt Van Hoevenberg for the 2024 Cross Country Junior National Awards Ceremony. Special thanks goes out to our crew, officials, and volunteers for their hard work and support. Everyone, please turn your attention to the podium here at our awards plaza as we honor the athletes here on the second day of competition. Top 10, please report to where the beautiful young lady is pointing. Top 10, please assemble at this time. Both men and women. Top 10, please. Presenting the awards today, Olympic Authorities Sport Development Coordinator Chris Cheney-Seymour and Nordic Sport Coordinator Alan Serrano. Today's awards are for the U20 Men Sprint. In 10th place today, joining us from Alaska, representing Team Alaska, Ethan Esky.
I think that's Ethan. Let's try again. Let's try again.
You tell me when.
Yeah, go for it. Do it again.
You guys heard. I have
Go get him.
All right, once again, we're calling him up from Alaska. Ethan Esky, your 10th place finisher. Joining Ethan here at the Awards Plaza is your 9th place finisher on this beautiful day, representing Team New England from Mansfield Nordic, 9th place finisher, Nico Hockenadel. In 8th place today, proudly representing Team New England, from the Green Mountain Valley School, 8th place finisher, Joseph Graziati. In 7th place today, a second-year student at Dartmouth College, representing Team New England, Jack Lang. In 6th place today, a student at Middlebury College, where he's the captain of the Nordic team, representing Intermountain Division, Mason Wheeler. In 5th place today, representing Rocky Mountain Division, Charles Ben Oldham. In 4th place today, representing his home state of Alaska, University of Vermont student, Owen Young.
Hey, what if you guys get ready with jeans and the tree?
And now for your podium performers, the top 3 in the A finals. Congratulations to your 3rd place finisher from Alaska, Derek Richardson. Joining his teammate on the podium, also from Team Alaska, your 2nd place finisher, Cole Flowers. And topping the podium with a gold medal winning performance, representing Stratton Mountain School's T2 team, the 2024 winner of the U20 Men's Sprint. Let's hear it for your champion, Finnegan Bailey.
Ladies and gentlemen, your U20 men's sprint champions, congratulations.
They cut the names off. Do you know the name of that one?
Let me see if I can find it. What number is it? 310. Let me check.
And now it's time to recognize our top women in the U20 sprint division. Our 10th place finisher, doing a fabulous job representing Rocky Mountain Division. Please welcome to the podium, Elsie Weiss. In 9th place today, part of Team New England, Mira Payson. Skiing to an 8th place finish, proudly representing Team Midwest, Jordan Parent. In 7th place today, proudly representing the Pacific Northwest, Delaney Jackson. In 6th place, representing Intermountain Division, Elena Grissom. Racing to a 5th place finish, representing Alaska, Whittington Evans. Our 4th place finisher joins us from the Rocky Mountain Division. Congratulations to Sophie Spalding. And now it's time for our podium performers, the top 3. In 3rd place today, representing Team Alaska, Lily Pancook. Lily's teammate from Alaska, joining us from Team APU, was your 2nd place finisher, Merritt Flora. And the Women's U20 Sprint Champion for 2024 at the Junior National Championships. Let's hear it for Team New England's Greta Kilburn. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your top 10 finishers in the 2024 Junior National Championships Sprint Competition. Special thanks to Chris Cheney-Seymour, who handed out the awards today. Thank you all for joining us here at Mt Van Hoevenberg. We extend a special thank you to our dedicated volunteers and staff who made this competition possible. Congratulations to all the athletes who competed, and we wish you a wonderful rest of your week here in Lake Placid. This concludes our U20 awards ceremony here at the Awards Plaza. Thank you for coming out to cheer for your favorite competitors here in Lake Placid.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Junior Nationals 2024 live stream here for the late in the day U16 qualifier. Leading us out is Logan Drevlo from Lapid Nordic Racing, representing the Midwest. His sister, I believe, raced in the U18 race earlier this morning and had a fantastic race. So he's looking to capitalize on that and make it happen here. He's off, and the race is officially going here in Lake Placid. Alrighty, there goes racer number 2, representing the Pacific Northwest. And here comes racer number 4. That is Aiden Sands, representing the Mt Valley Nordic Ski Team. He was 5th in Monday's 5-kilometer event. Looking to improve upon that here in the Classic Sprint. And here comes bib number 6, Kyan Reed, representing Plain Valley Nordic Team and the Intermountain and the Pacific Northwest. We should have some results for the U16 boys coming in pretty quickly here, given the short nature of this sprint qualifier. Oh, he's going to double pole out of the line. I wonder if he's double pulling the whole race.
Yeah, interesting take. We definitely saw some striding and some double pulling in different sections for the other age groups.
All right, here we see somebody striding up the hill. That looks to be Logan Drevlo from the Midwest. He's got plenty of kick on his skis and is just going for the run tactic. Looking pretty fast up the top of the first hill into the finish.
The course has definitely gotten a little bit looser, a little bit thicker as the day has gone on, and the sun is heating it up. So these U16s for a bit of a more challenging snow conditions, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, it's probably pushing 50 degrees out there, and the sun is beating down. So it's definitely getting soft. But it's true JN's conditions out there, soft and slushy.
Yeah, some great spring skiing. Reminds me of the 2020 Truckee JNs that got canceled due to COVID. But
absolutely, most JNs and Truckee seem to be this way somehow. Lots of snow and lots of warm weather.
Nice to see that the East has some snow and some nice weather after a couple weeks of neither of those.
Exactly.
So.
For a while, it was just bad weather and no snow. So here we are. All right, here comes number 13. Going off, representing Far West, that is Luka Karnikis. He was 6th on our Monday's 5-kilometer event. We should have our first finishers coming in any second now, so we'll keep everybody... Oh, here they come. Number 1 about to cross the line. Logan Drevlo about to set the bar in terms of time for the U16 boys.
And close behind him, that was Ben Kaufman from the Mt Valley Nordic Team.
Alrighty, looks like we have Ben Kaufman coming in with a time of 3 minutes 14 seconds. And Logan Drevlo coming in with a time of 3 minutes 22 seconds. So just a hair slower than the U18 boys this morning, but certainly the courses are becoming harder and harder with each passing hour. So hats off to these U16s for making it happen in the tricky conditions.
Definitely, definitely.
Here we have a homemade short sleeve suit by the looks of it. Oh, we have actually a lot of homemade short sleeve suits. The boys, looks like they got their scissors out this morning and made some strategic cuts.
How are you guys seeing times on dropped out of here?
Alrighty, we're back, and it looks like we're about to have the 6th and 7th finishers. This Rocky Mountain guy will surely post up a fast time. Let's take a look at what he... Oh, and we have a new leader. Well, yes, we have a new leader from the Mt Valley Nordic team, Ben Kaufman.
Getting a glimpse here of number 14. That is Ivan Ivanov from the Stratton Mountain School, representing New England.
Ivan Ivanov has a very cool name, fun to say, when you're an announcer like me and Quincy. So we're definitely excited to see how he does at the finish line.
And of course, SMS, where you went to school.
That's true, that's true. Some would say my alma mater. Oh no, we have a crash and a new camera angle. Hope he's okay.
Right back up.
Right back up, no worries there. That was very early on in the race, so hopefully he can claw back a few seconds and make it less of a devastating loss. Although, I must say, any kind of loss of seconds in this sprint qualifier is no good due to the tight margin, the tight tendencies of the margins at the end of the race.
Yeah, for sure. But it just shows how thick these corners are getting in the heat.
Definitely.
I'm sure that won't be the last casualty, unfortunately, that we'll see from this course.
Sadly not, and our leader remains the same, but we have a new second place skier, Landon Laverdiere from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Very impressive race from him. And here comes number 17 up the last climb. That is Freedom Bennett, also from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Up the hill now comes number 18, I think. That was Irving Stoller from Mount Bachelor Ski Education Foundation.
That was Carter Niemkowitz for Rocky Mountain, who we just saw leave the start, hoping to put down a good time today in our sprint qualifier.
And there's a New England skier across the line. That's Ivan Ivanov, sliding right into 6th place. An impressive race for him. Now, the nice thing about this race, unlike all the previous races, is that this is only one age group, so the top 30 will qualify, and there's no having to strain out the results afterwards. So right now we've had 14 finishers, and all of them will be in thus far, but that's always subject to change.
Jonah Gorman, we just saw recently finish, moving into 5th place for New England. Only 16 U16 boys have finished thus far, but as our racing continues, we will fill out the top 30 that will move on to heats later this afternoon.
Alrighty, here's number 24, another shot of Aaron Pooler from Spokane Nordic Ski Association. He's looking pretty good at the bottom of this climb, but there's still a lot more to go up above where the camera can't see.
Coming up here on the inside edge, we have an Alaska skier with some great tempo. That is Jack Levesque.
Jack Levesque, definitely somebody to watch in this race. He was up there in the 5-kilometer skate event on Monday.
Crossing the line now, a set of Intermountain skiers.
Bib number 19, that is Colton Pesh. He goes into 18th place and will tentatively be in the top 30. Across the line now is Matthias Citarella, bib number 22. He goes into 4th place, so a great race for Matthias. And here comes bib number 29, employing the old run tactic up the big hill.
That will be Samuel Madsen from the Bridger Ski Foundation out in Montana, this week competing for the Intermountain Division.
And here comes number 38, towing the line. That is Liam Brown from Glacier Nordic Club.
And 30 and 31 now. Martin Radu from Team Soldier Hollow and Oren Slover from the Quarry Road Ski Club. Charging up that hill with some nice big running strides.
Alrighty, and here comes number 40, which brings us to just nearly halfway through our U16 men's field. That is George Nelson of Endurance United. Jack Levesque crosses the finish line, bib number 26, and goes into 12th place, so he will tentatively be in the top 30 and be looking forward to racing in the heats a little later.
Great to see the fist pumps in the finish line, congratulating one another. Racer number 27, exhausted by his effort. Carter Nimkowitz doing a great job.
Carter Nimkowitz just about over the line. Slides into 11th place, so nearly a top 10 qualification for him. That will likely hold up and result in a quarterfinal bid for Carter.
Yeah, hoping it does. His teammate also just crossing into the finish line. That was Charlie Wydell, and moving into 19th place.
Oh, here we go. These guys are grinding up the hill big time. Numbers 35 and number 36. 6 has got a crazy run going. And that is Owen Cruz Abrams, number 35, and Gabe Black, number 36, from Aspen and Anchorage. This nice new camera angle shows the beautiful lodge here at Mt Van Hoevenberg, recently constructed as part of the Olympic Regional Development operations here in Lake Placid, home of the 1980 Olympic Winter Games.
And out of the start, blazing, we have number 46. That is Kean Sullivan from Aspen Valley out in Colorado, competing for the Rocky Mountain Division today.
We just missed bib number 39, Timothy Craddock. He looked like he was ripping up this hill, so we'll definitely keep an eye for him at the finish line. And number 38, also working his way up the hill, that is Liam Brown from Glacier Nordic Club.
49 now, taking off out of the start. That was Raven Spangler. He competes for Alaska Nordic Racing during the normal season, and of course representing Alaska here at the Junior National Championships. Alaska had a great day in the older age categories, so I'm sure their U16s are hoping to continue that streak.
Yes, indeed. The Alaska Cup is still on the line. We haven't received an update about where the points stand after the first 4 races of the day, but I'm sure it's still very tight. Here comes an Intermountain skier overtaking another Intermountain skier on the hill. Both of them look to have the very slightest slippery skis, but they're making it happen, being a little bit light on their feet. That's number 42 and 43.
Karsten Bessinet and Charlie St. George.
Yep. Towing the line now is bib number 53. That is
Connor Reckinger.
From the Great Lakes region.
Yeah, Connor skis normally for the Bay Nordic Ski Club.
It looks like our current leader, Ben Kaufman, is going to hold that down, at least for the first half of this race. From the Methow Valley Nordic Ski Team, he has a 4-second lead over second place, which is Landon Lavadier, and then he has another 4-second lead over third place, which is Logan Drevlo.
We just saw number 40 cruising into the finish line. That was George Nelson, and he has moved into 26th place.
Another recent finisher seen here is bib number 39, Timothy Craddock. He moves into a top 10 position in 9th place, so will hopefully be seen in the heats in just a few hours. And just for reference, the quarterfinal 1 starts at 4:30 for the U16 men. So these guys are finishing and have just over an hour to catch their breath, relax their muscles, and get ready for the big show in the heats. Here comes number 59. This is a Far West athlete whose name is Pierce Bolin from Tahoe Endurance.
Down in the big sweeping turn, getting a little bit sloppy down there at the bottom of that turn.
We are getting to the last 15 starters of the U16 boys.
Bounced right back up. Racer number 53, meanwhile, works his way up to the top.
Ooh, a little slippery for racer number 53. That's the tricky conditions here in Lake Placid on full display. But you know what they say, it's good practice. The harder the conditions, the better the practice. So these guys are getting in good reps, preparing for bigger races when it may be slushy and warm and changing just like it is today.
62 now in the start, and he strides away. That would be Graham Sneidman. Graham skis for Tahoe Endurance and is representing the Far West this week.
All right, there's number 49 across the line. He slides into 18th place for the Alaskan.
That'll put him into 49, into unofficially 18.
Number 50 across the line as well. That puts him into 18th place and bumps his teammate into 19th place. So a great race for number 50.
Ethan
Ethan Stivar.
Stivar. Ethan skis for the Alaska Winter Stars during the normal season. 57 now, Gunnar Drew for Rocky, grinding up this last steep hill. And this is the first downhill corner on the course we see now.
67 will be your next starter.
And we see some wax techs out there testing skis and making sure things are prepared and dialed for the heats, which start in just about 1 hour.
Great Lakes District. Racer number 68.
Racer number 68 toes the line now from the Midwest. That is Wells Huatari from from Orono High School. Excuse me.
Max Peterson will be your next starter from Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club.
Now from Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, we have Max Peterson towing the line. And
61 now. Cade McGinley attempting the last hill as we switch to a view of the first downhill corner.
Number 70 stands ready in the start platform. That is Theodore Cole joining us from Rail on Trails team out of the Great Lakes. His fellow Great Lakes skier will follow right behind him. That is Oliver Hudson.
Coming over the finish line now is number 56. That is Jack Rudolph from Loppet Nordic Racing.
16 boys qualifier.
Jack Rudolph finishes, and he started within 20 starters of the end. So this race is going by extremely quickly here.
Number 71 out the starts nicely is Oliver Hudson. And the rest of our skiers all from the M5.
63 now, James Darien,
Number 72,
followed by 64, a Midwest skier.
72. Number 7
That is Dylan Little.
Atlantic is Max Fay.
Dylan Little had a great race in the 5K on Monday. And now we have our last couple starters. That was Max Fay from NICEF, representing the Mid-A region.
Filip Stefankovic.
His teammates starting behind him, Filip Stefankovic, and behind him will be Lyndon Belize, both from Rochester Nordic Racing. They're on the home team, or their home region this week, Mid-Atlantic, and I'm sure they have lots of fans cheering them on as they start out on this sprint qualifier.
Atlantic squad. Great to have him helping out these young skiers as the start is now closed down as your final skier leaves the start platform. That is Lyndon Belize from Rochester Nordic Racing representing the Mid-Atlantic.
59 now, coming into the finish, as we only have about 15 skiers left to finish today in our U16 boys qualifier.
It looks like number 68 is having a fast race as he overtakes number 67, kicking with strong energy up the top of the hill. We'll have to see where he comes in. Yep.
Racers need to start working their way to the start. We are just a couple minutes away from the start of the girls U16 race. According to the schedule, they're starting in 30 seconds.
63 and 64 now rapidly approaching the finish line. That will be James Darien and Dylan Little, hoping to post their scores up with the best who have finished already.
Currently sitting in the hot seat in 30th position
All right, let's take a look at the results and see. It looks like we have our leader is 3 minutes 14 seconds, and 30th place is 3 minutes 39 seconds. So only separated by just over 20 seconds. So it's pretty tight out there, and that should make for some fun, exciting, tight heat racing coming up this afternoon.
Ben Kaufman's fast time from the Pacific Northwest continues to be the fastest time in the U16 boys. Ben Kaufman from Meadow Valley, followed by Lyndon Laverdier.
And here comes number 74 up the hill.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. That is Max Fay from NICEF racing on his home course here in Lake Placid.
Cinderella.
75 now cranking up the hill. Lyndon Belize for Mid-Atlantic. He was our last starter today, so last U16 to charge up this hill before we see some racing action in the heat later on. Two Great Lakes skiers crossing the finish line now. 67 and 70. Some good racing from those two.
Alrighty, that means we only have 5 more finishers until this race is locked up, and the top 30 will stay that way for the heats. Currently in the hot seat and sitting in 30th place is Aaron Pooler of Spokane Nordic Ski Association.
I have sources that tell me that it's 49 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
Oh my goodness.
That's pretty warm for a ski race. I'm not gonna lie.
That is piping. You can see the rosy cheeks and the t-shirted skiers out there. Although it's not very wintry, but I will say it looks quite nice out there.
Definitely does look lovely.
And I think this may be our second to last finisher. That is Filip Stefakovic from Rochester Nordic Racing. He collapses as he's used all of his energy out there.
Number 71 waving to the fans at home. Oliver Hudson. Great job for Oliver today.
All right, and charging to the finish line is our last starter, Lyndon Belize from Rochester Nordic Racing. All right, and that's a wrap on the U16 boys qualifier. Congratulations to all athletes who have achieved the top 30 result.
Check back in at in 1 hour for the first quarterfinal of the U16s. It will be certainly very exciting. We've seen some great racing in the heats today.
Absolutely, and I think the women's qualifier for the U16s here in Lake Placid is queued up to start in just about 2 minutes. So don't go too far. Should be an exciting racing action. Alrighty, while we wait for the U16 girls to get queued up here, we'll just rip through our top 30 qualifiers for the U16 boys. First place was Ben Kaufman. Second place was Landon Laverdiere. Third place was Logan Drevlo. Fourth place was Matthias Citarella. Fifth place was Ian Carmack. Sixth place was Jonah Gorman. Seventh place was Aiden Sands. Eighth place was Oren Slover. Ninth place was Timothy Craddock. 10th place was Ivan Ivanov. 11th place was Luka Karnikas. 12th place was Grayson Stanek Alward. 13th was Kyan Reed. 14th was Carter Niemkowitz. 15th was Gabe Black. 16th was Olden Berryman. 17th was Owen Harth. 18th was Jack Levesque. 19th was Peter Can. 20th was Ethan Stalvler. 21st was Raven Spangler. 22nd was Elio Adriani. 23rd was Darren Binning. Excuse me. 24th was Tristan Thrasher. 25th was Micah Saugen. 26th was Christian Landers. 27th was Matthew McIntosh. 28th was Charlie Weedell. 29th was Nick Gardiner. And 30th was Aaron Pooler. And that brings us straight into the start of the women's race.
Yes, indeed. The U16 women have just taken off. We saw our first 3 starters. That was Isabella Waters, Caroline Mena, and Mary Harrington. Mary Harrington, of course, was 3rd on Monday, which is exciting. And just taking off, that was Leah Perrard. She was our champion on Monday's race, so hopefully she'll put down another fast time in this qualifier. Just going off now is Taylor Nalder. Taylor Nalder from McCall Nordic and Bathlon Ski Club. (107) Tegan Hoffman from Park City Ski and Snowboard. Tegan was 7th in Monday's race, so
Here comes racer number 108. That is Tula Higman. She is from the Bridger Ski Foundation and is representing Intermountain Division. Here's our first view of the hill. Number 101 cruises up it effortlessly. That's Isabella Waters. Very impressive work with minimal slipping.
and 111 in the start. Now that is Antigone Loomis. She was 17th in Monday's race, representing the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. And here's another view of that first downhill corner. We saw one crash here already, so hoping to avoid more of those today.
It looks like the corner's holding up pretty decently. We don't have any kind of rut forming. It just looks generally soft, so hopefully it should be manageable. And here comes number 104 representing New England going up this hill. That is Leah Pernard from Ford Sayre.
114 now in the starting gate. That is Allie Scott. Just one off the podium on Monday in 4th.
Allie Scott double pulls out of the start gate. Goes for the minimal gear changes. That's always a good strategy.
And a great save there by Intermountain skier, traversing the corner well. 107 now, running up the hill. 107 is Tegan Hoffman, who we just saw start moments ago. 108 behind her is Tula Higman. And our first finisher crossing the line for the U16 girls. That will be Isabella Waters, putting down a great time for the Intermountain Division. Now 102, Caroline Mena. She was 5th in a tie on Monday. 2 skiers from the Pacific Northwest now attempting this hill. Adeline Lowen. And we have 2 more finishers now coming in. 103, 104, some teammates from New England, I believe.
Let's see where they rank up. It looks like we might have Mary Harrington sliding into third place with a time of 4:07:44.
3:52.91. Carolina Mena just behind at 3:56.34. And Mary Harrington with a 4.07.
And Leia Pernard goes into second place with a time of 3 minutes 53 seconds.
112 now tackling that hill. Hannah Middlestat.
We
Hannah
are
was
seeing a lot of athletes going up the far outside. Interestingly, maybe the course is a little bit soft or a little bit firmer over there, a little faster.
big lunge there from our most recent finisher. That was Sierra Strecker. She was the other person who tied for 5th on Monday. So putting up a 7th place time today.
All right, here comes racer number 124. That is Rice Weidenhammer from Park City Ski and Snowboard.
A Rocky Mountain skier. Looks like it's getting a little slippery out there, but still keeping a good tempo up the hill. I believe that was Georgia Bishop from Steamboat. 118 now, close behind. That is Maya Cam Magruder from Alaska Winter Stars. I believe we saw her brother earlier today. About to start from High Plains. That is Kaylee Alike. Normally races for Sheridan.
All right, here comes number 129, racing from the Midwest. That is Lena Austigen. She was our second place finisher in Monday's 5-kilometer event, representing Loppet Nordic Racing. Number 113 comes towards the finish line now, striding up the finish climb. We'll have to see where she stacks up momentarily.
114 chasing down 113 there. And moving into 7th place, that was Eiley Scott from Tahoe Endurance.
And number 113 there was Brooke Greenberg, the sister of our U18 7.5K champion, Tabor Greenberg. She crosses the line and slides into 13th place.
132, right out of the start, opting for the stride. That is Wigley Smith from the Meta Valley Nordic team. Far away from home, but I'm sure she's going to throw down today. And now at the finish line, there is some fierce competition going on, some lunges from people trying to get every single little bit of a second, because it will count today. We saw the margins were very tight in this morning's races. And we have a new leader. Looks like all the effort was worth it. Maya Cam Magruder from Alaska Winter Stars. Now moving into the first place, we have 17 finishers. Make that 18 finishers in the U16. So many still to finish, but some great racing we've seen so far.
And we just had a change in the leader. Maya Cam Magruder from Alaska Winter Stars recently crossed the line wearing bib number 18. She is our new leader with a time of 3 minutes 51 seconds, just about 1 second in front of second place. So it's very tight out there.
And in 4th, Summer Bentley moving into the top 10. Very exciting stuff. And Kate Carlson now from the Mansfield Nordic Club and New England just moved into 8th place. So a lot of movement going on. Top 30 is definitely not solidified at this point.
Definitely not, definitely not. How many athletes do we have racing in today's U16 girls? We have just about 175. Just about 75. Excuse me, not 175. Alrighty, towing the line now is number 140, sporting the stylish green Oakleys. That is Aldia Burt from the Methow Valley Nordic Ski Team. Over the line now, we have a Rocky Mountain athlete. That looks like 123, so it must be Luca Archie.
124 and 125 right behind. Big effort from 125 from Alaska. And that is Elliot Sensabaugh, who moves into 10th place. Great race for Elliot.
Ski as fast as they can to get into the top 30 to qualify for the afternoon rounds. The heats will be kicking into gear.
She looks like she put it all out there and definitely is going to get right onto recovering for those heats, which I'm guessing she will be a part of.
Definitely. And the U16 girls have their first heat starting at 4:50, so just about an hour from when the majority of the athletes are going to be done. It's going to be a quick turnaround, but plenty of time to recover a little, catch your breath, get a snack, and prepare as best you can for the coming battle.
Kaya Verbrata, this is from Mount Bachelor Ski Educational Foundation. She is now in the start, getting ready to
We just saw Kai McKinnon up on that hill, cruising, and now more action at the finish line.
Quite the sprint finish there between numbers 129 and 127. 127 crosses the line into 28th place, and 129 crosses the line into 10th place.
In 10th, that was Linnea Ostegan, who, if I am correct, was our champion last.
Second place last.
Second place, our runner-up in the last race. She moves into 10th place. Remember, all you need to do is get a top 30 to qualify for the heats. So the winner of the qualifier, while it might be confidence boosting, is not what's going to get you on the podium. Means to an end.
Currently, our top 30 is spread out by just about 43 seconds. So it's a pretty large spread, but we still have a lot of this field to come in, and many of which are sneaking into the top 10 and making that spread smaller and smaller.
Race number 149, Avery Houghton from Plain Valley Nordic Team. What a great week they've had so far from the Pacific Northwest, Plain Valley, making their mark here at Lake Placid. Corinne Blagan joins us from Peak Nordic now in the start platform.
131 and 132 into the finish now.
351.06. That's the time to beat.
All right, the current time to beat is 351.06. So we'll see if anybody in the remainder of this field can top that time put down by Maya Cam Magruder. Coming up the hill now is numbers 141, 142, and 140. That is
15-second start intervals of the racers.
Aldia Burt, Davis Brosterhouse, and Reen Soul.
Our current 30th place is Maddie Carney from Mount Bachelor with a time of 4:30.77. So all these remaining racers are trying to beat that time of 4:30.77 in order to secure their place in the heats in just over 1 hour from now.
All right, towing the line now is number. Oh, we seem to have lost the live stream for just a second, and it's back. Number 145 and 146 are powering up this hill. 145 is Kaya Verbeda, and 146 is Camille Hamill from Mount Bachelor Ski Education Foundation and ASC Training Center, respectively. That would be the Auburn Ski Club for number 145.
158 from the Midwest region, starting off a slew of 4 Midwest skiers. That will be Paloma Good taking off right now, followed by Madeline Bonnet, Sayla Binsfield, and Helen Chu. So a lot of Midwest skiers. A little hard to work together when you're out there on an interval start, but good to have the company, yeah.
It can't be done, you know. It's always good to have the company, and especially at the finish line.
Definitely, definitely.
A lot of t-shirts out there. I mean, if you're not wearing a t-shirt, you're definitely going to be very, very warm. It looks like we have a little bit of slippery skis happening from number 249. One of the biggest challenges of cross-country skiing is that once you start to slip, it changes your body weight position to be more forward and less over top of the ski, which makes it that much harder to get kicked because you need to compress the center part of your ski down to the snow with all your weight. But if part of your weight is hanging off your poles, then it can be really hard. So that's why we see one slip and then another and then another and then another. But it's all one of the challenges of this sport, and these U16s are out here figuring it out and going to be better because of it. Currently, our top 30 has changed slightly. No, it stayed the same.
The time spread for the top 30 is about 33 seconds. And 164, taking off right now, 164 is Amelia Parker for Alaska Nordic Racing.
Well, already coming over the line now is number 147. That looks to me like Zoe Wagner from the Loppet Nordic Racing.
The final 10 skiers of the roster for the U16 girls. Great Lakes Racing on course.
Which is hybrid.
150 now approaching the finish line.
Bib number 168.
150 is Avery Houghton from the Plain Valley Nordic Ski Team. And towing the line now, which brings us to our final 10 skiers, is number 169, Helena Hacker from Peak Nordic Ski Club. A handful of NICEF skiers getting ready to tow the line. There's a USA Kappa headband on number 157 as she works her way up the hill. That looks to be Ava Burrington from the Methow Valley Nordic Ski Team.
And we just saw a new person move into 30th place. That was Kryn Blegan from Peak Nordic.
Great race for Clint Blegan coming from the back of the pack and getting into those heats and, tentatively getting into the heats. She's currently sitting in the hot seat.
Now on course. Joining us from the Great Lakes region, from Wausau Nordic Ski Club, is Anya Osterich. Ready in the
And Gabrielle Harris coming in with a 21st place, so that will knock out our 30th place.
Wow. Very, very impressive. That's solidly in there in 21st place for Gabrielle Harris of Team Soldier Hollow. And now we get into our Mid-Atlantic squad here. This is Talia Goldstein from Rochester Nordic Racing, followed by Cora Hinsdale from Mid-Atlantic, and Raquel Landa from New York Ski Education Foundation. She is racing on her home course here, and now we have an Alaskan skier, number 164.
That is Amelia Parker from Alaska Nordic Racing.
Got a little bit hung up on that hill, just looked like a bad slip, but it's okay.
very impressive skiing there from Cora Hindale. She wins the blast from the back of the pack.
And our last skier has taken off. That was 175, Raquel Landa. And now all we have to do is wait for these skiers to finish and see if any of them can crack the top 30 here today. We did see some late movement, so it's definitely in the cards for one of these skiers to qualify.
It's definitely possible. We've been seeing people sneak into even the top 20, so we'll see what happens. But I think we can rest assured that Maya's time of 3 minutes 51 seconds is not going to be beat in today's qualifier.
422.71. That is your skier in 30th place.
A large group now of Midwest and Alaska skiers. Quite similar suits, but the Midwest has the orange and Alaska has the yellow accents.
Most of the high schools have Nordic trails.
Alrighty, and our last couple skiers are bringing it in. This is 168. climbing up the last hill into the stadium. That was Ingrid Dickman from Iola Winter Sports Club.
Some dedicated coaches out here cheering on their athletes. 170 and 169. So that would be Helena Hacker and Courtney Krowicki. 164 and 163 crossing the finish line. These racers are looking like they left it all out there. And 164 just barely missing out on the top 30 in 33rd. But we did see one racer, Madeline Lowen, in 22nd.
A great race from Amelia Parker, who we actually saw crash on the hill going up to the stadium. So being only a couple seconds out of the top 30, that is going to be a little bit bittersweet for her, given that it's possible she lost all that time in the small crash. But still a very impressive outing, and will surely make her hungry for future years.
175 now. That is our last starter for the U16, bringing it home for Mid-Atlantic, our host team here in Lake Placid.
Racer number 170 is putting down quite a good race here. Let's see how her time stacks up. She's passed, looks like, 2 skiers on her way to the finish line.
And she moves into 30th place, just barely squeaking in. That is super exciting for the Nice F skier at her home junior nationals. We'll see if she's passed by either of her teammates, but that is an impressive race from Courtney Krowicki.
Wow, that was very impressive, very clutch, coming from the very end of the race after everybody's already skied over the course, and just charging all the way right into the heat. So, big congrats, preemptive congrats.
Let's go to the clocks now for Hinsdale.
Whoa! What's her first?
We just had a new 6th place finisher, Cora Hinsdale, with a time of 4 minutes .17. That is super impressive.
Unbelievable. Coming from the back of the qualifier, which means that her national ranking list points are not the best in the field, but she did not let that slow her down in the slightest. That was extremely impressive, sliding right into the top 10, just like she belongs. Very, very cool. It'll be fun to watch her in the heats coming right up.
And her teammate, Raquel Landa, also sliding in 22nd to the top 30. So a lot of late-seeded movement here. We haven't seen this in any of the other races today, so quite
we haven't
exciting.
seen that yet at all. And the home team is really capitalizing on that home course advantage with the home crowd. So that's what you really love to see, and that's really what it's all about. So huge congrats to the Mid-Atlantic team, starting from the back of the pack and just capitalizing and going straight into the heats. Already, current time is 3:54, and we will see everybody back here at 4:30 for the U16 men's quarterfinal number 1. Should be a great action-packed afternoon of racing with these U16s. Alrighty, welcome back to the Junior Nationals 2024 Classic Sprint live stream. This is the U16 men's quarterfinal heat number 1, which has which includes Ben Kaufman wearing bib number 1, and Ivan Ivanov wearing bib number 10, Luka Karnikas wearing bib number 11, Ethan Stivar wearing bib number 20, Raven Spangler wearing bib number 21, and Aaron Pooler wearing bib number 30. I don't. Alrighty, these athletes are getting queued up, getting ready to go. We have one. Oh, and there we have it. They're off. Looks like an early lead for the New England athlete and the PNSA athlete there. That would be Ivan Ivanov and Aaron Pooler.
Exciting to see some skiers from the Pacific Northwest. And the other heats, they were dominated by Alaska and New England, so always good to see the smaller regions stepping up to produce some fast skiers.
Oh yeah, that's really what it's all about. We get caught up in the New England Alaska debate, but there's lots of talented skiers in these New England heats, these U16 heats, so it's going to be fun to follow along and see what goes on. Looks like some early string outage going on with quarterfinal heat number 1 as they're all in a long line, but we've been seeing that change at the bottom of the big hill, and boy, it's looking chopped up. You can barely even see the 2 leftmost tracks on your screen. That's how you know it's been a long day of racing in the hot sun.
And here they are now. It looks like the skier from the Pacific Northwest is in the lead. I think that will be our number 1 ranked skier, Ben Kaufman.
Ben Kaufman charging up the hill, but he's got number 11 from the far west, Luka Karnikas, chasing him down, along with number 16, number 10, Ivan Ivanov from Stratton Mountain School, hot on his tail. But it looks like Ben Kaufman will take this climb and lead down the hill into the final stretch.
Number 20 now here from Alaska, Ethan Stivar, moving into our 3rd place position. Again, trying to secure that lucky loser spot we've been talking about all day.
Look at that. There's just no tracks at all up at the top of the hill. Looks like they've raked it completely flat, and it's just every man for himself out there. And getting a look into the stadium here, we can see Matt Bubar is still there. Looks like he's got a fresh cup of coffee with his pink shirt on. He's basking in the sun, as he should be.
The skiers have just come by down this last downhill. We will soon see them come around the corner.
It looks like quarterfinal number 2 is queuing up as we speak. We're getting down towards the end of the day. We're going to start running out of daylight here, so they got to get these heats out rapid fire. Here comes the end of heat number 1. It looks like Ben Kaufman is going to take this one pretty handily. Chased down behind him by Luka Karnikas and number 20, Ethan Stivar. Shortly behind Ethan is number 10, the New England skier, Ivan Ivanov.
And 21. That is Raven Spangler.
And let's see, the time to beat currently for the lucky loser will be 3 minutes 33 seconds and 3 minutes 38 seconds. So now we look straight to heat number 2. This heat includes Matthias Citarella, Aiden Sands, Carter Niemekowitz, Owen Harth, Tristan Thrasher, and Matthew McIntosh. And they're off just like that.
Again, we see a mix of double pull and striding right out of the start. Anything these skiers can do to gain a small advantage going into the first uphill. Seems as though a Rocky Mountain skier has taken an early lead.
And now we get an idea of that first downhill corner that's been causing a handful of problems. But it looks like this heat's going to be well strung out, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about as the boys stand up and start double pulling early on in the corner.
Looked like our two Rocky Mountain skiers, Carter Niemkowitz and Tristan Thrasher, were taking a lead today. So we'll see if they will hold that as they come around into the final steep hill of the sprint course. And we have 3 skiers who have broken away from the rest of the pack. Oh, and there's a crash.
Oh, no. A small crash, and he kind of stayed on the ground for a second to make sure he didn't get run over by anybody else, which may cost him the competitiveness in this race. But we'll see what he can muster up this last climb. It looks like number 4 and number 24 are going to be leading at the base of this climb. But, oh, another crash. Oh, no. Number 7.
It is getting messy out here.
Oh, God, it's getting loose out here.
Number 14, though, seeming to make a comeback after his trip at the bottom of
There's
the
definitely
hill.
still hope for number 14. He's closing in on number 24 at the top of the hill. It could be very, very close here. Number 14 is Carter Niemkowitz, and number 24 is Tristan Thrasher. Unfortunately for number 17, Owen Harth, I think it's going to be hard to come back from that crash.
I think Owen Harth actually came by in second, but
whoops.
jury's still out on that one. There was a lot of movement going on.
Somebody crashed, but we'll see at the finish line who made it there and who did
There
not.
is a Rocky skier that was 24, I think. Or, yeah, Tristan Thrasher seems to be in the lead. But a tightly contested race for second. Carter Niemkowitz, and I couldn't quite catch it, but I think that was Owen Harth in the battle for second. We will soon know as they come around this last corner. And number 4 cruising into the finish. That is Owen Harth, I believe.
No. That's Matthias Cinderella over the finish line.
My
in
mistake,
first.
my mistake.
Number 24 is Tristan Thrasher. He will also auto-qualify. And number 27 will be pulling for that lucky loser position. Oh, excuse me, number 17. That would be Owen Harth.
So to confirm, the winner of that heat was Matthias Citarella with a time of 3:35.8. Tristan Thrasher, and in third place, going for that lucky loser spot, we had Owen Harth making a comeback after a bit of a trip on the hill.
That being said, our current lucky losers remain the same with Ethan Stivar and Ivan Ivanov. Ivan's time is 3 minutes 38 seconds, so that's the time to beat for any third or fourth place skiers in this heat.
And we just saw the next heat head off into the course that had Ian Carmack from Park City, Jonah Gorman from the Mansfield Nordic Club, Gabe Black for A&R and the Alaska region, Odin Berryman from Intermountain, Micah Saugen for Plain Valley Nordic and the Pacific Northwest, and Christian Landers from Montana Endurance Academy.
Hard to see exactly what the position was around that bottom corner, but we can rest assured the group is still mostly together as they come around the low point of the course. It looks like there's a group of 2 now out front, and then there's 2 in pursuit as they go around the low part of the course and start to work their way up the climbs. All that is subject to change.
And here they come now. Breaking off from the rest of the group, we have 2 leaders. That is Ian Carmack and Jonah Gorman, I believe.
Yes, indeed. It is. We can see the New England suit and the Intermountain Division suit going off the front a little bit here, but it's definitely still going to be pretty tight as number 16 is not giving up. Number 16 is Odin Berryman. Although we do have quite a lead forming here towards the top of the hill, these 2 skiers should be pretty safe, barring any crashes or mishaps on the downhill.
But you can never count that out. But I
You
think
really can't.
they're pretty set going into that downhill. Remember, the lucky loser times that these skiers are trying to beat are 3:38.84 and 3:33.50.
We can see some action in the stadium here. Looks like the wax benches are still set up, although I don't imagine that the wax is changing very much at this point. It's definitely warm, but it has been for a couple hours now. And the snowpack is pretty deep and large, so it's probably not changing too rapidly out there. But you can see some coaches messing around with some skis and just getting everything all set up for the future heats.
Very, very shortly, we will see our competitors around the corner. And now here they are. Looks like the IMD skiers have made a move on the New England one. We
Wow.
have 5, 16, and 26. So that is Ian Carmack, Odin Berryman, and Christian Landers.
That was a dramatic downhill. Number 6 was in the lead or second going into the downhill, and now crosses the line in 4th, but we'll see if he can be fast enough to pull off a lucky loser spot here at Junior Nationals 2024.
And as these competitors are finishing, the next heat went out on course. That next heat has Landon Laverdiere from Vail, Timothy Craddock from SMS, Grayson Stanek-Alward from Alaska Winter Stars, Peter Kahn from Vail, Elio Adriani from Tahoe Endurance, and Nick Gardiner from Sun Valley, as we see them come down the first hill and up that little rise. Our lucky losers have updated from our second quarterfinal, or our third quarterfinal rather, finishing. Our lucky losers are now Christian Landers and Jonah Gorman.
So both of those lucky losers coming from quarterfinal number 3. That was the fastest heat of the day so far by a margin of just about 3 seconds. So definitely fast, but there's still two heats full of talented skiers left to go, and we'll have to see if any are going to push the pace hard enough to challenge that lucky loser spot. It looks like we have the Rocky Mountain skier, bib number 9. Yes, Timothy. No, bib number 2. Excuse me. In the front, along with bib number 9, Timothy Craddock and Landon Lavidere. Leading us out up this hill. We'll see if they can develop a big enough gap to not have to worry about getting caught.
I don't really know if anyone cannot worry about getting caught after the last heat we just saw.
That's a good
but
point.
They're certainly going to try to extend that lead.
You can see at the top of the hill we have someone playing what looks like a trumpet, plastic trumpet. So he's getting everybody fired up. I'm surprised the dog was okay with the trumpet, but it's a very mellow dog, I guess.
And we have a view of the racers coming around some of the last corners of this sprint. There looks to be a pretty tight competition for the first place spot, but as I've said earlier, both places 1 and 2 will advance to the semifinals. So what we're really focused on is the 3rd place spot here.
All right, we can start to see some girls getting queued up and ready in the stadium here. Their first women's quarterfinal will be going off in just about 10 minutes, so stay tuned for that. It should be entertaining. But here we have the finishers coming in. It looks to be number 2 and number 9, just like before. That is Landon Lavidere and Timothy Craddock getting over the finish line to auto-qualify with ease. And there goes number 22 sliding into hopefully that lucky loser position. That was Elio Adriani of Tahoe Endurance.
Yeah, definitely not giving up, trying to get every single second that he could at the end of that race. I don't think that it will be quite enough to get him a lucky loser spot, as our last heat was pretty fast.
And while we wait for the times to come in, we have quarterfinal heat number 5 getting queued up and ready to go. This includes Logan Drevlo, Oren Slover, Kyan Reed, Jack Levesque, Darren Binning, and Charlie Weedell. Now our times have populated, and they are unfortunately not fast enough to be competitive for a lucky loser spot, but our top 2 athletes, bibs number 409 and 402, will automatically advance to the semifinals. Oh, we have a nice pack forming here at the base of the climb, the short climb.
Seems to have broken away from the last 2 skiers, although they are still giving it their all. And this pack is still pretty compact. We haven't seen a whole lot of strategy being employed. I feel like there's a lot of some strong skiers starting out from the beginning and giving it their all. So it'll be interesting to see if they employ any tactics coming up in the later heats. But as of right now, it seems pretty much everything that these skiers have in order to make it to the next heat.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like the U16s are sort of just going all out and just treating it like a race, which is what you love to see. And that definitely makes for larger time gaps, but it also can make for exciting end of race movement. So we'll see. It looks like number 3 is setting the pace up this hill. That is Logan Drevlo. His sister had a very good race this morning in the U18 women's field. And following him, stride for stride, is number 18. That is Jack Levesque from Alaska Winter Stars. Coached by Jan Buren, the same longtime coach of Gus Schumacher.
Behind them are number 8 and number 23, Oren Slover and Darren Binning. As we saw in the last couple of races, we can't count them out quite yet.
All right, getting another look at the stadium here. It looks like people are basking in the sun, just like they should be, just like Quincy and I should be, if we weren't up in the announcer's booth.
But being up here gives us a great view of the finish, and soon all of you online with us will be able to see these skiers as well.
Here they
as
come,
around
here
the
they
corner.
come. Looks like we continue to have Logan Drevlo leading the charge, pushing hard all the way over the finish line, followed rather closely by Jack Levesque. And behind him we have number 8, Oren Slover.
And 23, Darren Binning. So they really gave it their all. I think Darren got that third place spot. Whether it will be fast enough to get them a lucky loser, we will just have to wait and find out.
That concludes the racing for the men's quarterfinals, but not to worry, we're going straight into the women's quarterfinals. This is quarterfinal number 1, featuring Mia Magruder, Kate Carlson, Tula Higman, Antigone Loomis, Sierra Strecker, and Rye Widenhammer. Now, all right, we have one skier breaking away early on, but it seems like that may not last forever. One thing to keep in mind is that in these conditions, as you may be able to see in that angle, when you're following somebody, it can be a little bit hard because they're constantly flinging snow into your face and all over your suit and jacket and gloves and everything else. So that can be a reason to just get out in front and stay there.
And here our racers come. Seems like 2 of them have gotten a little bit further out front than the rest of the field, but we'll see as they come around this corner.
And there's a New England coach running down the side of the course. This has been an incredibly long day for all the coaches, starting well before the sun came up and not even anywhere close to finishing. So let's give them a big thanks virtually. They're doing great things for these athletes, but here they come around the corner. What do we have? Looks like bib number 1 is leading out. That would be Mia, and then number 11, that would be Tula. So although they don't have a huge gap, so we'll have to see how the energy holds up this climb before we make any proclamations, although the gap is growing with every stride. By
It
the
sure
looks of it.
is, yeah. And you can definitely see that course is getting thicker and thicker. In the beginning of the day, we saw some beautiful tracks up here, and those are all but disappeared in the craziness of this all.
Yeah, definitely. What will be interesting is to see how this the snow holds up for the coming races. We have mass start racing action coming on Friday, and then all kinds of relays coming on Saturday. So it's still plenty left to go here at Junior Nationals, and I'm confident that the Lake Placid grooming and snowmaking staff will make the best out of the situation, but it'll be interesting to see how it transforms in the coming days.
And our skiers have come through the downhill. Looks to be 2 out front, only extending their gap since we last saw them, so those 2 will definitely advance to the finals. We'll get names on those as soon as we can see them come around the corner. And here they come now.
Looks like we have a big lead for our two winning skiers, so they can probably just cruise across the finish line and start preparing for the semifinals. That's number 1 and number 11.
So that would be Maya Kammerguder and Tula Higman.
Very impressive work from these two.
Yeah, and they just let up a little bit as they cross the line. Some good strategy to conserve their energy for the semifinal. But this battle for third is raging. I am scared those skiers are going to get hit by the incoming racers, but I'm not sure who won that. I think that was maybe the Far West skier, number 21. Over there, Sierra Strecker. It's too close to call at this point, but they are gunning for that lucky loser spot, of course.
Currently, our lucky losers are to be established in this heat. Actually, I forgot this is heat number 1. Looking over to the start line. Well, actually, they're long started. Looking over to the first downhill corner, we have heat number 2 out on course. This includes bib number 504, Summer Bentley. Bib number 507, Taylor Nadler. Bib number 514, Allie Scott. Bib number 517, Mia Stency. Bib number 524, Madeline Lowen. And bib number 527, Brooke Greenberg. As we wait for the athlete, oh, there we have our first athlete. Who is it? Looks to me like maybe number 4, Summer Bentley, representing New England. In addition to number 7, Taylor Nadler, representing the Intermountain Division.
They seem to have pulled away from the group a little bit. We keep seeing this. A few skiers pull away. These ones are definitely still in touch, so that would be 17 and 14, Eiley Scott and Mia Stiasny. So we could see them make some moves in this race. They're going for the lucky loser times of 4:08.06 and 4:08.03. So
We'll just have to wait and see what happens, although it looks to me like the top 2 are relatively well established at the top of this hill. Seems to be the way most of these heats are going.
and just now coming down the hill, that was Summer Bentley in the lead, I believe. So we'll see if that holds as the skiers round the final horseshoe corner into the finishing stretch.
All right, as we wait for the athletes to come around, we can get a look at heat number 3 queuing up to your right. They're getting the instructions from the starting volunteer and whatnot. All right, here they come. That looks like bib number 4 and bib number 7. So they made it down the downhill unscathed. That is Summer Bentley and Taylor Nadler going to advance easily to a semifinal position.
The 2 following skiers still gunning for those lucky loser spots. That is Mia Stiasny and Eiley Scott from Alaska and the Far West. So we'll see how their times stack up against our quarterfinal number 1. But we still have 3 more quarterfinals after this of some great racing.
All right, quarterfinal number 3 is on course. Unfortunately, we missed their start, but they looks like we have a small breakaway happening from one of the girls, and then a big pack here. So once we get a better camera angle, we will see what's going on.
This heat contains Caroline Mena from Plain Valley, Cora Hinsdale, who doesn't have a team affiliation but is racing for Mid-Atlantic, Alice Jowers from Tahoe Endurance, Mary Harrington for GMVS, Adeline Lowen for the Pacific Northwest, and Lee Nedick from SMS.
Should be just a couple minutes. Oh, and there we have our first skier with a massive lead. Oh my goodness. She is just dropping the entire crew. Let's hope she has the energy to get up this hill. That must be bib number 5, Caroline Mena from Plain Valley. She looks like she might be losing a little bit of energy at the bottom of this hill, but hopefully that's all part of the master plan to get to the top in the lead. Chasing her down is number 6, who had an outstanding qualifier, starting almost last place and skiing her way right into 6th. That is Cora Hinsdale, representing the Mid-Atlantic team.
So as it stands right now, we have Cora and Caroline in the top 2 spots, but there's a lot of chasing going on for that second spot and a lot of competition for the lucky losers. So we'll see as they come over the top of this final hill, cheered on by their adoring fans.
You can see a group of Mansfield Nordic athletes along with a PNSA coach getting excited on the side of the course, cheering on everybody and trying to help secure a couple more Alaska Cup points for their team.
And as they come down the hill, the Pacific Northwest skier is still in the lead, although a tight race for second has now formed. It looks as though the Mid-Atlantic skier Cora Hinsdale is still in second place, but not by a whole lot.
Cora Hinsdale, who started at the very back of the qualifier this morning due to having either very high or no USSA ranking points, just absolutely threw down and went straight into 6th place. So it was an amazing performance, and we are pulling for her to get through to the semifinals on her home turf here in the Mid-Atlantic region. But it's not going to be so easy. It looks like number 5, number 9, 6, and number 16 are all sprinting together, so this could be a tight one.
Yes, this is Caroline Mena, Cora Hinsdale, and Mary Harrington. And those chasers 6 and 16 really moved up a lot in the final 100 meters, so we'll see who ended up actually securing the automatic 1st and 2nd place spots and see if their times of 3rd and 4th place were fast enough to become new lucky losers.
Definitely. It's going to be fun to take a look. That was a well-skied race by number 6 and number 16.
And it looks like they were almost 7 seconds faster. So that was Mary Harrington in the 3rd place, moves into our 1st lucky loser spot. Our 2nd lucky loser spot still claimed by Sierra Strecker.
And straight into it with quarterfinal number 4. This is Isabella Waters, number 2, Tegan Hoffman, number 9, Lena Ausdegen, number 12, Sophia McGinnis-Smith, number 19, Raquel Landa, number 22, and Freya Leheiser, number 29.
And here the heat comes along the bottom of the course.
Alrighty, it looks to me like we have two Intermountain skiers off the front. That is number 7 and number 2, Isabella and Tegan. So we'll see if they can hold it up the top of the hill. It looks like they're going to. Number 2 is looking really, really confident.
We have a Midwest skier. That is Linnea Ostegen, who seems to be putting on an extra burst of speed right now.
Linnea Ostegen is especially motivated after claiming a silver medal in the U16 women's 5K skate on Monday, so she's hungry to get on top of that podium before the championship is out, no doubt.
No doubt. And she seems to be making up a little bit of time on Tegan Hoffman. But it seems like we'll just have to wait and see till the bottom of this hill to find out who exactly will be our second place finisher.
And getting another look in the stadium here, we have our 4th and final heat getting queued up. I'll just read that off really quick. Or, excuse me, 5th and final heat. That is Leah Perard, Elsa Lindforce, Elliot Sensabaugh, Hannah Middlestedt, Gabrielle Harris, and Maya McGinnis Smith. So they're getting ready to go in just a second as we wait for our heat number 4 athletes to come around the corner and sprint it on into the finish to determine who will advance to the semifinals. As a reminder, our current lucky losers are Mary Harrington with a time of 4:01 and Sierra Strecker with a time of 4:08. So 4:08 is the time to beat, but these two athletes from IMD will effortlessly cruise in for the semifinal advance.
Yep, that is Isabella Waters and Tegan Hoffman, who we saw lead at the top of the hill. We thought maybe for a second that Linnea Ostegen could pass them, and she's putting on a final sprint now, but I don't think it will be quite enough to get into second place. Hopefully the extra effort will not go to waste, and she can secure that lucky loser spot. But here we see the IMD teammates giving each other a fist bump, getting excited for the semis yet to come.
We saw a little celebration there from number 2. She's obviously very excited to advance into the next round of racing. It's always a thrilling feeling when you chase after something and are able to just pull it off. And but then you rather quickly have to come back down and get ready to go do it all over again.
So it looks like our Midwest skier Linnea Ostegen has moved into the second lucky loser spot with a time of 4:02.44. So all that effort was not for nothing. She currently sits there with one more heat of potential people to take her out of that spot, but hoping to hold on to lucky loser position and secure her place in the semi-final race. A very early lead in this heat. Hard to tell from here who that was or what team.
Looks like we have a big lead forming. Oh my goodness, a little bit of a face plant. That's unfortunate, but she's going to be back up and back in the mix before everybody goes around her. That was number 3, Leah Pernard, who had a very good qualifier and a very good start to this heat, but I think she still has energy, so there's still certainly some hope for this event.
Definitely, she had such a big lead when she took that little tumble that I think she is still most definitely in this. She might have even reclaimed the lead already.
Yeah, wow, that's actually really crazy. Although she's got some slippery skis, there's no doubt about that. We hope she can just keep her feet under her until the up top of this climb, because she has got energy like nobody else in this heat, that's for sure.
Behind Leah, we have 18 and 13. I think that is Hannah Middlestedt and Elliot Sensabaugh. hot in pursuit for that second place finish, and the whole heat also pretty close behind, hasn't spread too much, so we could be seeing some last minute moves definitely be made. But great grit shown by this heat, especially Leia Perard, who took a little tumble at the bottom of that hill, but has already moved back into first place. So I am sure her teammates are anxiously waiting to see if she will remain in the lead, and it seems like she has already gapped the group by just a tiny bit again.
Going down the hill, she has maybe a 20-meter lead, but is double pulling ferociously into the final tucking section and around what I heard was a little bit of a sketchy corner down there at the bottom, which we can't see, but I've been told that it's kind of getting very soft and kind of tight, so hopefully everybody makes it through there. I think that's probably why we've been seeing some changes between camera angles. But it looks to me like Leia Pernard is still leading with a good margin at the top of the last hill and coming into the finish.
And she is still in the lead, folks. That is Leia Perard coming in for Fort Sayer and New England. Behind her, an Alaska skier, Elliot Sensabaugh, seems to have gapped the rest of the group. However, there might be some last minute changes. I don't think so, though. I think we will have Leia and Elliot going through into the semifinals. But these number 18 and number 28, Hannah Middlestat and Maya McGinnis Smith, putting up a great fight. Last chance for these skiers to get a lucky loser spot. The time to beat is 4:02.44. And it's looking like those third and fourth place times are not going to be quite enough to secure a lucky loser spot. But Leia Perard and Elliot Sensabaugh will continue on to the semifinals for the U16 women.
Good to see Leia bring it all back together after a little poorly timed crash at the bottom of the hill, but she really didn't let her slow her down, and she had a lead before the crash, didn't after the crash, but she went straight out and got it again, so you got to respect that. That was very cool.
Lining up now at the start, we can see the first of two semifinals for the U16 boys. In bib 1 is Ben Kaufman for the Pacific Northwest. Bib 4, Matthias Citarella for New England. Bib 5, Ian McCormack for Intermountain. Bib 11, Luca Karnikis from Far West. Bib 24, Tristan Thrasher from Rocky. And Bib 26, Christian Landers from Intermountain. So we're definitely seeing some more regions represented here than we did in the U18s and U20s, where Alaska and New England seem to reign, and there isn't any Alaska skiers in this semifinal. There is one in the next semifinal. There is one New England skier, but Pacific Northwest, Intermountain, and Far West and Rocky all represented in this heat.
Alrighty. This heat is just about ready to get underway here. I'm curious if we're going to see any kind of change in the tactics from these U16s, or if they're just going to do what they do from start to finish in this sprint day. That seems like the most likely outcome, but I guess you never know.
Yeah, we've seen them working hard from right out the gate today, and I'm expecting some more of that for sure from these semi-final races.
Definitely, definitely. On the left of your screen, with her back to us, is Mackenzie Rizzio. She is a youth programming director at the New England Ski Association, NENSA. She's getting some video there, getting ready to get the New England skiers fired up.
And as the skiers start up the first hill, it looks like our Pacific Northwest skier Ben Kaufman is in the lead. I'm pretty sure he pulled a similar move in his quarterfinal, and it seemed to work out. So we'll see if he can pull that one off again as we see them dip down into the first downhill corner. Looking like a smooth, clean corner. No falls, even though it's getting a little thick and loose out there. And now we see them come through the bottom. They don't seem to be too spread like we saw in the last women's semifinal, but definitely a leader has emerged. I believe that is Ben Kaufman.
Ben Kaufman was the fastest qualifier in this afternoon's qualifier for the U16s, so it's no surprise that he is attempting to run away with this semifinal, but you never know. The energy reserves can come to a close, and things can change late in the game with these sprint days. But Ben Kaufman's energy looks good as of now, being followed by the New England skier number 4. That is Matthias Citarella, being cheered on there by another New England skier. He's getting really into it, which is what you love to see.
Number 5 there, Ian Carmack from Intermountain, close in pursuit. So we'll see who can cheer louder and who can get their athlete to get that coveted second place spot and a ticket to the A final today.
Absolutely, absolutely. I see they have a big speaker on the side of the trail. I'd love to have a mic out there so we could hear what kind of music they're playing, but I'm sure it's motivating everybody up to the top of that hill. And on a day like today, you got to get up there by any means possible.
We just saw our lead athletes come through the downhill. Second place still just neck and neck, very close together. Our first place, Ben Kaufman, is definitely in the lead and doesn't seem to be getting caught anytime soon. But the race for second place will be much more exciting and contested. So in only mere moments, we will see them appear at the very end of our screen and into the finishing stretch.
Alrighty, here they come. That's Ben Kaufman. Alrighty, here they come. That's Ben Kaufman leading the charge into the finish line. He will qualify for the final with ease, along with an Intermountain skier there, number 5. That must be Ian Carmack. And then number 4, the New England skier, Matthias Citarella, will have to wait and see if the time is good enough, although these boys are looking pretty winded, so I bet you the time will be good. Number 26 coming in, saving energy for that B final. All right, well, now we look ahead to U16 boys semifinal number 2, featuring Bib number 2, Landon Labradere. Bib number 3, Logan Drevlo. Bib number 9, Timothy Craddock. Bib number 16, Odin Berryman. Bib number 18, Jack Levesque. And bib number 6, Jonah Gorman. Adam Turco featured prominently on the live stream, the coach and maybe even founder of Mansfield Nordic Club in Chittenden County, Vermont. We've seen many Mansfield Nordic athletes out here today, including Timothy Craddock, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, he skis for SMS. Actually, Stratton Mountain School, another Vermont club. But either way, Adam Turco is getting some footage of this start.
Mansfield Nordic with an unparalleled media content on YouTube. Be sure to check out some of his edits.
Definitely.
I'm sure there will be a JN's edit dropped at the end of this week, so definitely some good content coming from MNC.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be. And we also have the mascot, the Pugs. So keep your eye out for any pug-related apparel, and you'll know that it is Mansfield Nordic.
Our skiers now coming into that first corner where we've seen a couple of crashes, but they all seem to make it through just fine. No super early leader pulling away, but lots of race left for sure.
And coming up the last hill, it looks to be a pack finish, the likes of which we haven't seen in these U16 heats yet. Bib number 2, bib number 16, bib number 3 are all together attempting to break away into a 3-man pack. That is Landon Lavadere. Let's see now. Odin Berryman and Logan Drevlo. And there's a teammate cheering on his New England buddy by the looks of it. They're getting really fired up.
I'm getting pretty fired up here myself in anticipation to see who will win the semifinal number 2.
And whether or not they can slide into the lucky loser position, potentially booting out Luca Karnikas at 3 minutes 34 seconds or Matthias Citarella at 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Both blazing times, but this looked like a fast heat, so it definitely could go either way.
And here they come now. This is semifinal number 2 for the U16 men. In the lead, we see Odin Berryman making a move to pass number 2 and 3, Landon Laverdiere and Logan Drevlo.
A very nice double ball on display there by number 16. That was impressive work for this late in a sprint day. Lots of times the fatigue can cause you to revert to old bad habits, but not for number 16, Odin Berryman. He was keeping it tight the entire way.
We'll see if those times were fast enough to catch a lucky loser spot. I'm thinking that at least one of them might have been, because that was a rather fast heat. But
yep, it looks like. Well, it's very close.
Very, very close.
Landon Lavadere is going to slide into the second lucky loser position, but unfortunately, number 6 Gorman will miss it by just a couple of seconds. So your men's A final will be featuring Ben Kaufman, Odin Berryman, Ian Carmack, Logan Drevelo, and Landon Laverdiere and Matthias Citarella.
And in the gates now,
I have no idea. I do have an idea. This is
semifinal 1 for the U16 girls.
yes, indeed, and that is featuring.
In this race, we will have Maya Cam Regruder, our top seeded U16 from this afternoon earlier. Summer Bentley, Caroline Mena, Taylor Nalder, Tula Higman, and Mary Harrington. This will be definitely one to watch.
It looks like we have some early stringing out happening in the course of the first downhill, although I'm sure it will tighten back up as these girls sprint up the big hills.
This first semifinal is going to come up here very, very, very soon. And it looks like we have an early leader from the Pacific Northwest and from Alaska. I think that is Caroline Mena and Maya Cam Magruder.
In addition to them, we have number 4, number 7, number 11, and number 16 hanging in there. So really the entire group is all together with the exception of number 1. Maya Cam Magruder is a little step ahead.
Number 4 now making a move. Summer Bentley trying to secure that second place spot before they head down the hill, hoping to gap her competitors just a little bit.
Summer Bentley has successfully made a pretty decent gap over 3rd, 4th, and 5th, so I think she should be safe from getting caught too much by her competitors due to the draft, but you never know. There could be varying ski speeds or crashes or anything of the sort, so it's not over till it's over here at Junior Nationals in Lake Placid.
The skiers now coming down the last downhill. We will see them coming around the corner and into view in just a moment. Last that we checked in, Maya Cam Magruder was very solidly in the lead. So we'll see if she held that through the downhill or if some of her competitors put on a final burst of speed and caught up. We've seen a lot of moves happen in the end of this race today.
Alrighty, around the last bend, we have number 1, Maya Cam Magruder, holding strong, being chased down by number 4, who made it late in the race resurgence and is able to hold off the IMD skiers number 7 and number 11. So number 1 and number 4, Summer and Maya, will both advance to the women's U16A final.
The skiers who don't make the A final will have a chance to race one more time in a B final, determining who will fill out the remainder of the All-American spots. And our second semi-final for the U16s are all lined up. In this heat, we have Isabella Waters, Leah Perard, Cora Hinsdale, Tegan Hoffman, Elliot Sensabaugh, and Linnea Ustigen.
And the men in racing in the B and A final coming up in just a few minutes are getting queued up, moseying their way over to the start. Now we can see that going on. Jason Hettenbaugh wearing his apron, teching for the Mid-Atlantic team, is also featured prominently on that shot. And wow, we have this race stringing out early on.
We haven't seen a spread quite like this so early, so it'll be interesting to see if the leaders will hold their lead and extend it, or if the group will bunch back up when we next see them at the final steep hill. Seems like they are continuing to spread.
Alrighty, and here they come around the corner into the base of the big climb. We have number 2, that's Isabella Waters, who I think had a brother racing, older brother racing in the U18 field, but I can't be sure. And number 3, chasing her down, Leah Perard. Number 9, chasing them down, Tegan Hoffman. And our favorite skier from the qualifier and the quarterfinals, number 6, Cora Hinsdale.
The race for second is anyone's race at this point, Ben.
Oh, definitely, definitely. It looks like we have a little bit of slipping, a little bit of necessary herringbone happening out there, but the athletes are making it happen, getting to the top of the hill by any means possible, and I think this race for second between number 9 and number 3 could come right down to the wire, and in a race like this, that's one you want to be on top of. Featured on the left hand of your screen is Tegan Thorley, an New England athlete at Junior Nationals who now coaches for the Alaskans. So, pretty crazy move there. You don't see that too often.
The U16 men's B final is lining up as we wait for the second semifinal for the women to come through.
They should be rounding the corner into the finishing straight any minute now.
And here we see our first skier, Isabella Waters, continuing her lead, but the race for second place is still very, very much on. That will be between Tegan Hoffman and Leah Perard. It looks like Hoffman has the slight advantage, but Perard putting on a final sprint. So this one is going to be very, very close. They both lunge for the line. I think the two IMD skiers were first and second in this heat, but we will have to wait for some timing confirmation on that. Our current lucky losers, the the time to beat is 3:57.77. So be on the lookout for that when the results pop up.
Looking ahead to our U16 boys B final, we will be featuring Luka Karnikis, bib number 11, Jonah Gorman, bib number 6, Tristan Thrasher, bib number 24, Jack Levesque, bib number 18, Christian Landers, bib number 26, and Timothy Craddock, bib number 9. And in this event, we have one Far West athlete, 2 New England athletes, 1 Rocky Mountain athlete, and 1 Alaska athlete, and 1 Intermountain athlete. And they're off. A nice clean start. No false starting or tripping or anything of the sort. And as you can see from the stadium, the sun just dipped behind the famous Adirondack Mountains, so it's starting to look a little bit dark out there. But that's not going to stop these last couple heats from getting fired off and the athletes from going and achieving eternal glory in the form of U16 National Championship.
That is right, Ben. And it looks like we have had one lucky loser from the last semi-final. That is Leah Perard, move into our A final. So our lucky losers are Leah Perard and Tula Higman.
And in this men's B final, we have quite the stringing out happening early on. It seems like the leader is going for broke, charging all the way to what will hopefully be a 7th place at Junior Nationals. On the left hand of our screen, we can see a coach who has resorted to wearing only his coach's bib. I'm sure that was good when the sun was out, but I must wonder now that the sun's gone behind the Adirondacks whether or not that feels like the right choice.
And now we have a Rocky Mountain skier coming through. That is Tristan Thrasher. He seems to have spread this field like jam on toast. But you never know. There's been a lot of movement on this hill, and it looks like someone is making a move now. That is 26. Christian Landers coming up on this skier's left. And the rest of the heat still very, very much in contention. Luka Karnikis leading that other chase group. So we're going to see a very tight race coming up right here. There's some teammates just absolutely screaming at their teammates to get over the top of this hill. They are so excited.
Alrighty, as we wait for this heat to round the corner and come in, we can take a look over to the right-hand side of our screen and see the men's A final queuing up. That is going to include Ben Kaufman, Odin Berryman, Logan Drevlo, Ian Carmack, and Landon Lavidaire, and Matthias Citarella. So look forward to that in just a couple of minutes. One interesting tidbit is that our men's A final has bibs number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 16. And here they come. Looks like number 24 leading the charge. That is Tristan Thrasher. He will be going straight for that 7th place position, along with number 11, Luka Karnikis from Far West, sliding into that 8th place position. After that, it looked like a lunge for 9th and 10th. And the New England athlete number 9 cruises across the line for 11th place. That would be Jonah Gorman from New England. Yep, A final for the boys. This one is for all the marbles. Let's hope that these athletes have a little bit left in the tank in order to sprint it on in for the podium and maybe even the win here late in the day at Junior Nationals Day 2, Lake Placid, New York.
The skiers in contention for these top spots are Ben Kaufman, Odin Berryman, Logan Drevlo, Ian Carmack, Landon Laverdiere, and Matthias Citarella. Great start for these guys as they get out in the last race of the day for them. They have been absolutely grinding through this whole day, this whole afternoon at attempts to make it here, and now they are. Only one thing is left to do, and that is just ski their hearts out in attempts at reaching the podium spots here at Junior Nationals. This is what skiers often dream about all year, making the A final.
Definitely. Look at those clouds in the background. It's starting to get dark, but that's not slowing down the men's A final here at the U16 National Championships. Wow, we have quite the string out happening, but I bet that will come back together as it often does.
And an early leader coming up
Wow,
from
what a lead.
Intermountain.
Intermountain bib number 5.
Ian Carmack for Intermountain taking an early lead in this A final.
I think it's all going to come down to who's got the energy, who's got the gas up this last climb. But Ian Carmack comes in with a little bit of an advantage, although number 3 from the Midwest is looking pretty energetic here.
That is Logan Drevlo.
And number 2, Landon Lavadiere is also right there, although he is starting to fade a little bit. It looks like Ian Carmack will have the energy to get up this hill in the fastest time.
We see now number 4, Matthias Citarella, charging up this hill. And soon we'll see the top skiers of the U16 day come through here. Oh, it is going to be a tight finish. It is Midwest. It is Intermountain. It is rocky.
This could come down to an exciting last sprint here.
They're racing not only for themselves, but for their region, hoping to secure some more Alaska Cup points for the cumulative total at the end of the week and eternal glory for, 1 year until we come back and do it again. But it's a great achievement and surely on the minds of these skiers as they push everything they possibly have. Coming into this final, we are about to see them pop out from the corner right there. And soon enough, we will know who your U16 men's national champion is.
Here they come. It looks to me like number 5 is in the lead by a little bit, but number 3 steps out of the track in order to try and go around. This could get extremely tight.
Logan Drevlo with a final sprint.
What a sprint from Logan. Oh,
passing
my goodness.
Ian Carmack for the U16 National Championship. Congrats to the Midwest skier. I think that is the first Midwest skier we've seen in the top 3 today.
Yeah, I think so. A fantastic race. And rounding out the podium is number 2. That is Landon Lavadiere. So congratulations to him and all these athletes who have just completed the classic sprint here at Junior Nationals in Lake Placid, New York.
They just look absolutely spent, and rightly so. They have been working so hard today, and it is rather warm out. So great race, great effort, and Excited to see what these U16s will bring for the next 2 days of our championships. Meanwhile, we start on the women's U16 finals. The
Yes, indeed.
B final will start us off. That will have Taylor Nalder from IMD, Cora Hinsdale from Mid Atlantic, Caroline Mena from Pacific Northwest, Linnea Ustigan from the Midwest, Mary Harrington from New England, and Elliot Sensabaugh from Alaska. The second to last race of the day. It's been a long one filled with action-packed racing. So all of the coaches are out here getting excited for their athletes to start racing this B final. And they are at the start ready to go. And they have started. Crowd cheering on this this B final as they head up under the bridge towards the first hill.
Alrighty, as we wait, we can see the members of our U16 Women's A final making their way over to the start, carrying their skis, trying to keep the wax nice and cool on this hot, hot winter day in Lake Placid. And it looks to me like we have the Pacific Northwest, Mid-Atlantic, and IMD skiers jockeying for position at the front of the pack, but as we know, we can't get too excited at this stage of the game because there's a lot of racing out there, a lot of time for things to change up before the finish line.
And a group of 5 skiers all in a line. Doesn't seem to be any huge gaps yet. And we have seen some heats today spread out rather quickly and some not as much. And this final is sure to be a close one. These are the best of the U16s in this country. So they are all super excited to throw down, and I can't wait to see who will be in the lead when they come to this last hill.
All right. It looks like the Mid-Atlantic skier has caught a little bit of a lead going into the last hill, although this last hill is a doozy with the slipping we've been seeing. So we'll hope that she can stay on top of her skis and get all the way up it in first. But it definitely looks like the New England and the Intermountain skiers are charging behind.
Yeah, that is Cora Hinsdale racing for that 7th place finish. And I think she can hold off. We have Mary Harrington coming up from New England on the right there, and also Linnea Ustigan from the Midwest in the middle. So this is anyone's race at this point.
Definitely. It looks like a little bit of a gap opening up to the mid-A skier, although it's going to be really tight going down the hill. I don't know if that's enough of a gap to keep the others from getting in the draft. So this could certainly go one of many ways.
And our A final gets lined up over there as we wait anxiously to see who will win this B final. Coming down the hill now in the lead, we have our mid-A skier on home snow, and that will be Cora Hinsdale. Hopefully she can hold that lead in this B final to secure her 7th place and All-American finish.
All right, as we wait, we can see the women's A final getting queued up. They look ready to go, ready to fight it out for all the glory here in Lake Placid. But around the corner comes number 6, the Mid-Atlantic skier. Can she hold off Mary Harrington, number 16 from New England? It looks like it's going to be a stride off up this gently inclining finish.
Sure
it looks
is.
like it's going to be the Mid-Atlantic skier Cora Hinsdale with the 7th place finish. Mary Harrington with the 8th place finish. And then a 3-way lunge for 9th, 10th, and 11th. What an exciting race here in Lake Placid for the U16 girls B final. But now it's all eyes on the A final for all the glory, all the podiums, and everything else. Included in this heat, we have Maya Cam Magruder, Isabel Waters, Summer Bentley, Tegan Hoffman, Leah Perard, and Tula Higman. This is the last push for day 2 at Junior Nationals, which has been a very long, very action-packed day of racing out here in the Adirondacks. So let's give these U16 girls a good virtual cheer and get them over the finish line and get this day onto the record books, the history books.
I am waiting anxiously to see how this A final is going to turn out for the U16s. It's really exciting to watch these U16s at the beginning of their ski careers. Only bigger and better things to come from them.
Alrighty, Quincy, how's things looking out there? Have we seen any movement?
Well, we just got a glimpse of our A final. It looks like 2 skiers have taken an early lead, attempting to drop the rest of the pack.
It certainly looks that way, which is a bold move this early in an A final, this late in a long day of racing. But if you got the energy, if you got the fitness, then you had better go out there and do it. So we'll see if these 2 leaders can hold it off. Oh my goodness, this is a big gap forming for the IMD skier number 2. That looks like Isabel Waters and number 1 Maya Cam Magruder.
I don't know if they can be caught by any of the rest of this field.
It looks like they might be running away with it, so to speak. That being said, it could be a good battle between the 2 of them. Maybe Maya has some energy for the last half of this climb and can track down number 2, Isabella.
And for third, we seem to have a battle between Summer Bentley and Leah Perard here. Looks like some slipping going on out here. It's definitely been a long day. Definitely getting loose out there, but still some time to make some moves.
It looks to me like number 4, Summer Bentley, might just go right ahead and run away with it. That bronze medal. She developed quite a gap over the last little bit of that hill, so we'll see if she can get over to the finish line unscathed and claim the bronze medal here in the U16 race.
And cheers erupting in the stadium can only mean one thing, Ben. The A final is coming to a close.
Oh, my
These
goodness.
skiers are rocketing through here.
That is fantastic news. All right, look at all these athletes down here. It looks like they maybe only have 1 bus going to and from the stadium, so everybody's still here, still cheering, even at the very, very end of this action-packed day at Junior Nationals in Lake Placid.
Really, yeah.
Action-packed is the only way to describe it, I must say.
And you know, there's a little bit of action still left.
There's
Just
little
a
bit of
couple
action
of
still
seconds.
left.
We're thinking 30 maybe
30
before
maybe.
we see who will win this U16 women's race. Who will be the junior national champion?
Alrighty, and here they come around the corner. That's number 2,
Isabella Waters.
leading the charge, surely on her way to her U16 national championship. Oh my goodness, we have a little crash, but not quite catastrophic. That was from the silver medalist running skier from the Midwest, number 1, Maya, and number 3 goes to
Summer Bentley. So even with that little trip, Maya Kamagruder securing our silver medal.
All right, and look at these skiers. They are absolutely exhausted.
And across the line and collapsing, we have fourth place Leia Perard and 2 IMD skiers.
What a dramatic finish to a dramatic day here in Lake Placid. And in 6th place, we have number 9. That is Tegan Hoffman.
So our top 6 skiers for the U16 women will be Isabella Waters, Maya Cam Magruder, Summer Bentley, Leia Perard, Tula Higman, and Tegan Hoffman. What a great final race.
And what a fantastic race or day of racing in general. With that, we bring our coverage of the 2024 Cross Country Junior National Championships Day 2 here in Lake Placid, New York, to a close. Make sure to tune in with us on Friday for mass start racing action. It should be nothing but chaos, nothing but excitement all day long. And then we'll have on Saturday the relay action. So don't go too far. We'll be right back in just one day. This is Ben Ogden and
Quincy Massey Bierman
signing off.
Once again, if you're just arriving, we're organizing the top 10 boys, top 10 girls over stage left, with the fine young lady in the blue jacket and the lovely pom-pommed hat will organize you into your respective groups. Once again, we are asking athletes in the top 10 for U16, boys and girls, please report to center stage left, and you'll be organized by group.
We need him. He's not here. Maybe. Hopefully.
Would bib number 2, Landers La Riviere, please report to stage left.
We got him.
Do you have his
Perfect.
first, do you have his first name?
What am I gonna do with you? So you got
You can
10.
send me back to my office. I could go to timeout.
We'll find you under your desk.
I'll wave from my window.
So we're doing 10, 9, 8 first.
Good?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us here at Mt Van Hoevenberg for the 2024 Cross Country Junior Nationals Award Ceremony. A special thanks goes out to our crew, our officials, and volunteers for their hard work and support. Everyone, please turn your attention to the podium here at our awards plaza as we honor the athletes. Presenting the awards today, New York State Olympic Authority Chairman Joe Martens, Director of Events Jeremy Freeman, and Venue Manager Rebecca Dayton. Special thanks for their awards presentations. We're going to start things off with our 10th place finisher today, doing a great job out of Team Alaska, Jack Levesque. In 9th place today, out of the Intermountain Division, Christian Landers. From Team Far West, in 8th place today, Luca Karnikis. In 7th place today, from the Rocky Mountain Division, Tristan Thrasher. In 6th place today, doing a great job for Team New England and GMVS, Matthias Citarella. In 5th place today, out of the Intermountain Division, doing a great job for a top 5 result, Odin Berryman. In 4th place today, from the Pacific Northwest, Ben Kaufman. And now for the podium performers, your top 3 skiers. In 3rd place today, representing the Rocky Mountain Division, Landon Laverdier. In 2nd place, from the Intermountain Division, congratulations to Ian Carmack. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the U16 Boys Junior National Championships in Sprint, please welcome to the podium from the Midwest, Logan Drevlo. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 10 U16 boys sprinters at the Junior National Championships. Congratulations.
So who's given those little packets to get the jeans back?
Hey guys. Guys.
And now we'd like to recognize the top 10 girls in the U16 sprint category. If you know that you're in the top 10, please report to stage left, where you'll be organized for presentation of awards. All right, we're going to start things off recognizing our top 10 with our 10th place finisher joining us from the Midwest. 10th place going back to the Midwest with Liana Ausdigian. In 9th place today, joining us from the Pacific Northwest, Caroline Mena. Representing New England and skiing to an 8th place finish today from GMVS, Mary Harrington. Representing the New York Ski Educational Foundation and the Mid-Atlantic team, your 7th place finisher, Cora Hinsdale. In 6th place today from the Intermountain Division, doing a great job, was Tegan Hoffman. In 5th place today, representing the Intermountain Division, Tula Higman. Skiing to a 4th place finish, representing Team New England, Leah Perard. And now for the podium skiers. In third place, representing Team New England, Summer Bentley. In second place, from Team Alaska, Mia Cam Magruder. And skiing all the way to the win of the U16 A Finals, congratulations to your sprint champion from the Intermountain Division, Isabella Waters. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 10 sprinters in the U16 girls at the Junior National Championships. Congratulations. Congratulations, girls, and thank you all for joining us at Mt Van Hoevenberg this week. We extend a special thank you to our dedicated volunteers and staff who made this competition possible. Congratulations to all the athletes who competed, and we wish you a wonderful rest of your week here in Lake Placid. On behalf of Mt Van Hoevenberg, this is Pete Davis signing off as the voice of Van Hoevenberg until we meet again on Friday. Thanks so much for coming out and cheering on your favorite athlete here at the Junior National Championships in Lake Placid.